There's a... Hello, guys and gals.
Alright, what's going on, everybody? Hey, Faye. It's your good dog. Not right now, Finn. Just lie down. I know.
For our strength, it is a categorical fact that Jared Feather gets laid way more than I do, and there's only a few reasons for that, but the main one is his shoulder to waist ratio is completely insane. He has an unbelievable V taper, and today on the channel we are going to be showing you in real life training how to make your shoulders and lats and chest bigger, talking about how to slim the waist if there is even such a thing, and then getting all the nitty-gritty details with a sample workout as well. Folks, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, Gig. I do remember you. How's life in the swamp? Jill Stein, donate $2. I will win the election tomorrow. Is that dumb bitch even telling anybody that there's a chance she could win? What, like, I don't know why she even tries. It's so weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Jill Stein.
Hey VG Elkton Day is tomorrow. If Kamala does not win, I will lose all faith in our species.
Yeah, same, dude. I feel pretty good about Kamala winning. I'm not too worried, but yeah, I think if Trump wins, I'm kind of done having faith in humanity. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
V-taper. All right, folks, today is a 3-exercise workout designed to illustrate the 3 core components of what you can do in the gym to get your big V taper. Upper chest, side delts, and then your upper lats are really just your lats, and the entire upper back tear is major and everything to give you that super giant.
How are you today, and how's Gummy? Gummy's doing good. He's a lot less shy. And we were cuddling together and he fell asleep on me. That was really nice. I did have to supervise him a fair bit today. He tried playing with BMO and he was being too rough. So had to tell him to calm it down quite a few times. And he ended up getting a little too riled up, so I had to put him in a timeout. So I just stayed in my room with him for a while, and then he took a nap. Now he's a lot more calm.
Width 360 degrees around. What about the waist? Well, unfortunately, that's between fat loss dieting and God, aka genetics. If you were born to Jared Feather's parents, not sure where his dad is, but he must have a small waist somewhere. His little bitty waist, and when he diets down, it's super tiny. Me personally, I have maybe the world's biggest waist, and that kind of sucks, but there's not a damn thing I can do about it short of plastic surgery, which I may consider soon, because that just is what it is. So if you get nice and lean here, but over time you get bigger side delts especially, but whole shoulder, upper pecs, and the upper part of your back, tons of vertical pulling, which I'll show you later. That's what is going to get your V taper the best.
Dodo, donate $2. Can we watch just a little?
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan.
If I play a video game on extreme difficulty, then I have to concentrate fully on the game, and it has a calming effect.
Yeah. 2% fewer errors, 24% faster in school.
Yeah.
If you want to be a surgeon.
You may think that your brain is working. See, probably a lot. Most of the boycott lived. But if Kamala wins, we'll see that boycott get stronger. And they'll friggin' shut down. There's no way that the sort of Kamala puppet regime would allow X to exist.
You really think that they'll be able to shut it down, though? Is there a pathway to that?
Yes.
What would they do?
Destiny. So I mean, the reason I did the Twitter acquisition was it's like, man, if I don't do this, I think we're screwed, is the issue.
Well, if you didn't do it, no one else was going to do it because it wasn't a financial winner. It was kind of a crazy move.
It's a crazy move. I mean,
Nigger named as V in the chat is a retard idiot talking about the passing of your cat. If I saw you, I'd take the nearest cinder block and clap your head. Then while you're on the floor disoriented, I would nut across your forehead.
Alright, well, thanks for pointing that out. He's banned. Thanks for the donation, Lemon. Dodo donated $2.
Welcome to Apartheid Hunters. Today we're gonna go look for all that apartheid in Israel I've been hearing about from Gen Z. Let's go check it out. Are you under apartheid?
No.
Oh no?
No.
Get the out of here. What?
Excuse me, ladies. Have you seen any apartheid around here?
All right, now come with me. We got some Arabic written on the wall over there. I'm assuming it says to get out. That's some pretty messed up stuff there. You guys are Arabs, correct? What's the apartheid like in Israel?
There's none.
There's none?
None.
Are you under apartheid?
Yep. It's a fucking joke, dude.
Everybody knows that South America is south of North America, but it's not directly south of the US, Canada, and Mexico in the way that your brain probably imagines it to be. In fact, if you draw a line from just about anywhere in North America directly south, your line probably won't end up hitting anywhere in South America, because South America is a lot further away to the east than your brain probably imagines it to be. To help you visualize it a little better, imagine that you begin in Jacksonville, Florida, a city that's almost directly located on America's eastern Atlantic coastline, and then draw out a line straight down to the south. You would then notice that virtually the entire South American continent is located due east of Jacksonville, and then entire US states we don't exactly imagine as western states like Michigan, Kentucky, or Tennessee are all located entirely west of South America anyway, which is why South America is probably not located directly south.
Why in the fuck did you send me that? Russian soldiers going vegan or hypocrites?
Okay, if you haven't figured it out, what is this? In Korean, ge means dog. Gogi means meat. This says dog meat. This is not dog food for dogs. This is food meant for people, composed of dog. The North Koreans have been sharing their food with the Russian soldiers without explaining to them that they're eating dog. This has upset and offended some Russians. Here's a video of a Russian soldier getting upset.
Yeah, they're definitely hypocrites. Watch this one later with 1.25 or 1.5 times speed. Soviet Russia's merciless war for grain. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
After finding out the North Koreans fed him dog. Hello, I saw online that our guys got a hold of these cans.
Richard, wish you and Jasmine the best. Been following you since 2015. Thank you for everything you do. Vegan for life. Well, that's sweet of you. Daniel or Danili? I can't make that out. Thanks.
And ate them. And here our guys also got the same stuff from our brotherly nation. They decided to try it, but one person thought to translate. He took a translator and found out that it's dog meat. Meat of effing dog. They ate it. Damn it. And didn't even know what they were eating. Next time you can translate this stuff and find out what you're putting in your mouth. So let me explain culturally what's happening here. Going back 1,000 years to the Joseon dynasty, there's been a cultural practice on the Korean peninsula of eating one specific breed of dog. North Koreans aren't eating every type of dog. It's just the Korean Jindo dog. I didn't know this, but North Korea must be mass breeding these dogs in order to slaughter them and can them for their military. That's just...
You know, people are pretty retarded. Every second counts. Okay, thanks for the tip.
Risk upsetting Donald Trump by helping Ukraine militarily. So we got 2 days, guys, and all the early voter turnouts, all the early results look fantastic for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is going to lose. He's going to lose big. Here are the final poll numbers released by the New York Times and Siena. Harris is leading in North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Nevada. She's tied in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And of the 7 battleground states, according to this poll, she's only trailing in Arizona. So it's a more difficult road to victory for Trump, given the size of some of these states. Trump, to win, realistically needs to win Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. I think all 3
And that ain't happening.
of these states are 16 electoral votes. If he just loses one of these, it's going to become...
Yeah, I do take caffeine. I've been having one energy drink in the morning, but I don't have any more caffeine throughout the day.
Much more challenging for him to win. And it's about voter turnouts. Low voter turnout means Donald Trump will win. High voter turnout means Kamala Harris is going to win. This is why Republicans are always trying to pass laws to make it more challenging or difficult to vote. They're the ones who want to stop early voting and souls to the polls on Sunday, church groups trying to vote. So let me give you the example of North Carolina real quick. Total, 4 years ago, 5.4 million people voted in the state of North Carolina. Donald Trump won by about 1 percentage votes. But so far this year, already 4.2 million people have voted early before Election Day.
That's a good sign.
80% of the people who voted total 4 years ago have already voted early in the state of North Carolina. These numbers across the board are the same. Extremely high record-breaking voter turnouts in Pennsylvania and Georgia and all the battleground states. So these are people who don't want to go back. They're just sick of the drama. Every day with Donald Trump, it's just one insane thing after another. Drama, drama, drama. And people are tired of it. If you're not American and you're watching this video, you're sick of it. And I pray to God next week I never have to mention Donald Trump again. As soon as he loses, he's defeated for good, we don't ever have to talk about him again. It's going to feel wonderful. So in the event you haven't voted yet and you're still an undecided voter or you were leaning towards Trump, let me give you Trump's final closing argument on support for Ukraine. Spoilers, he doesn't support Ukraine.
Well, we already knew that.
The thing was way overpriced. Long term, I think we can ultimately make.
Gummy, when did you come downstairs? Hey, Gummy. I didn't think he'd come down on his own. Bemo's looking at him. Gum. Oh my goodness. Hey, Gum.
Make it a win for investors, but boy, this is a.
Being on a diet so strict, do sugars fuck you up? How much have you limited your carb intake?
Well, intake of everything is extraordinarily low just because the calories are so low. But the The only overt carb source that I have is the frozen blueberries in the morning, and I have 150 grams. Hey, I don't know exactly how much carbs that is, but whatever 150 grams of frozen blueberries has. And then there might be like a little bit, like a few calories in the zero sugar energy drinks that I have. But yeah, other than that, pretty much no carbs. Faye, be nice. Just give him some space. He's a little scared. Yeah, that's a good dog. Oh my god, Gummy is so huge. Hey, Gummy. It doesn't even, like, when you see him moving around, it doesn't even look like a domesticated cat. It looks like some big, huge, wild cat moving around. He is so big. And he's only 8 months old. He's gonna get bigger. Oh my god, he's looking around. Yeah, but I don't know what you mean by do sugars fuck you up. I have no idea what you mean by that. Fragile donate $2. Oh boy, wait till you see this Master Games.
Donald Trump was president, was life better?
Life was 100 times better.
Also, isn't it funny how Muslims claim to be Muslim while watching shows like DBZ and other anime that are based off Buddhist Hindu traditions? Well, not only that, there's like a fair bit of ecchi stuff in Dragon Ball Z. Especially in Dragon Ball. That had some shit in it. But yeah, they're all hypocrites. They all make exceptions and... You know. Thanks for the donation, Fragile.
Have you considered doing a video on the overpopulation problem? And what do you think about people who promote the vegan diet as a way to support a larger population? I have read that if we got rid of animal agriculture, we could feed 20 billion people.
Hey, Gummy. Oh my god. No, because there technically isn't an overpopulation problem, and there isn't going to be one. Most countries in the world are going to probably see a reduction in population, just because people are getting fed up with having kids. And on top of that, China's one-child policy and Russia's stupid war in Ukraine is massively going to bring down the population of these countries. So I think China is projected to have 2 billion less people living there in the next few decades. And there's also going to be far fewer Russians as well, because of the war in Ukraine. It's not just from, like, total deaths. It's also from people just moving out of the country, and then again, when they move to other areas in Europe, they end up having less kids. So all these countries are having less kids. Overpopulation isn't really going to be a problem. Biggest issue in terms of resources in the foreseeable future is just going to be electricity because of AI. But that can be solved relatively easily by just making new nuclear power plants. So I'm not really interested in making a video on the topic because we can clearly produce enough goods and resources for people today, and chances are in the next few decades, there's going to be less people living here anyway. Thanks for the donation though, Matthew.
Thoughts?
Let me see, Ali G.
There's a skibbity in my bed, Sigma's gooning in my head, glizzies all over the room, Phantoms taxing in the pool. I smell like a Discord mod. Diddy's maxed out in the yard. Mouse pay on the tap to pay. This my aura or my views. Snapchat's up last night. Ended up on stream of Sigma.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
And I felt like the tip of the spear was sharp. Come on now.
America. Listen, man, Donald Trump is the best thing that ever happened to America. And I'm going to tell you why. Let's go.
Of course. Who you voting for?
Trump.
Yeah, why's that?
Because we need to be Republican again.
I don't know what they got to say about Trump, but I know what I got to say about him. I'll with him. Excuse my language.
To hand out MAGA hats in the hood. Let's go find out, boys.
Trump or you?
I'm voting Trump because it's a racist situation. We voting Trump because we believe in the South and our gun rights, right? I'm pro-life. I think inflation was under control during Trump. It's time for America to get back to being great. And no, America wasn't always great for black folks, Latino folks, white folks. Ain't nothing wrong with being pro-America. We born here, we raised here. We ain't never seen nothing else. Most of us, these neighborhoods, American heroes, American history. Why not? You see artists.
Okay, so basically they're all stupid.
I ain't Chick-fil-A before.
Do you think Kamala would ever come to this neighborhood?
Who is that?
Yeah. Your life better when Trump was president?
Oh, yeah. It was better when he was the president. It wasn't better when Democrat was the president. Joe Biden or all Obama. Yeah. No, they ain't no good, man. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, where we at? Tell the people.
Ashby K.
They're just stupid. Like, okay.
This is a hard way to make a living.
Well, there's also a concerted effort to suppress it. There's a concerted effort with the advertisers.
Well, we had and still have a massive advertiser boycott that was organized by a bunch of left-wing NGOs.
No, advertisers just don't want to advertise on your platform because you've turned it into just Naziville.
And you always want. And I should have brought my. I have a hat made.
My next door neighbors are making mooing noises.
Make Orwell fiction again.
I've seen that hat.
Yeah, I should have brought. I was going to wear my. I should have brought my Make Orwell fiction hat again. But don't take my opinion for it. Don't take anyone's opinion for it. Go to the source material.
And
the Nazis on meth.
Meth up Nazis.
And then
bizarre, just so bizarre. And the alternatives are you can get some wacky phone, some de-Googled phone.
Dodo, donate $2. Can you react from 10 minutes to 12 minutes in the Joe Rogan Elon? They talk about meat's impact on the environment. I can do that.
Is carbon neutral if it doesn't sequester carbon.
The animals.
There is no animal farm on the planet that's carbon neutral.
Not going to make any difference to global warming. None. Zero.
No, it's
zero.
horseshit.
Zero, 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 nothing.
Do you think that that's just...
It would make a 30% difference to global greenhouse gas emissions. So if you consider 30% nothing, then yeah, I guess 30% is nothing, but those are the numbers.
Propaganda because of people that have a vested interest in like plant-based meat products and things along those lines, green energy.
I think it's part of it. You're generally going to get people pushing to avoid meat. Like some people just, maybe they've got a financial interest. Maybe they're just like vegetarians or vegans or whatever.
Ideological
reasons. But it's not going to make any difference to global.
It's so weird how he uses ideological reasons, not ethical reasons. Like, as if, vegans don't want to eat meat for, like, no reason.
Warming or, the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, really, if people eat fewer steaks, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I want to just be super clear about that.
Yeah.
Will not matter.
Even if it were, which it's not, it would still be wrong.
You will not even be able to measure it, okay? That's how irrelevant it is.
Isn't it funny that that's
unmeasurable,
that's
irrelevant.
A heretic speaking? Like, that's
It is measurable.
crazy talk now. Nowadays, it's like you have to say that we have to eat less meat.
No,
that meat
we
is bad.
can totally eat as much meat as you want. It's not going to make a difference.
Sing it. Sing it. Tell
Yeah.
Give me a second. I gotta check upstairs.
world.
Gummy's
Yeah, absolutely.
chirping.
No, back up.
Yeah, I couldn't even find him. I don't know where he is. No, Finn.
This is Alec, BTW. He doesn't seem to be the most well-informed on Israel/Palestine, but he has good takes on gay/trans and abortion rights, and I imagine you could convince him to go vegan.
But like, only God is good as a stupid message. There are a lot of things that are good. Pizza's pretty good. I don't know. I got store brand Big K citrus drop. Definitely not Mountain Dew. To the person who posted this, and I wanted to go over it. So I don't find either of them particularly special in any way.
In prayer, we do that 5 times a day.
Beautiful.
We learn that Jesus worshiped the one true God. That's who we follow. So my question is that as a Muslim who loves and adores and follows the teachings of Jesus, will I be punished or go to hell if I don't follow your idea of what Jesus was or what he taught according to Christianity?
Is this music going to get me copyright stricken? If it is, then
Form who bled and died on a cross to forgive me and to give me
being somebody like I don't
expect that.
Proof to show.
This video is remarkably boring. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Bad news, VG.
The Proud Boys militia is reportedly gearing up for potential violence should Donald Trump lose. Proud Boys stocking up, getting ready. It's going to be bigly, goes this posting by a Proud Boys chapter on Truth Social. Catherine Keneally is a former intelligence analyst with NYPD.
It is very likely that we may see individuals or small groups engaged in activities motivated by election conspiracy theories, depending on how this plays out.
They're so biased. The Proud Boys believe Trump himself is sending them a message by wearing Proud Boy yellow and black colors at recent rallies.
Proud Boys are definitely noticing when Trump wears yellow and black, and I think they view it as a signal that they should be standing by.
The election is entering its final day amid unprecedented security. It's all hands on deck as police departments across America are canceling vacations to assign as many officers to polling places as possible. The National Guard is being activated in Washington state and Nevada, and there are even rooftop snipers ready to guard a vote counting center in Phoenix.
Why did they even let Trump run? It's just so insane. What other election have they had to do this? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is Inside the Right. Tim, we are right now watching Donald Trump reeling in the aftermath of the Iowa poll from Ann Seltzer showing Kamala Harris beating him in that state 47-44. So first off, right off the bat, I know that you just interviewed Ann Seltzer for The Bulwark. How seriously are you taking this poll?
Well, quite seriously. I mean, she's been an outlier many times in the past for people that are longtime political watchers, and it's gone the other way a bunch of times. I mean, in 2016, she was kind of the canary in the coal mine about Donald Trump beating Hillary Clinton. I mean, I can remember the pit in my stomach when I saw the Iowa poll in 2016. In 2020, it was not really signaling that Trump would win, obviously, but that maybe it was a lot closer than we had thought, and that turned out to bear out in 2020. But it also was true in 2008 and the caucuses, the 2008 Democratic caucuses. She saw the Obama surge of a lot of people that did not participate in previous caucuses coming in to support him. And I think that example is pretty apt for what she's seeing today, right? Which is that there is, she's offering a model of the electorate that is dramatically more women than men. In the electorate, and that the gender gap is even greater than some of these other polls are showing. And I think that is interesting to me because it tells a consistent story with what we're seeing in the early vote, where Republicans have been bragging about how the Republican voter registration is up in early vote, and it is. But the thing that's been continuing to catch my eye is that by a 9 to 10% margin, more women are voting than men in the early vote. And so to me, I think that's interesting. Might some of those be the people we've been talking about on this show, Republican women who are pro-choice, who are turning out, or who are just turned off by Donald Trump, independent women turning out at higher rates, in particular, also some men, but in particular, independent women who are upset with Trump. And so I think that you could make a through line through those two data points. And
Yes, Turkey Tom, call me the N-word while you wipe away the tears of Nazi apologists and chew on the body parts of animals. I'm vegan gains and approve this gay-ass bowl cut pussy throating me until I puke. Hello, this is Tom, I'm a bitch, you sucked me, L.
Well, that's very nice. Thanks for the donation, Throat Me Tom.
to tell a story that makes sense. So I'm not going to sit here right now and say, oh man, I think that Kamala Harris is definitely going to win Iowa, where she hasn't even been campaigning, right? But I do think could Ann Seltzer be telling us something about the electorate that the other pollsters have missed because they've been too cautious or hurting or using various other techniques that have prevented them from being able to see a shift that she's caught?
Okay, so let's talk about those other pollsters. Do you think that they all made kind of a fatal mistake? Their results are all, showing pretty much the same thing, that the race is tied. And we even read from Nate Cohn in the New York Times that a lot of this is largely the result of these pollsters themselves looking to kind of protect their reputations because they got it wrong in 2016 and 2020. And so, what happens if they get it wrong a third time? Can you imagine what it would look like in terms of declining trust in these pollsters? And so it's just easier for a lot of them to be like, you know what? 49-49, 48-48. And it's just it kind of takes them out of the equation. And yet now when you do have a pollster, not only who is willing to show an outlier poll, but one.
Yeah, Gummy is eating the vegan food just fine. Does Gummy have any funny quirks? None that I can really tell yet. He really likes to cuddle, though.
One as effective and accurate as Ann Seltzer, do you think that this is like a blinking red light for the rest of these pollsters who might have, in attempting to protect their reputations, actually hurt them by virtue of just taking the easy route and saying, oh yeah, it's tied, when in actuality, they were missing all of these obvious signs that she was able to see.
I think it's certainly possible that's happening. Look, I think that what you're really seeing with these other pollsters, and not to just get too super nerdy with it.
Org Sam's donated $2. Maybe react later.
I currently live in Kentwood, Michigan.
Can't react to Jubilee videos. It's copyrighted. Thanks for the donation, dude.
With the audience, but like it sounds as if they're just being like, oh, let's just say it's tied. It's like what's happening is they're trying to use these metrics with weighting that makes it very challenging to get an outlier result, because what they're saying is, okay, we're going to look at the 2020 results in Pennsylvania, and if Biden won by one, we're going to make sure our sample of voters that we're testing is a sample of voters that went for Biden by one. And so if you limit yourself to that, then naturally the poll's going to end up being close. Because, like, you know, I mean, like, we've had some change, there's some turnover since between 2020 and 2024.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Kamala winning.
Destiny here, and I love when your gay stream daddy opens his sopping wet holes for me for clout favors. You think you're going to get on Jubilee? Ha 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 ha. The only jubilant thing you'll be experiencing is when I bust this fat nut in her butt. Gay boy.
Alright, well thank you for that. Appreciate the
This
donation.
guy is a beast. Some people criticize him for bouncing the weight. I don't give a fuck. I can't bounce anywhere near 500 pounds, let alone 600 plus.
Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinarily difficult to lift that kind of weight. 600 by 2 on incline. Dude, that's insane. Yeah, even with elbow wraps and shit, that's still, like, fucking crazy. That's, retard strength. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
And if somebody says it does make a difference, I'm like, how will you measure it? And if you can't even measure it, then it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally I won't be able to measure it.
Well, there's so much bullshit out there. First of all,
yeah, it's bullshit in all directions.
Thank you so much for buying Twitter. Thank
welcome.
you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm not exaggerating when I think you changed the course of history. I really do. I really think you made a fork in the road. We were headed down a path of censorship and of control of narratives that is unprecedented. Forget about what they were able to do back when they had newspapers and the media under control. What they were doing with social media by suppressing information, and when you had a combined government effort, like what they were doing with the laptop story. We have 51 former intelligence agents saying that this is Russian disinformation. Take it offline. And Twitter complied. If you didn't buy that, we wouldn't have known that. We had no idea.
This is the guy who killed Osama bin Laden, saying he would make these twinks for Harris his sex slaves.
That's very, very strange. That's very strange. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Idea.
I'm going to pop that booty hole out like one of those little plastic toys they used to give out arcades. Then I'm going to give you a sensual shoulder rub with some scented chicken tallow I got from Frankie's free-range meats. Gonna get so gay for me. Gay boy.
Yeah, Gummy came downstairs. He was wandering around. I think he's upstairs now, though. Good. Huh? No. How could he? And what do you mean foundation? There's no crawl space.
You mean the stuffing in the sides?
Yeah, where's he gonna crawl into? I stuffed it. You mean the ones I stuffed and blocked off? Yeah, well, he didn't. No. That's great. Open for Destiny. Appreciate the donation.
Exactly. No, it's. I mean, the reason I bought it was because I'm pretty attuned. Since I was like the most interacted with user on Twitter before the acquisition.
Okay.
It can possibly be for you. That's the only person that matters. Do you have Aiden's genetics? Probably not. But maybe, in your own special way, you can also be a V-tapered sex machine someday. Big caveat to this. You do not have to do this workout to get a V-taper. But this workout represents all of the major muscles you want to be really interested in the most to train to get a big V-taper. And today we've combined it into one workout, which you'll be seeing sort of throughout.
Ural stream with Finn. You're gonna have to wait quite a while for that because it's too cold. There's no way Finn can go on the Ural right now. It's like winter.
Are you still planning to do a video on Mehdi Hassan? Seems like most people don't realize how extreme he is, including people like Destiny. Would be good to have a comprehensive vid on how nuts he is.
No, not planning on doing one right now. There's like a big news story with him or something, I'll do it, but he's kind of too niche for me to really put the effort in. Thanks for the donation though, Kit Lawless.
Wow. The first exercise today is the high incline dumbbell press. Any kind of high incline press involves the upper pecs a lot, and even if you arch, which you're supposed to, and retract your shoulder blades down, which you're supposed to for safety and for strength, the upper pecs are still angled the most. If you lower the angle, you can lift more weight, but it heads progressively more and more in the middle and then lower in your pec as you lower the angle, so you want to press nice and up.
From what I've seen, pressing angle... Huh? Well, he hides pretty good. I don't know, maybe he's down here. See the rabbit over there. I don't see Gummy down here. Yeah, but I don't think increasing pressing angle actually makes you use any more upper pec.
60-degree angle is probably really good. Remember, get out super wide and then come all the way back for the lockout. Controlled, a little pause at the bottom. Any rep range is good. Sets of 5 to 30 reps. For dumbbells, 10 to 20 is probably usually for the best. We're going to hit 3 sets of this today. Any kind of upper pec work like this that really stresses.
It's in the cupboard on the left. So the dogs don't eat it?
The upper pecs and the front delts, and bonus the triceps, is going to get you well on your way to that awesome V-taper. Another point, folks, is none of these exercises specifically are magical. They're just good examples of really solid upper chest, side delt, and lat biased exercises. You can replace these with tons of other movements. So if you don't want to do high incline dumbbell press, if you get tired of it, a high incline machine press, high incline Smith machine press, you can do regular incline. That's absolutely totally fine. Barbells, dumbbells, machines all work. As long as you're getting pumped and sore up here, you get that fucking, that shit right there where you're like fucking like that. People are like, hey bro, you're like, what's up? What's up?
We're gonna change the technique a tad.
So what you're used to versus what you're going to be doing today, the weight-wise, is going to be pretty different.
Yeah.
Biggest thing we teach, right? Slowing the eccentric down a ton.
Yeah.
You're going to pause at the bottom.
Okay.
And like I said with the press, it's going to feel like you're almost wide grip crunching and flying out to touch the outside of your pecs.
Yeah.
It's going to engage more of the pec. It's a deep, deep stretch position, but you're trying to milk that last part of that eccentric so you're touching the outside of the pecs, right? So you're here, hold that stretch, feel that pain, feel that ripping your pecs apart, and then as you push up, don't do this. Feel the ceiling the whole time.
And when it's your last rep and you're done, and Jared says rack, don't rack like this. Come all the way down as if you're gonna do another rep, let it pull you apart, and then rack.
Okay.
Do you mind, because the video is to exaggerate your V-taper, that we take this off already? I know it's like a pump cover and shit, but like...
Take your clothes off, motherfucker. That's what he
take your
means.
fucking clothes off.
So strip down, okay.
Yeah, I already
Yes,
talked about
I'm sure you're used to that sort of thing. Just like that, it's gonna be harder. That's the point.
Good.
Big chest.
Control. Now control on the
Bring
way
your
down.
butt back.
Control on the
Bring
way
your
down.
butt back. Good, one more good one. Slow, control. All right, so we already checked off the muscle super well. However, if you can get to between 5 and 20 reps of pull-ups, even with no weight hanging, you are going to have an unbelievable stimulus to your lats. Question, what grip of pull-ups? To be completely honest, fellas, it's really just all winners. You could do wide grip, narrow grip, neutral grip, underhand. Underhands we're going to try with Aiden today, but there's no secret grip for the widest lats that we know of yet. Technically speaking, the lats get a little bit more growth if you bring your grip inwards because they get a bit of a stretch. Jesus Christ, is that majoring in the minors. Any type of lat pull down, assisted pull up, or pull up itself will work. Today we're gonna do pull ups, sets of 5 to 20. Aiden says he can do a lot of pull ups. We're gonna see who the fuck is lying. JK, maybe he can. Branded versus. Aiden's gonna be using them today with this workout because that's how special treatment you get if you get on our channel. You gotta sign a lot of waivers. But if you guys want to not have to sign waivers and not get a special treatment, you can just buy these straight up, the Versa grips, and you get the RP branding on there so people know that you're cool. And guaranteed, I personally guarantee this myself, if you buy these and wear this at least once, you're gonna have a girlfriend the next day. If you go all the way down to a dead hang, except it happens really fast, your muscles are barely active, they're barely generating focus. I'm getting the most out of it possible, which means all the way down, probably a good degree up. We'll see how Aiden's shoulders are feeling. You can go from here to here, no problem. Right now, Aiden, 6, good. 7, long, elbows up, elbows up. Go like that. I don't know, I've never been a hero. He's not a man, he's an immortal and fucking anime dweeb.
This is Inside the Right.
In a telegram sent January 15, 1918, Vladimir Lenin wrote, "For God's sake, take the most energetic and revolutionary measures to send grain, and more grain." The Bolsheviks came to power chanting the slogan peace, land, and bread, but there was little of the latter available. Believing that the greedy peasants were hoarding all the grain, the Bolsheviks went to the countryside and forcibly seized it. The results were tragic. In this video, let us take a look at Soviet Russia's desperate, merciless campaign for grain. At the start of the 1900s, the Russian Empire was mostly agricultural. 80% of the people lived in the rural areas. Since relatively few people lived in the cities, not much surplus was necessary to feed the urbanites, about 7 to 8% of the annual crop. About 26% of the peasants' grain production, mostly wheat, was made available to be sold to the cities and exported to other countries through external markets at market prices. The export business was big. The Russian Empire was one of the world's biggest wheat exporters, and the government made a lot of money from it. They built a massive network of trains to bring that wheat from east to west. However, the seemingly thriving grain business hid a latent weakness. Not being particularly productive, the peasants can only grow enough to send to the external markets because they sacrifice their own personal consumption. If all those peasants ever changed their habits, like if they planted less grain or started consuming more grain themselves, then those surpluses can rapidly vanish, just because so many peasants were out there. The country suffered a massive and terrible famine in 1891 and 1892, but for 20 years after that, the weather was good, the system held, and the country suffered no serious food crises. That all changed after 1914, when World War I broke out. The grain harvest in 1915 and 1916 out in the agricultural areas had not been too bad, yet grain and food could not get to the urbanites in Moscow for two reasons: markets and distribution. After war broke out, the single market through which the government bought grain started to break down. To feed its 6 million plus man army, the Russian Tsarist government started buying huge amounts of grains like oats directly from producers. They paid for this with borrowing and money printing. That diluted the currency, causing bread and oat prices to rise. So the government added price controls. Yeah, everything is fixed, right? But artificially low prices without subsidies only made the grain producers withhold their surplus grain from the market. Instead, the peasants might sow less land or consume more of what they had by either eating it themselves, feeding it to their livestock, or making vodka out of it. The second major problem was that the transportation network started to break down due to shortages in working train cars and fuel. There was also bad weather and a growing number of bandits prowling the tracks. Expensive and unavailable bread prices caused the workers at the weaving mills and factory floors to go hungry. They started to protest, leaving their jobs to do so. What had once been a single, massive food market started to break down into many smaller markets. In response, the Tsarist government gave the Minister of Agriculture the job of procuring food for the entire country, army and nation combined, in other words, a food monopoly. Using these powers, the minister set up the first food requisition program to catalog and seize grain from the peasants. However, the peasants resisted, and the government backed down. The food shortages did not end the Russian Empire, that had been fomenting for a long time, but it foretold what was to come. In February 1917, women filled the streets to protest food shortages and the war. The army garrison there refused to fire on them, and the empire collapsed soon after. After the Tsar, the provisional government took over and attempted to pass reforms, like in land. However, the new government still struggled to provide food for its urban residents. In late March 1917, they established a grain monopoly to acquire all the grain the peasants were supposedly hoarding. Grain owners were obliged to report their grain to local committees and sell their surpluses at a fixed price. However, the peasants again resisted, and the government largely backed down again. In the end, the provisional government's refusal to withdraw from the war and a continued inability to bring bread back to the cities ended their regime. In October 1917, technically November 1917, but whatever, Lenin and the Bolsheviks come to power. The Bolsheviks took over a country teetering on the verge of total collapse, a complete anarchy. Soon after taking power in October 1917, Lenin issued a decree on peace. It proposed an end to war without the seizure of lands and monetary reparations. Lenin ordered Nikolai Dukhonin, the newly enshrined supreme commander of the Russian army, to cease hostilities and open negotiations. Dukhonin refused, and Lenin immediately replaced him. In November 1917, he invited the war's belligerents to enter into negotiations for peace, but if they did not respond, Russia will negotiate with Germany alone. You can probably say that the Russian army was already then rapidly disintegrating, either because the provisional government's land reforms triggered a rush by the soldiers to return home and claim land, or because of the decree on peace itself. The sudden massive demobilization of 4.5 million soldiers, in addition to civilian refugees, only added to the total chaos engulfing the nation's transportation networks. Anyway, in the end, the Bolsheviks signed a punitive treaty with Germany in March 1918, and the cost of peace was heavy. The empire lost a third of its former population, half of its industry, 89% of its coal deposits, and country-sized tracts of land, including the Russian Empire's former breadbasket, Ukraine. Though I should note that Ukraine was by then no such basket. The Germans expected to get 1 million tons of grain from Ukraine by mid-1918. In reality, they got just 65,000 tons. Germany's later own collapse in November 1918 effectively annulled the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, but the Bolsheviks could not simply reclaim those lost lands because of newly arisen nationalist movements clamoring for their own countryhood. The Red Army had to fight for it. Then unexpectedly, in May 1918, the Czechoslovak Legion mutinied, kicking off the Russian Civil War. The war started slowly, but soon engulfs the entire country, only adding to the government's food headaches. The deterioration of central governmental authority throughout 1917 had only worsened the food crisis in the cities. The trade ties that once linked the city and the countryside were breaking. Without food, urban dwellers either stopped working in the factories or left the cities altogether, returning to their villages. This left labor shortages in the cities, which reduced production of goods like shoes, agricultural machines, and fertilizer. Unable to get these important manufactured goods from the cities, the farmer peasants saw no need to keep providing the cities with food. The Bolsheviks expected the poorer peasants to side with the urban proletariat, meaning the workers who gave only their labor, and give over their grain in solidarity. But when the peasants refused, the Bolsheviks began decrying what they called localism. The second major problem during this time was that the food transportation networks were in shambles. 2/3 of the locomotives were out of service by 1918, either destroyed, seized, or lost when Ukraine went to Germany. The tracks had fallen into disrepair, with broken rails and washed-out bridges all along the way. There was a massive shortage of labor, skilled labor especially, due to strike.
Which one of these would you have if you had to drink one of these? What's both?
Plan. Like the world's finest energy drink. All I need is to have coffee.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
That's what you want. Or you work out. It's Red Bull. It's great, just too long.
That is very dangerous.
T, what are you doing?
Pouring drinks.
What do you mean?
I'm pouring drinks. Like a professional. Okay. Step 1.
I guess that one because there's a lower chance of dying. Thanks for the donation, Cell.
Strikes, immigration, and epidemic diseases like typhus. Their inexperienced replacements struggled to keep up with the mass demand, causing jams. That particularly vexed the Bolsheviks. In 1918, problems with the railway networks left 41,000 tons of grain stuck at various stations on the Moscow city perimeter. And then there are the bandits. Wherever the trains stopped, people swarmed to thieve them, with 12,000 incidents reported in a single month. Food officials in Siberia requested full military escorts with machine guns to accompany the trains, saying that rifles could no longer repel the bandits.
What was he doing? What was he doing? Yeah. Well, he ate just before he had a nap with me.
When was that?
That was, like 5:30.
He doesn't look like a baby, but he's a baby.
He's your baby.
I'll show him where the food is, and then I'll...
He's so big.
January 1918, just 39% of the grain trains setting out from Moscow arrived at their destination. The Bolsheviks came to power because their
Some things don't change. Finish your dog slop and charge the wide open prairie full of drones and mines.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Vladimir Putin.
predecessors could not provide bread for the urbanites. They realized its importance in maintaining social order and power. But in case they needed a reminder, in the spring of 1918, the Bolsheviks' political rivals, the Mensheviks, began a political resurgence, winning elections across many of the country's cities. Lenin comes to believe that this crisis can only be ended by extraordinary measures implemented by a powerful central authority. In March 1918, Lenin declares the first such measure the Railway Decree. It essentially gave the People's Commissariat for Transport dictatorial powers over the Russian railways. This paves the way for further extraordinary control over other aspects of the economy. On May 8th, Lenin declared a food dictatorship. His party would now conduct a merciless and terroristic struggle and war on peasants deemed to be holding back food surpluses, particularly richer ones called the kulaks. Armed force was allowed in acquiring these surpluses for the rations to feed the city urbanites. Anyone with a surplus of grain can be imprisoned for 10 years with his possessions seized by the state. This was, in essence, the declaration of a civil war in the Russian countryside. The Bolsheviks first targeted their food dictatorship policies at the few grain-growing areas in European Russia left in their grasp. Throughout the summer of 1918, the intensifying Russian Civil War cuts the Bolsheviks off from agricultural heartlands in Siberia, Urals, and the Volga. The food crisis in the cities worsens. To catalog and acquire the grain, Lenin's government first decides to leverage class warfare to pry surplus grain from the prosperous peasants, the kulaks. The government mobilized the poor peasants into committees, kombed, literally called the Committees of the Poor, to find and take the grain hidden by these kulaks. By 1918, there were estimated some 122,000 to 139,000 committee members in Soviet Russia. The difficulty in assembling these committees had to do with classification. Kombed members often were landless artisans and hired agricultural workers, people with little social status in the villages. And what defined a prosperous peasant anyway? Lenin believed that every peasant who doubled their consumption, seeds, grain, livestock, was a kulak, a definition so vague that anyone could have qualified. Unable to convince the villages to give up their wheat, the committees of the poor often resorted to violence and terrorism. They became extremely unpopular, triggering much peasant unrest. In the early months of the food dictatorship, the government also forms food requisition brigades called proto-triads. These were paramilitary detachments of armed factory workers and urban residents. They were organized to go into the countryside and work with the committees of the poor to quote-unquote requisition food. They got to keep half of whatever they got. It was essentially legalized robbery. The brigades faced considerable resistance in the villages. Many former soldiers from the army moved home to their villages, fiercely resisting any attempt to steal their food. Sometimes the brigades clashed with groups of Red Army personnel, despite the two theoretically being on the same side. In late 1918, a Red Army group waiting at a train station to go to the front heard that a brigade was nearby. They rushed to that brigade office and began beating the commissar there, shouting that while they were going to the front, these guys were stealing food from their wives and children. Brigades took advantage of their powers, becoming no better than gangs. In one memorable occasion, several occupied the train stations, stopping trains, requisitioning passengers' food, stealing anything not nailed down, and killing anyone standing in their way, including policemen. This disrupted the trains to such an extent that train officials appealed to Lenin directly, who sent people to arrest them. The shortages fed the rise of the black market and smugglers, meshnochniki, or literally bagmen. Many were ordinary urbanites traveling out to the countryside themselves to barter for food, hitching rides on the trains to do so. A survey in 1919 found that 55% of city households had brought in food from the countryside. But some were very organized and very well armed. These bagmen clashed with brigades or anyone else who tried to stop them from bringing grain into the city. During the summer of 1918, officials in Kursk sent an urgent telegram requesting 5,000 armed men to repel a large infestation of quote-unquote profiteers. In another case in the same area, officials warned that 1,200 former workers from the Bryansk metalworks had abandoned their posts and were making their way to Kursk to get grain, killing anyone they encountered from the food requisition working groups. By August 1918, Moscow's incoming food supplies had declined to just a few railway cars each day. Children were now eating vegetable husks. Desperate, Lenin sends the People's Commissar of Agriculture, Semyon Sereda, to go to the grain-growing regions closest to Moscow, Orel, Voronezh, and Tambov, to collect from the harvest. Sareta sets up base in the city of Yelets and sends an expedition to the lands formerly owned by the nobles, now owned by the state, to survey the grain and collect it. Collecting the state-owned grain went all right, though the Soviet expeditions often lacked proper tools for doing so. But acquiring the quote-unquote surpluses personally held by the peasants was far harder. To the peasants, these guys were just another group of bandits coming to their homes and demanding grain. They resisted, even going so far as beating up the officials. Lenin sends constant messages to Sareta to collect the grain surpluses, sometimes berating him for ignoring requests for substantial updates and more grain. On September 17th, Lenin wrote, "You limit yourselves to general and vague comments that often serve to cover total failure of the work. We need exact figures about how much grain has been harvested, collected, and milled." In the end, acquiring these surpluses of grain required careful trading of manufactured goods like nails, shoes, and soap that the peasants wanted. Even then, Sareta's people refused to work without an armed detachment, feeling that they were risking their lives otherwise. Sometimes, even arms were not enough. One time, they approached a village with 30 armed men, but were still forced to retreat when confronted by an enormous crowd. In the end, Moscow and the Bolsheviks pull through its desperate summer thanks to rationing, the black market, and not insignificant small-scale smuggling. Cities lost a third of the population as peasants returned to their villages. What Sareta actually procured only came in September, when the worst had already passed, and fell far short of expectations. But it did show the government how to systematically get the grain surpluses. In November 1918, Lenin abolishes the committees of the poor and sets up this new model across the whole country. In January 1919, the Soviet government announced the policy for armed food requisitions, or Pryodyazvoska. The term literally means armed food requisitions, but it more generally refers to the requisition quotas imposed on the various localities rather than the actual activity itself. Food supply officials at the top first determined how much the country needed, and they split that amount up to quotas which were assigned to each province, district, township, and village. Now comes the hard part. The local agents have to collect the required grain. When possible, they tried to offer material incentives to trade with the peasants. Industrial goods were preferred, but often not available in high enough quantities. To make up the gap, officials might pay money, though currency was increasingly useless thanks to the ongoing hyperinflation, or promise the peasants future goods, thusly making the delivered grain a loan. When material incentives did not work, the food procurement officials were authorized to threaten the peasants with force. This force came from the top down. District leaders told the village and township officials that they would be the first arrested if they did not make their quotas or even questioned the quotas. Local officials were encouraged to personally participate.
Aaron Ra's live. Is he live on that stupid fucking channel, or is he live on his own channel? Because if it's on, whatchamacallit, I don't care.
In the collection. Throughout 1919, 15 to 20% of agricultural product was requisitioned from the villages. The next year, that doubled to 30%. Considering that even before the war, the peasants sent 26% of their production to external markets, this was too much. To make the food procurement quota for 1918, peasants had to hand over their seed grain. This, combined with the feeling that the government would take their bread anyway, compromised the peasants' abilities to sow enough land in 1919, causing a significant reduction in how much cropland was cultivated. 1919 amounts were just 60% of what they were pre-war. In response, the food committee officials adjusted their quotas to be based on the amount of sown cropland. Regardless, these quotas were unrealistic. Remember from what I said before, the peasants had already cut their own consumption to provide their surpluses. Yet food procurement officials continued to insist that evil kulaks were hoarding food somewhere in the village. Increasingly squeezed, the peasants slaughtered their livestock and ate traditional famine foods. They baked famine.
It's on his own channel.
Of course, they started yelling at the protesters. There's like 50 protesters of this statue, and they're like, all lives matter, of course, and BLM is Antifa. You need to go back with George Soros, and yelling the N-word. They said...
It's not a Colin show.
And bread from grass, nettle, leaves, acorn, and even sawdust. They ate animal skins, bones, tree bark, clay, roof thatching, and manure. The first reports of cannibalism were emerging as early as spring 1919, when 2 teenagers attacked and consumed their neighbor. And then the following year, 1920, brought a massive drought that gripped large areas of European Russia, including the central Black Earth and middle and low Volga regions. The winter came early, but with little precipitation. It dried out the peat forests and marshes, sparking hundreds of fires. The drought led to massive crop failures in 1921, 50% declines of output in the Volga Basin. Other areas like Ukraine and the northern Caucasus suffered as well. Only Siberia had an average harvest. These food requisitions were cruel, and they eventually spread across the entirety of the country as the Reds gradually prevailed in the Russian Civil War. But the Bolsheviks felt that it was the only way to feed the people in the cities, as well as the Red Army fighting the Russian Civil War. By the end of 1920, however, the Soviet government began acknowledging an imminent famine. This and several soldier rebellions, the 1921 Kronstadt Rebellion in particular, caused Lenin to feel that his country needed quote-unquote breathing space. The party ended the forced food requisitions. Instead, they levied a tax on the harvest. Knowing that doing this can cause even more people to fall into hunger, the officials made the amount smaller than what was previously required. Nevertheless, in these early years, the tax was the same old grain requisitioning with a new name. Every gram was hard fought for. Villagers beat and killed tax collection officials, hitting them with clubs and throwing them into the Volga River. Several villages had to be besieged for months. In response, the government set up military tribunals and unleashed paramilitary groups again. The former regularly sent peasants to prison, exile, or death. The latter deteriorated into cruel bandit behavior, torturing, beating, and summarily executing at will. By June 1921, the Soviet government acknowledged that it could not feed the estimated 25 million people suffering hunger. Lenin thus requested help from abroad. The US and Europe responded, though not without conditions. The US government raised $200 million, or $3.4 billion today, to help deliver 4 million tons of relief in Europe. Internally, commissions were set up to provide food to the famine-stricken regions, though sadly, some of the food relief sent to the Volga came from areas that also desperately needed it. Between late 1921 and August 1922, 1,127 trainloads of food were sent from Ukraine to the Volga. Yet the drought had hit Ukraine too, though less ferociously, but no one in the party believed that Ukraine could ever have a bad grain harvest. In Soviet Ukraine, over 3 million people were recorded as being hungry. Travelers recorded that in the worst-hit villages, people were eating their straw roofs, as well as the dogs and cats on the street. In the end, it is estimated that over 5 million people died in the 1921-1922 famine. Horrible things were recorded to have happened, including rampant cannibalism. Children abandoned on the streets, left to be preyed upon by bands of cannibals. I'm not going to show you these photographs, but you can find them online. It's terrible. Areas fell in and out of a state of famine, and it did not fully end until 1924, in part because in 1923 the Soviet government lowered food taxes and finally allowed the peasants to pay them in money rather than their grain. Nevertheless, grain production in 1924-1925 had fallen nearly 40% from 1912-1913. In an effort to give face of a recovery, the Soviet government even began exporting its precious grain in 1923. Truly baffling. Scholars consider this time of forced food requisitions as being part of the ruinous war communism years. Lenin conceded this retreat back to capitalism, but he and the party justified the limited use of markets because the party still controlled what they saw as the quote-unquote commanding heights of the economy, as in its critical parts like heavy industry and banking. In the end, however, he and the Communist Party were still determined to return Soviet Russia to socialism.
Yeah, I'm still
this
planning
retreat
on
to
getting
capitalism
Sparking
can
Zero.
only be temporary. But how to deal with the solid resistance of the peasant class? The answers implemented by the Soviets down the line would only cause more suffering. All right, everyone, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel, sign up on the Patreon.
Communism is pretty fucking dumb.
This video was made.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. Skip 23916. I still don't understand how there are atheists/agnostics who vote for them when they're alienating them out in the open.
Spend their entire millions and millions.
3916.
Because Floridians know that Governor DeSantis will never be deterred from standing for what's right. And I don't say that as Lieutenant Governor. I say that, most importantly, as a mother of three and a woman of faith. And I believe that those of us that prescribe to our faith have a special responsibility to stand up for what is right, to protect life. We are right next door to St. Teresa, one of the most iconic churches in Miami-Dade County. And just yesterday, thousands of people walked through that door and through the doors of churches all around our state to pray, to worship, to hear the word of God. And while I know that one of our doctors said this isn't a religious amendment, here's what I will say. We cannot go to church and pray like Christians and turn around and vote like atheists.
Christian nationalism is antithetical to the idea of Christianity. Well, they're called retards, Ben. They're all over the place. Thanks for the donation, dude.
In 1986, the Soviet Union had slightly
Hey,
more
Alex.
than 10,000 computers. The Americans had 1.3 million. At the time of Stalin's death, the Soviet Union was the world's third most proficient computing power. But by the 1960s, the US-Soviet computing gap was already years long. 20 years later, the gap was undeniable and basically permanent. Why did this happen? The Soviet state believed in science and industrial modernization. Support for research and development and the hard sciences were plentiful. They had the country's finest minds. Goodness gracious, they launched Sputnik. They landed on Venus. How did it come to this? In 1948, news arrived in the Soviet Union about the ENIAC. the first general-purpose programmable computer having been built 2 years earlier in the United States. The Soviets knew little about how the ENIAC worked, other than that it used vacuum tubes, and many dismissed the news as simply propaganda. But they could not help but notice that the West was putting a lot of resources into space. The Soviet government did need to improve its calculating workflows. For instance, the nuclear weapons effort required 100-plus young calculator girls working daily 8-hour shifts doing nothing but calculations. Administrators were concerned about finding enough people to do error-free calculations of things like differential equations. Differential equations are, haha, just kidding guys, no math here. I still wake up at 3 a.m. from calculus nightmares. Anyway, in 1948, the Soviet Union set up a new institute within the Soviet Academy of Sciences, the Institute of Precision Mechanics and Computer Technology, or ITM-VT, to explore this. However, the ITM-VT's first efforts were towards mechanical analog calculating machines. This was due to the political influence of its director, the powerful General Nikolai Burevich, who thoroughly believed that reliable electronic general computers in the near future were impossible. A number of Soviet scientists believed this direction to be wrong. In the Stalin era, however, voicing such concerns and going against the party directive was dangerous, to say the least. But over in Ukraine, a new development gave them the headroom to try. In 1948, Sergei Lebedev, the director of the Kiev Electrotechnical Institute in Ukraine, learned about the American efforts to build digital computers. Lebedev was a trained electrical engineer and war hero. During World War II, he developed a tank gun stabilization system that allowed tanks to aim and fire properly at the enemy whilst on the move. This won him a medal and the Order of the Red Banner of Labor. Realizing the computer's importance to his country, over the next 2 years, Lebedev built his own quote-unquote little calculating machine, the Mali Elektrono-Shenaya Mashina, or MESM, ironically named since it had about 6,000 vacuum tubes and took up 60 square meters of space. On December 1951, MESM solved its first real calculation, solving for 585 possible values of a probability distribution function for an artillery weapons calculation table. This required 250,000 calculations and 2.5 hours. In late 1949, the device was shown to a group of top political leaders, including future Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, at the time secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party. It apparently impressed them. The renegade scientists at the ITM-VT reached out to Khrushchev, who gave the go-ahead to depose the once powerful Nikolai Burevich and allow the ITM-VT to move forward with a new, more powerful digital computer. The Bolshaya Elektronia Shenaya Mashina, or BESM-1, the name literally means large calculating machine, and it was capable of 8,000 to 10,000 operations each second, or 8 to 10 kiloflops. The BESM-1 would have been one of the world's fastest computers, certainly the fastest in Europe. To compare, in 1951, the UNIVAC-1 was one of America's leading-edge computing machines, and it was capable of only about 1 kiloflop. But ITM-VT struggled to deliver the BESM. That's because the Ministry of Machine and Instrument Engineering had previously started a new institute called SKB-245 for making differential analyzers. These are mechanical analog computers that use wheels and disks to solve differential equations. They were quite popular in America during the 30s and 40s. However, SKB-245 soon went against this mandate and proposed to build their own digital high-speed computer, the Strela. Strela was computationally inferior to the BESM-1, just 2 kiloflops where the BESM did 8 to 10. But its supporters argued that 10 kiloflops was thoroughly unnecessary, when the Strela could perform in 10 hours what would take a single mathematician 100,000 days. A bizarre argument. It reminds me of the 28-nanometer chips are just fine credo. With Stalin's blessing, the two institutes competed, which hurt the BESM. Near the end of its development, the ITM-VT needed a special part to bring their machine up to spec, cathode ray tubes for memory storage. However, only one ministry in the country made such things, and unfortunately, that was the Ministry of Machine and Instrument Engineering, SKB-245's ministry. They refused to supply tubes
Elon's lawyer and the director of America PAC testified that the winners of the lottery are vetted ahead of time to judge whether their values align with the org, meaning they're basically paid spokespeople. Get this is their defense.
Well, they're gonna run into a few problems with that defense. One, that's clearly a lie. Two, they're admitting to scamming. So that would violate the lottery laws in that state. That's the best their lawyers could come up with? Yeah, he's not getting away with that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Tubes for the BESM-1, forcing the team to adopt mercury storage tubes, an inferior part. A 1951 state commission eventually chose the Strela over BESM-1, perhaps because of its flashy lights. But actual users soon discovered serious issues. First, it broke down too often. And secondly, it could not solve the complicated quadratic equations needed for fission development. This requirement was fairly important. The head of the Soviet nuclear development effort requested BESM replacements. By then, it was 1955. The BESM-1 would remain Europe's fastest computer for a few more years, but the effort illustrates future Soviet issues in building a competitive computer. The Soviets had succeeded in developing a first-generation computer. They did it as fast as the West could, and their computer was arguably better. Another Soviet success, right? Well, no. At the leading edge and on the newspaper headlines, it might seem...
Read through a little of this.
Let me see. Judge denies Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner's request to block Elon Musk's giveaway. What the fuck? That's strange. Is he a Republican judge? Philadelphia, the 1 million a day voter sweepstakes that Elon Musk Political Action Committee is hosting in swing states can continue through Tuesday's presidential election. Pennsylvania judge ruled Monday. Common Pleas Court Judge Angelo Foglietta, ruling after Musk's lawyer said the winners are not chosen by chance, did not immediately give a reason for the ruling. That's suspicious. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner had called the sweepstakes a scam that violates state election law, asked that it should be shut down. Winners of the sweepstakes did not win by chance, but are instead paid spokespeople for the group. Musk lawyer Chris Gober said the final two recipients before Tuesday's presidential election will be in Arizona on Monday and Michigan. The disclosures prompted a lawyer for District Attorney Larry Krasner to call the effort a scam that is designed to actually influence a national election. Like, the fact that he's only doing it in swing states is evidence of that. Musk's lawyers said it's core political speech. In an October 20th social media post shown in court, Musk said anyone signing the petition had a daily chance of winning. Yeah, so why would a judge not block this? Like, he's clearly lying. And of course, Musk didn't attend the hearing. Krasner said he could still consider criminal charges as he is tasked with protecting both lotteries and the integrity of elections. Defendants are indisputably violating Pennsylvania's lottery laws. Then why would he let Musk do it? This judge has to be politically motivated. Krasner, who noted that he has long driven a Tesla, said he could also seek civil damages for the Pennsylvania registrants. What the fuck is going on here? Like, none of that made any fucking sense. Thanks for the donation, retard. Mangusis donated $2, slide 4. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Whoa. Holy crap. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Whoa. That's a good chonker. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love groundhogs. My goodness, a Hyrax. Looks like a little baby Hyrax. That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh, look how sentient. What a sweet little chonker. Oh my goodness. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a Hyrax. It's a baby Hyrax. Oh my god. Thoughts?
Sicker than ever. At my age, 77, check my nerves. No animals in 54 years, and I got a B12 deficiency. Proud to have a B12 deficiency. And I don't show the symptoms of a B12 deficiency.
Yeah, it's not good to be B12 deficient.
Even those vegans that eat cooked food, you have a B12 deficiency, your nerves are shot.
Cooked food does not affect how a B12 deficiency works.
And your brain, your mind is feeble, absent-minded, Alzheimer's, all of these things. But because I don't eat cooked food.
Yeah, there's no benefits to a raw diet.
The 95% of B12 that comes out in your excrement means that you only utilize 5%.
Yeah, this guy's just a retard. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis.
Seemed like the Soviets and the Americans were neck to neck, but at the production level, the story was very different. In 1959, the Soviet Union produced computers worth a cumulative $59 million. Impressive by itself, but that same year the United States produced $1 billion of computer hardware. By 1964, the Soviet Union produced 200 million semiconductor pieces, a great improvement, but still far behind the 1.36 billion that the United States produced that same year. This is where the battle was lost. Far more relevant than any hostile ideology, I have omitted here a long meandering section on Soviet cybernetics, the Soviet computing industry failed because it could not produce enough good computers fast enough. In the Soviet command economy, the computer failed to tap its full potential. The Soviet military had some demand for computers, but only so much. In the West, computer-aided automation revolutionized industrial processes like steelmaking and manufacturing. This drove titanic commercial and industrial demand for computers, far larger than the demand from the military. But the Soviet steelmaker only needs to make enough steel for their quota. Their quota says nothing about how good that steel needed to be, nor how efficient they had to be in making it. Soviet computer makers had little incentive to produce productivity-improving computers. Just as critically, they also had no incentive to provide the necessary training and customer service so that their customers can even properly use their products. As a result, ministers failed to see the computer's full potential, and thus were reluctant to risk their quotas by allocating limited resources to computer development. So factories frequently failed to receive funding, materials, and talents they needed to produce. For instance, in 1958, the Penza Computer and Analytical Machine Plant, one of the only two in the Soviet Union at the time, requested 50 computer experts, but received just 7. This was a systemic problem. The country has long lagged behind its peers when it came to distributing new, revolutionary technologies across the country. For example, the Soviets were pioneers in steelmaking and synthetic fibers. 30 countries, including Japan, purchased the rights to the Soviet steel casting patent. Despite this, the Soviets universally lagged their foreign peers in pushing those innovations across their own economies. In 1959, the West began an industry transition from vacuum tubes to transistors, second-generation computer technology. The transistor's solid-state reliability and smaller size turned the computer from a science.
Have you seen Crispiracy? They released it for free on their website because they bought their rights back from Netflix. If you haven't, I wonder if they would mind you doing a reaction on stream.
They probably would. But, I'll probably watch it tonight after stream, when I go to bed. Haven't seen it yet. Thanks for the donation, 269.
Scientific curiosity into a powerful industrial tool. The IBM 1401, the Model T of computers, sold over 12,000 units as they replaced older punch card technologies. This spurred the development and commercialization of new peripherals, things like cathode ray displays and external storage, as well as new paradigms of programming. The Soviets worked to develop their own second-generation computer, too. While the Ural series of computers, built by the aforementioned Penza computer plant, were notable for their unified nature, the true Soviet second-generation flagship was the Besem 6. The Besem 6 was the Soviet Union's first supercomputer capable of performing over 1 million operations each second. It entered production in 1967 and would be extensively used across the country.
Will I actually game later, or am I lying? I probably will game later.
Computing centers.
I do want to play that horror game.
Wide adoption led to the development of new software and multi-program operating systems.
I just realized what's going on. I imagine they're putting it off till there's a clear winner of the election. If Kamala wins, it would make sense for the case to move to federal court. If Trump wins, the judge might keep it in state court. Judge is a Dem.
Oh, I see. Elon Musk was actually trying to get it moved to federal court, and that was in the hopes if Trump wins, he could pardon him.
It's a shame that it's probably under copyright, so you can't watch it on stream, because I would have loved to see your reaction to it.
Yes. It is too bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. But yeah, Musk tried to move it into federal court in the hopes that if Trump wins, he could get a pardon or something. So yeah, it would kind of make sense to keep it in civil court and wait and see if Kamala wins, because then he could impose federal charges. Didn't think of that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Generally, it showed great progress. But by then, the Americans were already moving on to the next big thing. The Soviets managed to deliver a first and second generation computer 2 or so years behind the West. Behind, but not too far behind. But that changed with the third generation computer, devices powered by integrated circuits. The first mentions of a computing gap between the United States and the Soviet Union begin here. In 1964, IBM announced the System 360, a complete line of computer hardware with both backwards and forwards compatibility. Customers who invested in writing expensive software for their second-generation computers can use the System 360 without fear of losing that investment. The 360 revolutionized the computer industry and became one of IBM's greatest commercial successes. Over in the Soviet Union, it became clear that demand for future computers had a seemingly limitless ceiling, and the domestic industry, with its disparate parts, needed to step up. In 1964, the Izvestia, a daily broadsheet and the Soviet Union's newspaper of record, levied the first major criticism of the country's computer efforts. It pointed out that the current industry effort was too disjointed and needed some centralizations. 2 years later, Pravda published an article asking whether the Soviet computer industry was yet ready to meet the national economy's computing requirements. The author writes, "Unfortunately, we must state that the situation is far from optimistic." Now, Russia has been importing foreign technologies going as far back as Peter the Great, and in many cases, this has helped them acquire expertise in disadvantaged industries. For instance, rocketry. Soviet rockets gained much of their early expertise from transferred German scientists and war booty acquired after World War II. Another example would be in the chemical industry. I have also covered other cases of countries importing foreign technologies and successfully improving upon them to dominate the market. China from Germany in the solar panel space, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea from the United States in the early semiconductor space, so on. However, there is always a balance. If the technology transfer process fails to take hold and innovation cannot be self-generated, then what might result is an uncontrollable and irreversible addiction to the imported technology. In 1967, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union followed through and issued a decree, Resolution 1180-420, to consolidate its disparate computing industry. The product would be a series of unified third-generation computers for every problem. The Edinina Sistema Project, or ES, literally meaning unified system. The resolution grew the computing manufacturing budget tenfold to 3 billion rubles in 1975. It directed the country to build 28 new computer plants, expand 22 existing ones, and finally produce 20,000 computers by 1975. To build the ES, the two ministries in charge of development opted to copy an American IBM 360 model's design to make the ES compatible with 360 software. This decision was controversial. Some argued that this would make the USSR an intellectual colony of the West. A few influential scientists felt that this was an opportunity to pioneer a new Soviet computing experience, built from the ground up with modern Soviet standards in mind. One memo read, "Copying foreign work excludes the possibility of utilizing our own collective experience of computer research, and, in the immediate future, will hinder our ability to employ new principles. This will bring the development of computer technology in our nation to an end." This assessment wasn't entirely incorrect. Furthermore, at the time the decision was made, the US government forbade IBM from exporting 360 systems to the Soviet Union. This meant that the Soviets would not have access to adequate documentation and have to acquire genuine systems through espionage or intermediaries. There were other options on the table. ICL, the United Kingdom's biggest computer maker, leapt at the chance to tap the massive Soviet market and overtake their rivals at IBM. In 1968, the computer giant offered to share the technology and documentation from their 360-compatible System 4 line of computers. ICL was even willing to commit significant funds and send specialists for future code development. I mentioned the System 4 in a previous video I made about ICL. ICL had the System 4 because one of its predecessors, English Electric, acquired a license from RCA. This was a promising alternative approach, one where the Soviets can have their 360 software compatibility, learn British programming methods, and also retain some industrial sovereignty. However, working with ICL would also push back the project's delivery date by at least 1.5 years. Such a prospect at the time would be politically difficult to swallow, considering how wide the Soviet-American computer gap already was. This was especially the case in software, with the domestic situation so dire that even Brezhnev knew about it. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union had made this a high political priority, and the penalties for missing those are not pretty. Furthermore, the East German government had already started an effort to study and copy the IBM 360 computer. Telling them to change directions and work with ICL would have had political consequences, i.e., piss them off. This copying decision, documented in meeting notes as it was being made, had tragic, long-lasting consequences on the Soviet computing industry. Several prominent computer scientists resigned their posts in protest. Computer legend Sergei Lebedev attempted to reverse the decision later on, but failed. These efforts are said to have hastened his death in 1974. Over 100 organizations, 46,000 scientists, and 300,000 workers across Poland, East Germany, Hungary, Romania, and Czechoslovakia would help develop the ES. Over 15,000 pieces were created. Many of the ES systems hardware were created through reverse engineering. The peripheral situation, as was often the case in the Soviet computing industry, fell short of Western alternatives. Soviet disk storage solutions were particularly iffy. Software-wise, the ES's 360 compatibility did accelerate Soviet capabilities. Contemporary CIA estimates in the 1970s believed that the Soviet computing gap shrank from the 10 to 15 years it was in the mid-60s to about 4 to 6 years. However, the short-term gain soon led to a long-term loss. Starting in the 1980s, the Soviet industry struggled to reverse engineer increasingly complicated Western computers, widening the gap once more. This time, the Soviets had lost the native industrial capacity to develop anything new on their own, making the gap permanent. Industrial productivity struggled as the computers of the 1970s aged and frequently broke down. By 1989, a quarter of all the Soviet Union's 13,613 general-purpose computers were ES-1022s, made in 1974, but copying a technology first released in 1965, 24 years old. The linkage to foreign technology also caused issues when the United States and the West levied export bans on their advanced technologies during certain international crises. In the United States, policymakers debated about the merits of allowing the Soviets access to American technologies. Hawks complained that the US was selling them the capability to close their own gap. And in some ways they were right. Looking back at it, with their human capital shortages, the Soviets could never have created anything close to the IBM 360 software. But even with the transfers, the gap still remained, and the Soviets were never able to fully close it. The fall of the Soviet computing industry was a story of wasted talents, lost progress, foolish short-term strategic choices made by politicians over scientists, and the limits of centralized planning.
The modern era of electronics began with the light bulb, but not in the way you might think. Early light bulbs consisted of a carbon filament sealed inside a glass bulb with a vacuum inside. When a potential difference was applied across the filament, current flowed through it, heating it up to over 2,000 Kelvin, so hot that it glowed. If there had been much oxygen in the bulb, the filament would have burned immediately. That was the reason for the vacuum. But from the perspective of electronics, the real breakthrough came from a curious observation made by Thomas Edison. He saw that over a bulb's lifetime, the glass became discolored, turning yellow and then brown, but only on one side. So what was going on? Well, the heated filament emits not only light and heat, but also electrons. You can think of them being boiled off the surface of that carbon. This phenomenon, known as thermionic emission, had twice been discovered independently by other scientists up to 27 years earlier, but after Edison, it became widely known. In fact, for a time, the emission of electrons off a hot filament was called the Edison effect. Now, these electrons floating around were unobstructed because they're in a vacuum. But since there was a potential difference across the wires that led to the filament, the electrons were attracted to the positive wire. So they accelerated towards it, and most would whiz straight past it and crash into the glass, over time discoloring it only on the positive side. I should note that Edison was using DC electricity. If he had been using AC, then both sides would have been discolored. But it was this observation that set the scene for an electronics revolution, and eventually the first digital computers. In 1904, John Ambrose Fleming patented a device that was very similar to Edison's light bulb, but with one important addition: a second electrode in the bulb. By charging this plate positively with respect to the filament, electrons could be accelerated across the gap, completing the circuit. But if the plate were slightly negative relative to the filament, then it would repel electrons and no current would flow. Fleming called his device a one-way street for electricity. Since only one of the electrodes was heated, electrons could only flow from there to the plate, and not the other way around. The device was called a thermionic diode, and it was used initially for detecting radio signals, but it could also convert alternating current to direct current. Scientists quickly realized that a more efficient design had the filament in the center and the other electrode, the plate or anode, as a cylinder surrounding it. This geometry captured more of the electrons coming off the filament and allowed for larger currents to flow.
Oh, there she goes.
With just one of these diodes, you could convert AC into a bumpy kind of DC, but combining a few diodes and a capacitor led to a fairly steady direct current. And this was a big deal. It was the first practical vacuum tube device and the model for all vacuum tubes that would dominate the industry for the next half-century. In the early 1900s, the big problem in electronics was amplification. Radio had just been invented, but its range was limited by the lack of reliable equipment that could boost weak signals. Similarly, telephone calls were limited to at most 1,300 kilometers, because by that point the signal was too faint to hear. A rudimentary form of amplification had been built for telegraph operation called the relay. In a relay, there is an electromagnet, and when current flows through that electromagnet, it attracts a switch, turning on a second circuit. But when the current through the electromagnet stops, the switch is released, and the second circuit is open again. This device works well for amplifying the dots and dashes of Morse code along a telegraph line, but its binary output means it's incapable of amplifying the complex and analog signals of phone calls and radio waves. And that's why it was such a breakthrough in
How much to kiss Cosmic Skeptic on the mouth? Maybe 10 grand.
1906, when Lee DeForest took the diode and added another electrode into the bulb. This electrode wasn't a solid piece of metal, but rather a sparse wire mesh, and it was positioned in between the filament, or cathode, and the anode. With 3 electrodes, it was called a triode. Now, a large potential difference could be applied across the anode and cathode, but the number of electrons that actually flowed between them was controlled by the voltage on the grid, as this new electrode was known. If the grid were slightly negatively charged, it repelled electrons from the filament, so that none could flow through to the anode. But if the grid were slightly positive, then electrons were attracted away from the filament, and most of them would pass through the holes in the grid and then accelerate to the anode. So in this way, a small change in voltage on the grid can control a huge voltage at the anode, and the response is rapid, so you can get high-frequency amplification. I like to think of it as standing at the top of a high cliff, opening and closing a valve on a big water pipe. I mean, it doesn't take much energy to turn the valve, but that small input is converted into a huge output of water falling down the cliff.
You're powering up this triode here?
You can see it warming up there.
So the yellow is the input? And the
yellow is the input, purple is the output. We have essentially a 2-volt change on the input giving us, 5 volts, so 5, 10.
Do you know what Tony Wright meant by the Golden Age, where he claims humans lived in a blissful state in harmony with their surroundings until some devastating ecological event happened and made us retarded? It's confusing 'cause we evolved from a psychotic animal.
He has some interesting ideas that aren't really supported by any real evidence or science. He thinks that humans had some greater cognitive ability where we were like more empathetic, we could understand each other better. It's almost as if he was talking about like a type of telepathy almost, where we could like read each other's minds. And he thinks moving away from a fruit-heavy diet made us lose those cognitive capabilities. And he thinks a lot of these religious myths about like being kicked out of a Garden of Eden was a way of anthropomorphizing and explaining that cognitive decline that humanity was experiencing. I haven't seen any evidence that humans have lower cognitive capacity or our cognitive capabilities have decreased over time. And yeah, chimpanzees, our closest relatives, are fucking assholes. So, like, yeah, it is true that our brains need glucose to function properly. And if you are not able to have a carbohydrate-rich diet, that would cause cognitive decline. I don't think there have been many human species, human societies, though, that have had that issue. Because we convert, more complex carbohydrates into glucose very efficiently. So if all we had access to was bread, that wouldn't really be a problem. Now, there are antioxidants in fruit that do protect your brain. So I could see there being a number of societies that didn't have access to fruit and just adequate nutrition in general. And maybe they were experiencing some kind of cognitive decline. And some of those, like, myths about being kicked out of a garden was a way of, like, explaining some of those feelings. Like, maybe there were societies that had very high rates of, like, early dementia. But as far as, like, that happening species-wide, I don't see that being very plausible. But thanks for the donation, 269.
And 15-volt change on the output.
For this demonstration, we were only using 24 volts on the anode. If we had used a higher voltage, we could have got a lot more amplification. And people did. This was the device that allowed us to call long distance for the first time. Using vacuum tubes, the first transcontinental call from New York to San Francisco took place on the 25th of January, 1915. Whoa.
Yeah, there we go. It should be 10 volts.
It's hard to see the grid here because, just like with the cylindrical diode, the best configuration for a triode is to have a cylindrical configuration. The anode is on the outside, the grid is cylindrically inside that, and the cathode or filament is in the center. The invention of the triode was incredibly important. Radios, TVs, whatever electronics people had were powered by vacuum tubes. You would have had so many in your house, even up until the 1960s and 70s. But vacuum tubes were
Some crypto dudes posted a whole ass research investigative article alleging Mr. Beast has pumped and dumped roughly $20 million worth of cryptocurrency with third-party tokens. Waiting on the Coffzilla vid.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's probably true because they can look up all these wallets. Like, the guy is clearly just a money-hungry, attention-seeking asshole, and all he cares about is himself. I don't think he has any ethical interests in the way he makes money outside of it being as a means to an end. So, like, the reason why he doesn't go full-on scammer like, Andrew Tate is just because he knows he'll have to suffer, legal consequences of that. But outside of that concern of remaining somewhat ethical as a means to that end, of just ensuring that you can reliably make money without the law getting involved, I don't think he has any ethical interest whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Team of researchers has since conducted a more detailed analysis uncovering connections to over 50 cryptocurrency wallets linked to Mr. Beast. Their findings suggest a long history of insider trading, misleading investors, and using his influence to promote tokens, only to later dump them on the market. This document delves into the various tokens associated with these allegations and the insider trading claims, starting with identifying the wallets tied to Mr. Beast. I don't know what regulations are in the crypto market. Is insider trading in crypto even illegal, technically? On-chain researchers have tried to map out Mr. Beast's hive of wallets, first being Angel Face Peanuts. What? Yeah. Are you putting... Okay, then. I think that's on. Hunter added several more wallets into the mix. Mr. Beast's primary wallet address, from which multiple side wallets often branch off, is noted in this tweet. He has publicly revealed his wallets on several occasions, such as when he announced his purchase of CryptoPunks. In several projects which Mr. Beast has been associated with, such as Superfarm, ERN, Refinable, etc., sent their allocations to this wallet. NFTs. In a podcast clip, Mr. Beast discusses his acquisitions of CryptoPunks and VFriends, which align with his on-chain activity, showing purchases of VFriends across 2 wallets.
Dog, all these crypto brothers including Musk are shilling Trump first and foremost because they fucking hate the SEC chair who is working on implementing crypto regulation. I forget their name, but they really don't want crypto to be regulated.
Well, yeah, it's because they're all scammers. The reason they're able to make so much money with crypto right now is because they're doing insider trading and pump and dump schemes, and if the SEC were to regulate this shit, these scammers wouldn't be able to make the kind of profits they're making. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. While Mr. Beast uses a variety of exchanges, his most common are Gemini and Binance. His Binance account alone has seen transfers totaling over 13 million. Yeah, I'll have to wait for CoffeeZilla's breakdown of this. Mr. Beast's wallet receives an initial batch of 1 million super tokens in his main wallet. This wallet distributes supply to a side wallet. This wallet being a designated wallet to farm in small increments over the period of March to June 2021. Over time, Mr. Beast keeps receiving super supply. Yeah. Distributes 3 wallets, the main being his Bobby Digital, which was farmed across August to October 2021. Whoa. Mr. Beast profited 7.5 million from his initial 100K investment. That is fucking crazy. Yeah, it sounds like he's literally just scamming people. He's making like insider trading deals and then dumping the coin and just making massive profits, kind of like Logan Paul. Or like what Logan Paul tried to do, I should say. Yeah, what an asshole.
Mr. Beast is such a loser.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's a loser with a whole heck of a lot more money than I have. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Weren't done revolutionizing electronics. In his 1937 thesis, Claude Shannon found a connection between electric circuits and a branch of mathematics known as Boolean algebra. Working in the mid-1800s, George Boole was trying to find a mathematical foundation for logic. Under his system, a true statement was represented as a 1 and a false statement as a 0. And Boole also developed a few operations, like AND. If both statements A and B were true, then the output would also be true. What Shannon realized is that Boole's operations could be represented as electronic circuits, that there was an equivalence between mathematical statements and electric circuits. All you needed to realize these circuits in the real world were a couple switches. That same year, 1937, George Stibitz built the first digital calculator. It could add two 1-bit binary numbers. That is, it could add two numbers so long as they were either 0 or 1. The calculator worked using a relay, that electromechanical switch from telegraphy. There were two inputs. If they were left open, the input was 0. If closed, it was a 1. The output was shown with two light bulbs. If no lights were on, the answer was 0. If the output light was on, the answer was 1. And if the carry light was on, the answer was a 2. And the circuit diagram works like this. If neither switch A or B is closed, so adding 0 plus 0, then no current flows through the circuit and no light bulb would light up. But if input A was closed, the current would flow through the solenoid, creating a magnetic field that pulls the switch inside it closed. And this connects the output light bulb to power and disconnects the carry light bulb. So the output light bulb lights up, meaning that the answer is 1. And the same thing would happen when input B was closed and A was open. But if you closed both A and B simultaneously, then there is no current flowing through the solenoid. But there would be a current flowing from the battery connected to A, which is connected to the carry light bulb. So it lights up, indicating 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is the beginning of the digital age, and no, it was not glamorous. Stibitz built his device out of a few batteries, light bulbs, and relays he had lying around, and for the inputs, he cut up a tin of tobacco. He built it in one night at his kitchen table, which is why it became known as the Model K. The circuit that Stibitz built is now called a half adder.
Well, maybe he should take that whole lot of money and use it to buy himself a better personality.
Yeah, if only you could do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But if you look at the circuit through the eyes of Claude Shannon, you realize it's actually a pair of logic gates. The output light bulb should turn on when either A or B, but not both, are closed. So this is known as an exclusive OR gate. Whereas the carry light bulb should only turn on when both A and B are closed. So this is an AND gate. This circuit uses electrical versions of Boolean operators XOR and AND. And it's possible to build other Boolean operators as electronic gates for things like OR, NOR, and NAND. And you might say, what's the big deal? I mean, the big deal is that you just tricked a bunch of electrons into doing math for you. Sure, it's very simple math, but you could connect a bunch of these half-adders together and build more and more complicated circuits that could do more complex math, which is exactly what Stibitz and his colleagues at Bell Labs did. 2 years later, they built the Model 1, which had more than 400 relays and could add two 8-digit numbers together in a tenth of a second. It could also multiply 8-digit numbers and do multiplication of complex numbers, though these more complicated operations took longer, about a minute per calculation.
So you put a voltage through a coil, and it'll turn that switch on or off. So you've got your two operands here. And if you want to add two numbers together, so 2 is this, 3 is this, right? So 1, 0 is 2.
Yep.
And 1, 1 is 3. And so then when you want to calculate it, you just hit the go button down here. 1, 0, 1.
I love the sound of that. That is amazing.
It's magical. So if you want to do, like, say, 8 plus, that would be 4. So 8 plus 8, I think, right?
Okay.
Yeah, 8 plus 8 would be 16. No, it clears it on its own.
Okay.
There you go. 8 plus 8 is 16 in binary, which would be 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. This is essentially a 1-bit arithmetic unit. There's no logic functions. It only ever does add. Now let's say we want to do 5 minus 2. The answer is going to be 3. So we flip this little switch here. That lets me know that I'm doing a subtraction operation. And we do subtraction by doing 2's complement. So essentially what we're doing is we're inverting one of the operands, and we're adding 1. So now when I run it, we can see 5 minus 2 is equal to 3. So 2 and 1 is 3. Now because of the way that we do this, the final carry flag ends up getting illuminated here on the end. But if we know that we're doing a subtraction operation, we know that this final carry flag is never going to be on otherwise.
Over the next 10 years, they built 6 more computers based on relays, which were used by the US military and the National Advisory Committee for Astronautics, or NACA, which later would become NASA. But even by the early 1940s, it was clear that the mechanical nature of the relay, the physical closing and opening of the switches, was too slow to be the future of computers. They were also prone to breaking.
Anytime you have something that's mechanical, it's going to wear down. Every time that relay switches, there's a little bit of friction on the rotation point inside of there. And there's contacts that are making and breaking electrical connections, and those are going to wear out.
And all the relays opening and closing meant that the computers were incredibly loud.
So it doesn't really work in a business environment all that well. You can't really stuff it into your office, so you're going to drive people insane.
So what computer scientists really needed was an electronic switch. And that is where the vacuum tube triode comes in.
Whoa.
I mean, sure, it can work as an amplifier if you put slightly positive or negative voltages on the grid, but it can also work as a switch. If the grid voltage is very negative, then no current flows. And if the grid voltage is very positive, then maximum current flows. So a triode can be controlled using no moving parts, just a voltage.
Udicam donated $2. Let me see. I would definitely bring back the squirrel. Yeah, no question. Jay Masters. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Jay Masters, we miss Peanut. Of course he would comment on that one. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Voltage will set it to be either a 0 or a 1. And best of all, switching between the two can be done rapidly, with no noise, since you're just controlling electrons zipping around in a vacuum. This is the invention that took computing to the next level. The world's first electronic programmable computer was called ENIAC, and it came online for the first time on December 10th, 1945. It took up a whole room, weighed 30 tons, and used 175 kilowatts of power. So much that it led to a rumor that every time it turned on, the lights in Philadelphia, where ENIAC was located, would dim. Now that was just a rumor, but mainly because ENIAC had its own dedicated electrical generator to keep up with the enormous power draw. Unlike previous computers, ENIAC wasn't limited to just solving one type of mathematical problem. It could be programmed, and it was fast, completing 500 operations per second. At the time, the word computers still referred to people doing calculations with pen and paper, so 500 operations per second was really fast. ENIAC's flexibility and power was immediately useful for the development of the hydrogen bomb. The computations needed were so complex that the director of Los Alamos at the time said that it would have been impossible to arrive at any solution without the aid of ENIAC.
This is a hilarious part about having a processor that is 1 meter tall and 70 centimeters wide, is that you can point at actual parts of the processor.
This is what a 1-bit vacuum tube computer looks like.
Can you feel the heat coming off of it?
That's hilarious.
I certainly can.
I can feel the heat coming off.
It's getting warm.
Well, I mean, 190 vacuum tubes is a lot. I think we figured it out. This is pulling like 350 or 400 watts of power or something like that, which is absurd. At night, it's awesome.
Yeah, that's like slightly below the power draw of my 4090.
It looks like a city.
But there were also major flaws with vacuum tubes. The filaments always needed to be heated, so they used a lot of power even when idle. And they were big. It was hard to make a glass vacuum tube with complex electrodes inside arbitrarily small. They were also unreliable. On average, a vacuum tube in ENIAC broke down every few days, and then it needed to be found and replaced. The longest that ENIAC operated for without failure was just 116 hours. The first digital computers ran on glorified light bulbs, and that is why they were so big, power-hungry, and unreliable. The miracle, and what has made our modern lives possible, is that someone figured out how to perform the same trick with electrons inside a solid piece of material, in silicon. But that's a story for another day. If you want to learn about how modern computers...
That's interesting.
Right now,
It is the 1960s and the Soviet economy is stagnating amidst a desperate need for reform, a crazy idea. A single nationwide computer network that autonomously gathered and crunched data from all the country's factories and commanded them to produce as needed. The Soviet internet was meant to be the nervous system for an entire nation and usher in a new tech-led future. But that vision never got off the ground. Why did the Soviets turn away from this potential reform? In this video, we're going to look at OGAS, the Soviet internet that never was. I would like to start off by talking a bit about sources. When I work on an Asianometry video, I try to stay neutral on a particular topic. This can be pretty challenging in this politically divisive and complicated world. In my experience, the most practical way to do this is to read as many sources as you can, coming from a wide range of perspectives around you. If you're really interested in this, go to ground.news/Asianometry and see things from a different perspective.
Not Dodo, $22. Dodo wants you to play Still Wakes the Deep tonight. If not, Life is Strange. Can you start gaming soon? Like, really soon, because if you wait too long, you're just going to fall asleep or get too tired and not play, so start soon, please. We'll play Still Wakes the Deep, okay? Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, not Dodo.
Active. Thanks to Ground News for sponsoring the channel. I want to give a huge shout out to the book How Not to Network a Nation, The Uneasy History of the Soviet Internet by Benjamin Peters, an associate professor at the University of Tulsa. If you want additional information, then I highly recommend this book, which I greatly enjoyed. For much of its history, the Soviet Union ran a command economy. The state owns everything. However, Soviet citizens can own individual items, just don't call it private. Economic activity is coordinated and carried out not through a free market process, but rather directives, quotas, and commands. How this works in practice was that there were three Soviet state entities: Gosplan, Gosnab, and Gosbank. Gosbank handles accounting and records transactions. It isn't so important in this context. First, we have the State Planning Commission, or Gosplan. They write up the 5-year plans and define the economic inputs, including prices. After Gosplan sets the plan, the State Commission for Materials and Equipment Supply, or Gosnab, implements it, procuring and supplying producer goods for the factories. In its early years, the command economy grew faster than almost any other country in the world. Its technology and social achievements, especially those relating to military and aerospace, garnered much praise. But behind the scenes, the central planning system frequently struggled to properly assign quotas, redistribute outputs, and so on. There was immense paperwork, distorted incentives, and frequent miscommunications. Many quotas, especially those outside of the military sphere, were only met thanks to a network of pushers. These were fixer-type power centers who worked behind the scenes to get things done. With formal channels too often clogged up, the actual negotiations happened informally in hallways, trains, and summer homes. Attempts at reform only thickened the bureaucracy and made things worse. It is 1953 and Stalin is dead. His passing from apparent brain hemorrhage signaled a turbulent new era for the Soviet Union and its ailing economy. After a brief
Crab, you don't need tellers. You know who I really hate more than Trump supporters? Hamas supporters.
Threatening and intimidating Rebel News journalist Avi Yemeni. Have a look.
I'm gonna get you. You're gonna what? I'm gonna. What are you gonna do? Leave. What are you gonna do? Leave. What are you gonna do? Leave. What are you gonna do?
Hey, don't touch it. You came my way. You off. You understand? You came my way. Stay out of the camera. Why not? Me to show you? You want me to show you?
Now, one of the
Well, that's the police for you. Very cowardly.
men in that video is known to police, out on bail after being accused of involvement in a violent abduction and assault. Avi was trying to interview the demonstrators in Melbourne, and that was their reaction. One individual, as you saw, hurling a glass bottle towards them. And Avi joins me now. Avi, what happened? Why did you decide to go down there?
Well, firstly, thank you, Sherry, for having me, because whilst that confronting footage has gone viral around the world, in fact, I've done a lot of media appearances today, especially around Israel. You're the first one in Australia, so it's odd that local media isn't interested.
These people are unstable. The police should just shot them.
Yeah. Or at the very least, deport them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In what's happening on our streets here in Melbourne, but overseas they are. I went there because we saw over the weekend there was that camp has been there since October 7. That small group of people camping there every day, and every weekend we see the mass rallies that then start there from that core group. And over the weekend we saw an Aussie, who went to the football, a Sydney Swans supporter, who got it looks like misidentified as a Zionist, attacked, assaulted, chased into the pub. Police kind of forced to block the groups. No one was arrested. And I wanted to go there just to find out how did it come to that? How did somebody get charged with the horrific offence of being a Zionist in Melbourne in 2024 that they escalated to violence? And I basically walked down to where they're camped out. I thought there would be 2 people. I didn't. Generally, when you walk past there in the day, there's not very many of them. There's their big sign and all their flags. And there happened to be 4 of them, and some of the the most known, I guess, leaders within the group. And as soon as I even engaged, immediately he struck my microphone, and I don't even think the footage you showed was the worst of it. They were threatening to sexually assault my mother, to kill somebody at one point. They threw glass bottles, all in front of police.
Now, I saw
The police in the UK and Australia are remarkably cowardly, and I think one of the reasons for their cowardice is they don't carry firearms on them usually. There's only like a special type of police that can have firearms at them at any moment. So I think one of the reasons for their like insane cowardice is they're not appropriately armed. Might also have to do with the recruiting process and training. I know in the US and shit, the US especially, they're recruiting, they try to recruit people with like military backgrounds, men who are kind of macho and shit. You can see some of the police ads where like you see dudes in riot gear and crap, like they're trying to recruit a certain type of individual to be police. In other countries, they don't have advertisements like that for recruiting. So I think they end up hiring a lot more kind of weak pussies where if they are confronted with a situation like that, they're going to do everything they can to not intervene until, like, you know, it's really necessary.
Footage that you referred to with that footy fan, the Sydney Swans fan, and he actually said when they started kind of being aggressive towards him, he said, oh, yeah, I agree with you. What's happening over there is terrible. and yet they still chased him. I mean, what he said was he agreed with them. Look, there were police standing there when you had that confrontation with the protesters. What did the police on the scene do? How did they react?
So I got to say, like, they were overwhelmed. It was PSOs at first, who are in charge of Parliament security, but they're part of the Victoria Police, the protective services. They were overwhelmed. They were clearly scared. They were chaotic. They were holding their pepper spray, pointing it at all directions. Didn't know where to shoot at. They were trying to press their emergency. I think it must be like an emergency, an alarm or something, and he kept fumbling. Until they finally managed to call for some backup. And when the backup came, so, all, you know, the bottles being thrown, glass bottles thrown at us, you know, threats, direct threats.
Yeah, it was shocking.
All in front of police. And then when you know, the police backup came, their answer to it was, let's separate the groups.
Yeah, and that always seems to be the response.
There's an equivalence.
Avi, we're out of time, but I have to say, I admire your courage and your gutsiness. Thanks for joining us.
Why are they not deported? Like, this is just fucking crazy. Palestine supporter assaulted in Toronto, caught on camera.
You don't even know what flag it is, so why are you so upset? Like, go read a book and come back when you know something.
Looks like that guy might actually be taking MMA classes.
Hey guys, witnesses, please. Don't witness witnesses who saw these guys attack me.
Yeah, he was the one who got attacked. He actually wasn't in the wrong there. That's funny the police are arresting him because he...
Frightfully stupid.
It's hilarious. That always happens in Canada, by the way. If you win the fight that somebody else started, it's always you that gets arrested.
Enjoy.
Did you guys see that Al-Qaeda just thanked you guys? They thanked all the college protesters and everything. Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. Does that make you happy?
Yeah. Of course, we're supported.
It makes me feel like there's actually some kind of hope. For $100. Who was the terrorist group behind 9/11?
No clue. ISIS.
Al-Qaeda. But you think that 9/11 had some justification?
Good in some ways.
Wow. Can you guys find Gaza on a map?
I think.
Holy shit. These are like fucking college students that think 9/11 was a good thing and they're glad they're getting support from Al-Qaeda.
I think we need a better map.
Can't find it.
No.
Who is the #1 sponsor of global terrorism? America.
I think the U.S.
New York? Well, New York's a state.
Starbucks.
That'd probably be Iran. Dude, like, what is going on? Poor Canada, I'm sorry.
Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! I'd like to offer another chant. Kill more Palestinian children! Kill more Palestinian children! Kill more Palestinian children! Kill more Palestinian... Don't touch me! No! Kill more Palestinian children! No. Kill more Palestinian children! Kill more Palestinian children! 4,000 is not enough! Don't touch me! 4,000 Palestinian children is not enough! Kill more children! Kill more children!
Yeah. It's a goddamn shame. Thanks for the donation, Krabby.
Now, some nation-states and individual actors are intercepting and storing lots of encrypted data, like passwords, bank details, and social security numbers. But they can't open these files, so why are they doing it? Well, because they believe that within the next 10 to 20 years, they will have access to a quantum computer that can break the encryption in minutes. This
Bootycum donated $38.02 to $42.02. Not trolling. We'll watch if the guy tries to chase him. 38.02. It's probably not going to be worth watching.
This colour though. Right, do you know what I mean? This is the problem you've got these days. Like a guy stealing cash. He's literally stealing cash with his hands in the machine now. So he's actually gone and got a tool, he's smashed open. He's actually smashed open and now he's trying to steal cash. This is the mentality. Right. Hey? He's just taking £20. He's stolen £20. Great.
My fucking money.
Jeez, smash on, man. That's £20. Okay, so he's going to make himself £20. Corruption. And that's homeless for you. Well, let's see how far we go with this then now. And that's the world we live in today. Mike goes out for a nice meal, and there's about 45 people recording in them as well, stealing cash out of a cash point. He says it was his money in the first place. No, it wasn't. He got a screwdriver and he actually lifted the latch and he put his hands in to steal cash. That's what you call criminal.
Does this get good at some point?
And there's me walking around with Molten Brown and this guy stealing cash. No. I'm not following you.
You just followed me from my bank.
From the bank? Look, you're on camera. Don't steal.
Fair enough.
Go on. Don't steal. You're homeless. Don't steal. You're on camera.
I'll fucking steal you.
Come on then. Come on then. Don't steal then. Yeah? You're homeless. Don't steal. Come on. Come on. Come on then. Yeah? Come on then. You're homeless. Don't steal. On camera. Right, so we started to cause trouble with the homeless. So I've got on camera, it's all I wanted. All I wanted that one shot of him. That was a success. That was a success shot.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Procedure is known as Store Now, Decrypt Later, or SNDL. And it works because there is information around today that will still be valuable in a decade. Things like industrial and pharmaceutical research and top secret government intelligence. And everyone is aware of this threat. The National Security Administration says that a sufficiently large quantum computer, if built, would be capable of undermining all widely deployed public key algorithms.
In a 5 to 10 year time frame, quantum computing will break encryption as we know it today.
Even though sufficiently powerful quantum computers are still years away, they're already a threat because of Store Now, Decrypt Later, which is why the US Congress just passed legislation mandating all agencies start transitioning right now to new methods of cryptography that can't be broken by quantum computers. You know, our current encryption schemes have been remarkably successful, working effectively for over 40 years. Up until the 1970s, if you wanted to exchange private information with someone, you would first have to meet up in person and share a secret key. This same key would be used to encrypt and decrypt messages, so it's known as a symmetric key algorithm. As long as no one else gets their hands on the key, your messages are safe. But now, what if you want to send information to someone you've never met, and it's too hard to arrange an in-person meeting? You can't share a key over an unsecure channel like a phone line or the mail because it could be intercepted.
Because he was under investigation for obstruction of justice, for trying to interfere. Nowadays, this would be totally, absolutely immune. I mean, imagine being charged for firing someone to obstruct an investigation.
Yeah, but wasn't Mueller's remit much larger than that?
It was larger,
Yeah.
but the triggering incident to get Mueller involved was an investigation of the sitting president, that is Donald Trump. Until then, Trump was not under investigation because there was no strong evidence tying him to a conspiracy with the Russian government and the release of
What's your
emails.
point? He was the subject of investigation.
We're okay with the Mueller investigation, aren't we? When
Wait. The FISA warrants and everything?
No.
Based off of-
That's Crossfire Hurricane under the FBI. I'm talking about the appointment of Mueller after Comey was fired. Don't you support that?
Hold on. The appointment of Mueller after Donald Trump
Fired James Comey.
So they appointed a special counsel to be somewhat independent from the DOJ when Donald Trump was fucking with the DOJ.
Correct.
What did Biden do that was the equivalent of firing Comey?
Yeah, so I'm not saying that there's an equivalence in terms of the level of conduct.
Listen, all the different.
Booty Cam today tellers, it looked like our homeless people in the UK bark, do the ones in Canada bark too. I don't know if there was just a dog there. I've never been barked at by a homeless guy though. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
And this is what, in 1977, led 3 scientists, Revest, Shamir, and Adelman, to come up with an encryption breakthrough. Today, it's known by their initials, RSA. And it works something like this. Every person has 2 really big prime numbers, all their own, which they keep secret. They multiply these numbers together to get an even bigger number, which they make public for everyone to see. Now, if I want to send someone a private message, I use their big public number to garble my message. And I garble it in such a way that it is impossible to ungarble without knowing the 2 prime factors that made that number. This is an asymmetric key system since different keys are used to encrypt and decrypt the message. So it's easy for my intended recipient to decode, but impossible for everyone else unless they can factor that large public number. Now, someone could try to factor it using a supercomputer in the best known factoring algorithm, the general number field sieve, but modern cryptography uses prime numbers that are around 313 digits long. Factoring a product of 2 primes this big, even with a supercomputer, would take around 16 million years. But not on a quantum computer. See, in normal computers, a bit can only be in one state at a time, either a 0 or a 1. So if you had 2 bits, they could be in one of 4 possible states, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, or 1, 1. Let's say each of these states represents a number, 0, 1, 2, or 3. If we want to do a calculation, for example, raising 7 to the power of one of these numbers, we can only do it for one state at a time, in this case 7 squared, and so we get the answer 49. Quantum computers consist of qubits, which also have 2 states, 0 or 1, but unlike a classical bit, a qubit doesn't have to be in just one state at a time. It can be in an arbitrary combination of those states, a superposition, if you will, of 0 and 1. So if you have 2 qubits, they can exist simultaneously in a superposition of 0, 1, 2, and 3. Now, when we repeat the same calculation, it will actually perform the calculation for all of those numbers at the same time. And what we're left with is a superposition of the different answers, 1, 7, 49, and 343. If we add another qubit, we double the number of possible states. So with 3 qubits, we can represent 8 states, and thus perform 8 calculations all at once. Increase that number to just 20 qubits, and you can already represent over 1 million different states, meaning you can simultaneously compute over 1 million different answers. With 300 qubits, you can represent more states than there are particles in the observable universe. This sounds incredibly powerful, and it is, but there is one very big catch. All of the answers to the computation are embedded in a superposition of states, but you can't simply read out this superposition. When you make a measurement, you only get a single value from the superposition, basically at random, and all the other information is lost. So in order to harness the power of a quantum computer, you need a smart way to convert a superposition of states into one that contains only the information you want. This is an incredibly difficult task, which is why for most applications, quantum computers are useless. So far, we've only identified a few problems where we can actually do this, but as luck would have it, these are precisely the problems that form the foundation of nearly all the public key cryptography we use today. In 1994, Peter Shor and Don Coppersmith figured out how to take a quantum Fourier transform. It works just like a normal Fourier transform, apply it to some periodic signal, and it returns the frequencies that are in that signal. Now, this may not seem particularly interesting, but consider this. If we have a superposition of states that is periodic, that is, the terms in the superposition are separated by some regular amount, well, we can apply the quantum Fourier transform, and we'll be left with states that contain the frequency of the signal. So this we can measure. The quantum Fourier transform allows us to extract frequency information from a periodic superposition, and that is going to come in handy. So how does a quantum computer factor the product of two primes much faster than a conventional computer? I want to explain this by first walking through a simple example with no quantum computer required, and then I'll show how a quantum computer could execute this method even for a very large number in a short period of time. So let's say we have a number n, which is the product of two primes, p and q. For the sake of this example, let's set n equal to 77. Now, I bet you can guess the prime factors, but let's pretend for the moment that we don't know them, because with a product of really big primes, we wouldn't. Now I want to use a fact about numbers that feels like magic. Pick a number g that doesn't share any factors with n. If you multiply g by itself over and over and over, you will always, eventually, reach a multiple of n plus 1. In other words, you can always find some exponent r such that g to the power of r is a multiple of n plus 1. Let's see how this works. Pick any number that is smaller than 77. I'll pick the number 8. This number doesn't share factors with 77, and if you were doing this with big primes, it would also be extremely unlikely that you just happen to pick a number that shares factors with n. Now, multiply 8 by itself once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and so on, raising 8 to ever higher powers, and then divide each of these numbers by 77. We're not really interested in how many times 77 goes into the number, just the remainder, what's left over, because at some point, 77 should divide one of these numbers with a remainder of exactly 1. So 8 divided by 77 is 0 with a remainder of 8. 64 divided by 77 is 0, remainder 64. 512 divided by 77 is 6, remainder 50. And as we keep going, we get remainders of 15, 43, 36.
XQC has bet over $700,000 on Harris.
$2.3? Oh, man. Holy shit. Yeah, he's probably going to be, like, what, about 1.5? Or no, 1. Roughly $1 million richer. Shit. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
57, 71, 29, and finally, 1. So there we have it. 8 to the power of 10 is 1 more than a multiple of 77. So we've found the exponent r that satisfies this equation. But how does this help find the factors of n? Well, we rearrange the equation to bring 1 over to the left-hand side, and then we can split it into 2 terms, like so. And now, as long as r is even, we have one integer times another integer is equal to a multiple of n. This looks remarkably similar to p times q equals n. I mean, since we know that p and q are on the right-hand side of this equation, they must also be on the left-hand side, just multiplied by some additional factors. So one way to think about what we've done is we've taken a bad guess for one of the factors, g, and by finding the exponent r, we've turned it into 2 much better guesses that probably do share factors with n. Since r was 10, the 2 terms on the left-hand side are 8 to the power of 5 plus 1, 32,769, and 8 to the power of 5 minus 1, 32,767. These 2 numbers probably share factors with n. So how do we find them? We use Euclid's algorithm. If you want to find the greatest common divisor of 2 numbers, say 32,769 and 77, divide the bigger number by the smaller.
Is there a reason quantum computing hasn't delivered much yet? Yeah, because they're new and there's like only 1 in the world and there's only like 2 people who know how to understand it.
One and record the remainder. In this case, 32,769 divided by 77 gives a remainder of 44. Then shift the numbers 1 position left and repeat.
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Human forces did not create nuclear technology. Instead, it was demons. What? I never met a person who can isolate the moment when nuclear technology became known to man, so where did it come from exactly? What?
Daily discussing what happens then. It's just like insane. Trust me, that's like a secular, rational position on it. You don't have to be a Christian or religious in any sense to acknowledge that that's just true. No one ever talks about that. And so I just want to approach this election with that perspective. And that event, that attack on me has helped me to do that. So again, I'm really grateful for it. I wouldn't change it if I could.
You said something. We'll go back to about the dropping of the atomic bomb and the beginning of secular society. My dad and the greatest generation fought on the battlefields of that conflict and were one of the driving forces with obviously the Russian people and the Chinese people to deliver us from that time from Imperial Japan and fascist rule in Europe. But at the same time, Oppenheimer, and this is what's so chilling when you say about secular, he used, I think it was the Hindu god Vishnu. They called the project the Trinity Project, right? And at the very test there in New Mexico, he quoted what the god Vishnu about now. I'm the destroyer of worlds.
Booty Comedy Tellers, my country, UK, is fucked. If you keep Trudeau, it gonna get worse than it is now. Also read the comments. Trudeau is not going to stay in power once there's another election. It's pretty much guaranteed Conservatives are gonna win. Obviously, the NDP aren't gonna win, but there's pretty much no hope in hell of Trudeau winning again. There's already a lot of talks about the Liberal Party just getting rid of him and not running him as a candidate, so they're already trying to force him out. But the guy's just incompetent fucking moron dickhead. Nobody likes him.
Paul, I've been a police officer here for 16 years, and in January I reverted to Islam. Alhamdulillah.
He looks like the type of retard to convert to Islam.
I'm very happy. Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you? My role is to interact with the community, so it's really nice because I've been here for so long. I know the young children, I know the the older people, the grandparents, the parents. It's like one big family actually. So if I have a problem with a child, if they're naughty, they're stepping out of line, I can take them home to the parents.
Religion's so wonderful that you face the death penalty if you leave it. All the grooming gangs know exactly who's going to get them out of trouble now. The definition of a soft man and a prime example of everything that is wrong in the world. Yep. Looks like the lights are on, but nobody's in. Think you should move to Saudi Arabia and start working for the police there instead? Wow, unbelievable. My dear uncle died in World War II for this. I'm absolutely astounded and ashamed to be British. Rip England. Yeah, really? Oh my god. That is embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Dodo donate $2. This says a lot about the state of politics. People all of a sudden become retarded when something is political. Watch whole vid.
There is this research paper that has been on my mind for years. It shows that there is a particular type of problem where the smarter you are, the more likely you are to get it wrong. So I asked my American friend Wiley to go out on the street and ask people the questions from the study to see if we could replicate its findings. The first question in the paper is about a fictitious study on skin cream. So in this made-up study, people with skin rashes are assigned to either the experimental group, where they use a new cream for 2 weeks, or the control group, where they use no cream for that same period. And at the end, they count up how many rashes improved and how many got worse in each treatment group. The results are summarized in this table.
Treatment group 223 improved, 75 worsened. Control group 107 improved, 21 worsened. That would make me assume that the treatment group received something that made the rashes worse compared to the control.
So the question study participants were asked was,
did the skin cream make the rash better, or did it make it worse?
The question is a little tricky because it requires proportional reasoning.
I think better. Better? So what are you looking at, just real quick? I'll be honest, I'm just looking at how big the numbers are.
If you just look for the biggest number, well, that is the group who used the skin cream and the rash improved.
So this number is bigger than this number? Yeah.
So you might conclude that the cream worked. It makes rashes better. That is the intuitive answer. But if you look more carefully at the data and use proportional reasoning, you realize that in the experimental cream group, about 3 times as many people got better as got worse. But in the control group, around 5 times as many people got better than worse. So using no cream, your rash was significantly more likely to improve. In fact, it's a fair conclusion to say that the cream, on average, made rashes worse.
Yay.
The lead author on this study was Dan Kahan.
I'm studying the science of science communication.
He and colleagues recruited a nationally diverse sample of 1,111.
Richard's frozen tofu to $8. NBC published an article about Hassan. It was soft as fuck, but Hassan still acted like a bitch. That's funny.
In 2021, Piker was temporarily kicked off Twitter for using a derogatory term for white people. Cracker. He said he's also been warned by the platform when he's crossed the line for showing certain content like the Houthi music video. The Ansar Allah group, a Yemeni rebels commonly known as Houthis, is designated as a terrorist group by the U.S. Department of State. Piker described Twitch's application of his terms of service as rigorous in his opinion. It's actually one of the most stringently applied TOS systems on any platform, Piker said. I'm a content creator. I'm very familiar with all these platforms. In his letter, Torres asked Twitch to stop popularizing those who popularize anti-Semitism and floated possible congressional probe. Imagine going on a congressional hearing. Yeah, I know. It's really funny that, like, Divorcelli's community that has been banned off this fucking platform for doing shit like this, you know, including but not limited to shit like this, which they can cynically act like they give a fuck about anti-Semitism or whatever, and weaponize people who some may have genuine concern and others who definitely do not, to
he literally supported the October 7th attack.
Take action against an entire platform, think that it would be devastating for me to go in front of Congress. I think it's a really weird thing for Richie Torres specifically to try.
You know, London and Sweden are called London Stan and Sweden Stan now. Yeah, that makes sense.
And issue a takedown notice 5-6 days out from a massively consequential election against a progressive content creator who is the largest progressive voice, not just on Twitch, but in general in North America. Very odd way to operate, I think. Very, very odd way to operate. I've heard that since Richie Torres himself is not exactly the type of person that has a lot of motion, considering that this is like a ridiculous smear-laden thing that he wrote with the congressional header while Congress is in recess, people are apparently barking up other trees, including but not limited to the likes of Tom Cotton. Tanky equals progressive. Okay, brother, you have done too much internet. Okay, 100%. You have done way too much internet. Bus driver, apply the bus driver test. Bro, I love the Trump hat in the photo. What's funny about this is that this photo was taken from another NBC puff piece that I did, like an actual puff piece, a profile.
Yeah, I would really like to see Hassan go in front of Congress and get absolutely fucking grilled on the insane shit he said. He deleted a fuck ton of VODs too. So he knows there was some really heinous shit he said on a lot of his recent streams. So hopefully that happens and he gets absolutely fucking embarrassed to a point where either Dan Clancy has to step down and he gets banned, or Dan Clancy bans him and starts cleaning up his act. Thanks for the donation to Richard's Frozen Tofu.
Americans to participate. But before answering the question on skin cream, each participant was asked a series of questions to assess their numeracy.
A numeracy, it's not so much the capacity to use complicated mathematics, but really to reason well about quantitative information.
Numeracy scores for the entire sample were roughly normally distributed. Now, if you group together all the participants with a certain numeracy score, say group all the zeros together, all the ones together, all the twos, and so on, well, what fraction of each group do you think got the skin cream question right? Well, the results are exactly what you'd expect.
Oh, this is math.
It's math.
In a fifth of the people, which is a smaller number, the rash worsened, so the skin cream didn't help.
So it didn't make it better?
I feel like the cream, if anything, made it worse.
The higher the numeracy score, the greater the fraction of participants who got the answer right.
Yeah, I don't think the numbers mean anything to me. Because I think I would need to know what's the rash and what's the cream you're giving me.
Those with better numeracy skills managed to avoid the intuitively correct answer.
What are the proportions? We've had nobody get into the numbers like this. This is great.
Excellent. You got that right.
Okay.
And correctly determine that the cream actually made rashes worse, which is no big surprise. But this version of the skin cream question was only shown to some of the participants. Another subset saw the same exact table, except the column headings were reversed. So in this case, the skin cream did make the rashes better.
Okay.
So how did the different numeracy groups do with this version? Well, again, the highest numeracy groups were the most likely to get the correct answer. But below a numeracy score of 5, the results were pretty flat. That could be because even without any numerical reasoning, most people might expect a skin cream to improve a rash, which just happens to be the right answer in this case. But the true purpose of the
Or better yet, Hassan gets deported hopefully to Antarctica where he can freeze to death.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere that's completely and utterly inhospitable would be good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The study was not to find out how numeracy affects our ability to reason accurately with data. No, it was to figure out if something else affects our reasoning ability. Specifically, politics. If you look at the skin cream data again, but separate the participants by their self-reported political affiliations, so liberal Democrats versus conservative Republicans, there's basically no difference between the groups. All follow the same pattern irrespective of party. Which makes sense, because a study on skin cream is about as apolitical as it gets. But what the researchers did with the other half of the participants was the opposite. Instead of skin cream, they presented a fictitious study on gun control.
Yes.
In case you don't
yes. Perfect.
know, Democrats generally believe that gun control reduces crime, whereas Republicans believe it increases crime because it takes guns out of the hands of good guys.
Which, by the way, is true. That's supported by the data.
Who could prevent or deter crime. So, in their made-up study, cities were divided into two groups. Those that had recently enacted legislation making it illegal to carry a concealed handgun, and similar cities that had no such legislation. Over the following year, crime rates were monitored to see where crime increased and where it decreased, and the results are summarized in the table. Again, no surprise, it's exactly the same as the skin.
Or maybe even the Sahara, that would be nice too.
Yeah. I feel like because Hassan lives in California and he's also from Turkey, like he's used to warm weather. So I think sending him to Antarctica where it's freezing as fuck, I think that'd cause more suffering. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Cream
oh dude, this is gonna be hilarious.
Example. Of course, there were two variations, one where gun control decreased crime and one where it increased crime. Now, if you look at the results by political leaning, they paint a very different picture.
It's kind of obvious. If you have guns in the city, people are going to start shooting people. And, you know, if you don't have guns and you outlaw them, cities are obviously going to have...
Yeah. They always do this. Gun control advocates never, ever, ever look at the actual data.
Less crime in them. But the thing is like, you can't just take people's guns away and say that they're illegal, you know? Like, that's just It's kind of like drugs.
So wait, but these numbers though, how did you just come to that conclusion?
When Republicans are shown the table where the correct answer is gun control laws increase crime, then the accuracy improves with increasing numeracy, just as before. But for the Republicans who are shown the table where gun control decreases crime, well, numeracy skills no longer affect accuracy. Those with a numeracy score of 7 or 8 are barely more likely to answer correctly than those with a score of 0 or 1.
So where the crime improved, like there can be crimes that were prevented because the guns were legal, and the crimes that were worsened, that could have been other crimes like not related to guns, you know?
And the same is true in reverse for Democrats. The more numerate people in this sample have no problem recognizing the correct answer when it shows that gun control reduced crime. But if the data showed that gun control increased crime, then all of a sudden numeracy didn't help.
That's funny.
Remember, this is the exact same data and question.
Richard's frozen Richard's frozen tofu on $8. Richard, how much do we have to pay you to go to TwitchCon to confront Hassan about his Israel-Palestine take? When and where is TwitchCon? Like, I guess if my expenses were paid, I'd do it. You know? Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's frozen tofu. He was using Richard's frozen sperm cells for so long. Every time I see Richard's frozen, I assume it's sperm, but thanks for the donation, Richard's frozen tofu.
As the skin cream example. The only difference is now that data is presented in a political context. And the biggest difference in performance is among the most numerate people. They're scoring a lot worse than they should have.
The low numeracy people are about 25 percentage points less likely to get the right answer if that answer is threatening to their ideology than if it's consistent with their ideology. The people who are high in numeracy, on the other hand, 45 percentage points less likely to get the right answer.
Rather than using their mathematical ability to come to the correct conclusion, they somehow selectively apply it to justify the conclusion they already believed beforehand.
Illegal guns last crime. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that.
That as numeracy increases, people are more divided about the efficacy or the risks of gun control regulation. The same thing with fracking. And same thing with global warming. We see the polarization conditional on numeracy. But we also see this same effect when we measure people's reasoning proficiency in other ways. The people who are high in science literacy, more polarized than the people who are low. The people who are high in actively open-minded thinking, you see more polarization, not less, as they become more proficient in this kind of thinking.
Based on this data, of course, I'd want to look into it and look at all the sources. And of course, there are sources from sources because people are always citing each other.
So the numbers are actually not real whatsoever.
It looks, but if I were to look at this pragmatically, I would just say that the playing field seems pretty even here.
Pretty even?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Now, everyone wants to believe that they are rational, that they could change their beliefs in light of the evidence.
If you encountered evidence on a political issue that you were like, this is good evidence, I've done my research, but it contradicted.
Richard's Freudian slipped only $2. TwitchCon is in San Diego, but Hassan might bring his bodyguards to intimidate you because he's a pussy. I've never seen him with bodyguards. It's not like that would stop me from talking to him. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Your political belief on that issue, how would you react to that?
I consider myself to be a little bit open-minded in that aspect.
At least be open to learning.
Yeah.
If it's on paper and that's the way it is, I would have to go with that.
I'm gonna have to deal with it. I can't be like, well, I feel like it's different.
All I see here are people who will continue to hold partisan beliefs regardless of the evidence, all the while deluding themselves into thinking they came to these.
That explains the Democratic Party's weird ideological behavior with gun control.
Beliefs via an independent, sober consideration of the facts. The truth is that mostly we believe what we believe to fit in with our tribe. And that, in the most important way, is highly rational. Because humans are very social creatures, and for most of our evolution, we've depended on each other for survival.
That's why you have to be an antisocial whack job like me to get the right answers.
Being ostracized from the group is almost as bad as walking off a cliff. If we question the status quo by rejecting what those around us accept as true, we jeopardize our place in society.
Man, I've learned that people are not as dissimilar as we think, that there is so many similarities between sides that we think share nothing in common.
I attended Zoom meetings in the opposite party, and it was kind of scary because they sounded just like my side.
It makes you think about what we could get done if we didn't have that burden. And I think it would be a pretty different world and pretty extraordinary if we managed to figure that out.
So what do we do about this? Well, I don't think there is an easy solution, but Kahan has identified a few angles that might work. One is avoiding partisan rhetoric. Rather than talk about gun control or climate change, avoid the loaded terms and instead focus on specific local policies. No buzzwords that could trigger anyone into tribal thinking, no villainizing the other side, just constructive solutions that make sense given the data. One example comes from Southeast Florida, where a bipartisan group of lawmakers have joined together to take action on sea level rise. The plans don't debate whether climate change is man-made or not, they just deal with existing challenges faced by residents. The other thing is to foster a curious mindset.
Maybe the science-curious people, they're more willing to examine all the evidence, including information that's inconsistent with their political ideology.
With increasing science comprehension usually comes increasing polarization on political topics. But with increasing science curiosity, this same increase in polarization is not observed. That is a start. I am not going to claim to have the solution. Problems of this sort are likely as old as the human species itself. They are just much more obvious now that everyone can post, tweet, comment, and basically shout loudly into this nearly infinite digital space. The only thing I hope to do is bring some awareness. The beliefs of most people are not formed by a careful consideration of the data. That includes me, and it probably includes you. Acknowledging this is an important first step.
Yeah, the human race is just fucking stupid. Like, it just is dumb. I don't really have much of an interest in being part of society, aside from it being, a means to an ends. Just so I can have a lifestyle that I have type thing. But other than that, I don't need friends, don't need family, don't need anybody in my fucking life. If they're idiots, then I just fucking get rid of them,
I mean, honestly, it'd be good to see how many people can fit.
Right? Don't you find that chilling? or is that tied to your, since that time, it's been we've now dropped the spiritual, which even Oppenheimer realized in The Greatest Generation. We kind of went to what is a totally materialistic secular society that leads America to this place in 2024. And the instrument of its turnaround or its rejuvenation is a guy like Donald Trump.
Sahara is the hottest desert in the world. The average annual temperature is 30 degrees Celsius, whilst the hottest temperature ever recorded was 58 degrees Celsius. The area receives little rainfall. In fact, half of the Sahara Desert receives less than 1 inch of rain every year.
Yeah, but I think Hassan might hate the cold more than he hates the extreme heat. Like, the only thing is, if Hassan was dropped in the middle of the Sahara, he'd probably die sooner. But, if Hassan's on Antarctica, I don't think he's really much of a problem for anyone anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, we didn't drop the spiritual. We just embraced, another element of it. I mean, if you're quoting a pagan god as you're incinerating civilians with a nuclear weapon, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that was the pivot point in America's history. And it's just so interesting how resistant a lot of people who I consider friends, who I agree with on most things, are to acknowledging that. That call you a pro-Hitler, you're a Holocaust denier if you question the nuclear weapons or whatever. I don't care. Of course, I'm none of those things. It goes without saying, or it should. No, I'm just noting the obvious, which is that American society changed profoundly in August of 1945, and it's reflected in the culture, it's reflected in the architecture, the art, the design, the literature. Nothing was the same after the end of the Second World War. Again, it's not a pro-Nazi statement. I couldn't be more anti-Nazi. Obviously, I'm an American.
He literally platformed a Holocaust revisionist.
I care about this country and what happened to it after 1945. And it's a very clear demarcation line. And it seems obvious to me that nuclear weapons are demonic. There's no upside to them at all. And that anyone who claims otherwise.
I do like how vegans support each other, though. That seems rare. Well, they don't. Look at the amount of fucking vegans who are anti-Semite fucking retards who talk shit about me and shit all the time because I support Israel. Look at the amount of vegans who ostracized me from their stupid fucking events and groups and shit because I'm not a feminist and I didn't support Black Lives Matter. Like, no. It's not a particularly supportive community. There's a lot of deranged whack jobs. Jenk, brain damaged nephew, donated $2. Richard, why do Joe Rogan and Lex act like they're so civil and nonpartisan, but dick ride Trump so hard? Well, it's because they're stupid and easily manipulated.
The Joe Rogan.
Maybe like if we do like Trump is also.
He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear. Elon Musk lies about Trump fucking constantly. He said under a Kamala or Democrat presidency, he wouldn't get any tax breaks, which is a lie because there's a massive tax rebate for Teslas under the Democrats. Like, everything he says about Trump is just complete horseshit. But yeah, Lex Friedman's a fucking moron, and all these people's friends, they're all conservative and shit. So they're all just stupid, easily manipulated. Thanks for the donation, Jenk's brain damaged nephew.
This is either ignorant or doing the bidding of the forces that created nuclear technology in the first place, which are not human forces, obviously. And let me just ask you this, which I've asked a million people at dinner parties, but never in public.
Alawali donated $2. Did you ban me? No. Didn't go out of my way to ban you. YouTube keeps shadow banning me or something. Shout out to Naya, the hot Indian chick in the chat. Read this out loud. LLLLLL, come, LLLL, come, all of it. Read all the L's or scam. Well, I think that was fairly accurate. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wali.
Like, what was the moment we can point to that nuclear technology was invented? You know, we can...
Did he get banned? Sometimes YouTube auto-bans people. I have no fucking idea why. Doesn't say he's banned.
We can point to Isaac Newton and say, what apple fell on his head? Or we can point to Albert Hoffman in his lab messing around with the, ergot bacteria. That's when LSD was made. I've never met a person who can isolate the moment where nuclear technology became known to man. And so where did it come from exactly? Oh, German scientists in the 30s. Really, when? Name the date. And I've never heard anybody do that. It's very clear to me that these are...
This is... I don't know. I don't know exactly what he means by that. Like, does he mean the exact moment where people figured out you could get, energy from splitting open an atom? Or does he mean the moment that we actually figured out how to make a bomb out of it?
These are demonic. I mean, these are evil. Their only purpose is to destroy the innocent, to murder the innocent. They've only been used once, and I think there's an interesting ethical debate about their use. Was Truman right or whatever? But if you take 3 steps back, you could say,
well, they're used twice.
Well, wait a second. If you end up killing, incinerating tens of thousands of civilians, that's just a bad thing. Let's just be honest. That's just a bad thing. And anyone who
more Japanese were killed from just regular bombings than from the nuclear bombs. And the Nagasaki and Hiroshima, those were manufacturing locations for the Japanese for, making their weapons and munitions. And that's why they were bombed. And the U.S. gave them, I think, 2 weeks advance warning to evacuate those cities. So what was the issue with using the nuclear weapons? More Japanese died just from regular bombings anyway. And it brought an end to the war. So would Tucker have rather had the war last longer and had more Japanese and American troops die? Jenks brain damaged nephew donated $2. Richard, are you still friends with the Happy Healthy Vegan, or did you burn that bridge? I would say he's the one who burnt the bridge. But no, we're not friends. Also, are you like the only outspoken pro-Israel vegan online? No. Carnism Debunked is outspoken and in support of Israel. Dr. Avi is, of course. Ask Yourself is, he's not as online as he was before, but, that's another. There are very few vegans with big channels, though, showing support for Israel. Thanks for the donation, Jenks brain damaged nephew.
Reps for VG 437.
437. Those are some very odd lifting noises.
Stupid headphones falling off my face. My hair is so wet from my shower.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Reps for VG.
Yeah, my comments aren't showing up in chat for some reason, damn son. Well, it's been real chat. I guess everyone is getting the see more butts, Apostate Cantus, Sokayahi, and Kidu, Adam Gugimos, Hanamore on Vegan Oluwale Radio Silence. Much was lost today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Thanks for the donation, Oluwale.
It's a video. Who does that is going to pay consequences. It's just true. And by the way, the fact the second bomb was dropped on the Christian population of Japan, which was majority in Nagasaki. In fact, it was sighted in on a church in Nagasaki. Was that an accident? Why Nagasaki exactly?
I think there were like 5 or 6 locations that the U.S. was considering bombing, and again, they gave out 2 weeks advanced warning that they were going to bomb those locations and told civilians to evacuate, and they chose those locations because they were big manufacturing centers for Japan's military.
And by the way, why has every subsequent American war resulted in disproportionately the deaths of Christians? That would include Vietnam, by the way, where the Catholic population was decimated, up to and including.
Right. Because Iraq, Afghanistan, those are very Christian nations, right?
Iraq and Syria. Now,
U.S. never invaded Syria.
in Russia. Why is it that our use of force
U.S. never invaded Russia
consistently since the end of the Second World War has been against?
So this is interesting. Apparently, according to Tucker Carlson, Iraq is a Christian nation?
Christians. That's been the effect, to kill Christians. The bombing of the Balkans in the 90s under NATO. Why is that? And I just don't think it's an accident. Clearly, it's not an accident. And I'm very distressed by it. And it's not anti.
Like, by the way, Christianity is the world's, most, popular religion. You'd kind of suspect that if the U.S. were to go to war with another nation, there'd be a lot of Christians there just because of the popularity of Christianity. So this is just so weird.
Anti-American. My family's been here since the freaking founding of the country. I'm not going to stand and take that. I'm not hardly anti-American. I'm the most pro-American person I know. I love America. And I sure hardly have to say that. It's not anti-American. I'm distressed about what's being done to my country. I feel an ownership stake in this country. I was born here. I'm a citizen.
Isn't Iraq like 10% Christian or something? It's not that big. Percentage of Christians in Iraq. Okay, yeah. It's 2.5%. Like, what is he talking about? And then Syria's 3%. Like, Tucker's fucking retarded. Ben Boyd donated till I was just cast my ballot for Harris a couple days ago. Looking forward to a bullish Trump loss. Yeah. I'm pretty confident Harris is going to win. I'm going to be very, very disappointed if she loses. And I think everyone else will be too eventually. They'll probably all come around. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
In my name and with my money. Why wouldn't I? In a much more profound and emotional way than I do when I say, look at the CCP's treatment of the Uyghurs, which is clearly bad. Would never defend it, but I don't feel as emotional about it because it's not my country. It's not being done in my name with my money. And so everything went wrong then. And there are bad things in America before 1945, but the descent has been precipitous. And you could hardly say that this country won that war. In what meaningful sense? Why don't you go to Kyoto or Tokyo and then come back to New York and LA and tell me in what sense we won? These are very obvious observations. I just picked them up from traveling. I didn't read them in a book. I just noticed. And why is that controversial to say it? Why does the entire staff of the Daily Wire call me a Nazi for saying that? I don't really get it. What is that? What are you defending and why? What are you defending and why? And let me just say with...
By the way, Tucker Carlson is a Nazi. He's very clearly a Holocaust revisionist.
Humility, you shouldn't be defending the killing of innocents. You really shouldn't. And if you are, you ought to ask yourself why you are.
Tucker.
Well, that was one of the dumbest things he's ever fucking said.
So now we divide 77 by 44, and we get a remainder of 33. Repeat the
Yeah, I'll do a streamathon in the future.
process again. 44 divided by 33 gives a remainder of 11. And again, 33 divided by 11 equals 3, remainder 0. When the remainder is 0, the divisor is the greatest common factor between the two numbers you started with. In this case, it's 11, which is indeed a factor of 77 and 32,769. You could do the same procedure with the other number, or just divide 77 by 11 to get 7, its other prime factor. So, to recap, if you want to find the prime factors p and q of a number n, first, make a bad guess, g. Second, find out how many times r you have to multiply g by itself to reach one more than a multiple of n. Third, use that exponent to calculate two new numbers that probably do share factors with n. And finally, use Euclid's algorithm to find the shared factors between those numbers and n, which should give you p and q. Now, you don't need a quantum computer to run any of these steps, but on a classical computer, this method wouldn't be any faster than other methods. The key process that a quantum computer speeds up is step 2, finding the exponent you raise g to equal 1 more than a multiple of n. To see why, let's go back to our example where 8 to the power of 10 is 1 more than a multiple of 77. Watch what happens to the remainders if we keep going past 8 to the power of 10, to 8 to the 11, 8 to the 12, and so on. Well, we get remainders of 8, 64, 50, 15, 43, 36, 57, 71, 29, and again, 1. The remainders cycle, and they will just keep cycling. Notice how the exponent that yields a remainder of 1 is 20, which is 10 more than the first exponent that yielded a remainder of 1. So we know that 8 to the 30 and 8 to the 40, 8 raised to any power divisible by 10, will also be 1 more than a multiple of 77. It's also worth noting that if you pick any remainder, say 15, the next time you find that same remainder, the exponent will have increased by 10. So you can find the exponent r that gets us to 1 more than a multiple of n by looking at the spacing of any remainder, not just 1. Remember that. Here I'm plotting out the remainders on a log scale so you can see they are periodic with a period of 10. If I had made a different guess, say I had picked g equals 15 instead of 8, well then the period would be different and the remainders would be different, but there would always be a remainder of 1. Why is this? Well, now that you can see this is a repeating pattern, we can go back to the beginning. And any number raised to the power of 0 is 1. So that is actually the first remainder, so it must also appear when the cycle starts again. Now we are ready to use a quantum computer to factor any large product of two primes. First, we split up the qubits into two sets. The first set we prepare in a superposition of 0, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, all the way up to 10 to the power of 1,234. Yeah, this is a huge superposition, but if we had perfect qubits, it would require only around 4,100. The other set contains a similar number of qubits, all left in the 0 state for now. Now we make our guess g, which most likely doesn't share factors with n. We raise g to the power of the first set of qubits, and then we divide by n and store the remainder in the second set of qubits, leaving the first set of qubits as it was. Now we have a superposition of all the numbers we started with, and the remainder of raising g to the power of those numbers divided by n. And through this operation, we have entangled our two sets of qubits. But we can't just measure this superposition. If we did, we would get a random value and learn nothing. But there is a trick we can use. If we don't measure the entire superposition, but only the remainder part, we will obtain some random remainder. But this remainder won't occur just once. It will occur multiple times, every time it comes up in the cycle. Imagine we were doing this with the example from before, with n equals 77 and g equals 8. If the remainder we measured was, say, 15, then there would be multiple terms in our superposition, because there are multiple exponents you can raise g to that give this same remainder. Exponents 4, 14, 24, 34, and so on. They are each separated by 10. And that value is the exponent that satisfies our equation. So more generally, after measuring the remainder, we will be left with a superposition of states that all share the same remainder, and the exponents will all be separated by the same amount r. This is the number we are looking for. Since the remainder is now the same for all states, we can put it to the side, and we now have a superposition that is periodic. Each term is separated from its neighbors by an amount r. If we now apply the quantum Fourier transform to this superposition of states, I'm simplifying a little here, we will be left with states containing 1 over r. So all that's left to do now is perform a measurement and find r by inverting it. And that's it for the quantum part. Now, as long as r turns out to be even, we can use r to turn our bad guess g into two numbers that likely share factors with n.
What do you think Republicans will blame Trump's loss on if he loses? My bet is they'll blame picking J.D. Vance, assuming there's any Republicans that accept the results if he loses.
They're not going to accept the results, dude. They're not going to blame it on anything other than rigged voting. Trump has been saying the voting system's rigged since day one. He's saying the only way they could possibly lose is if the election's rigged, just like last time. All of them are just going to claim the election was rigged. So, yeah, they're not going to blame it on a bad VP pick or, shit, like missteps with the campaign. It's just going to be rigged voting. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
And as long as these terms themselves are not a multiple of n, we can use Euclid's algorithm to find the factors of n and break the encryption. This would only take several thousand perfect qubits, but the qubits we have today are imperfect, so we need additional qubits to act as redundant information. In 2012, it was estimated that it would take 1 billion physical qubits to break RSA encryption. But by 5 years later, that number had dropped to 230 million. And in 2019, after more technological breakthroughs, that estimate plummeted to just 20 million physical qubits. So how many qubits do we have today? Well, if we look at the state of IBM's quantum computers, we are nowhere near that number of qubits, but progress looks to be exponential. So now it's just a question of when these two curves will collide before all our existing public key encryption can be broken. Because we've long known this threat is coming, scientists have been looking for new ways to encrypt data which can withstand attacks from both normal and quantum computers. In 2016, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, launched a competition to find new encryption algorithms that aren't vulnerable to quantum computers. Cryptographers from all over the world submitted 82 different proposals, which were rigorously tested, some were broken, and then on July 5th, 2022, NIST selected 4 of the algorithms to be part of their post-quantum cryptographic standard. So how do they work? Well, 3 of the algorithms are based on the mathematics of lattices. So let's do a simple example in the 2D plane. Take two vectors, r1 and r2. By adding together different integer combinations of these vectors, say 3 times r1 and 1 times r2, you can get to different points. And all the points you can get to by combining these two vectors in different ways is what is called a lattice. Now, I will also give you the point C, and your task is to tell me which combination of r1 and r2 will bring me to the lattice point closest to C. It's pretty easy to see that we can get there by going in the direction of r2 twice and in the negative direction of r1 twice. Simple enough. But those vectors, r1 and r2, are not the only vectors that can give you this lattice. Take b1 and b2, for example. These vectors also build up the same lattice. And now, if I ask you the same question again, can you tell me the combination of b1 and b2 that gets you to the lattice point closest to C? This has become a lot harder. But why is that? Each time we're taking a step, we're trying to get closer in either the x or y direction. But with the b vectors, each time we take a step in the right direction with one vector, it puts us off in the other direction. And that's why these vectors are a lot harder to work with. In the end, it takes us a combination of 8 times b1 and negative 6 times b2 to get to the closest lattice point. That is a lot harder than before, but it's still a relatively easy problem to solve. But if we extend it to 3 dimensions, this already becomes a lot harder, especially because you're not given the collection of all lattice points. You're only given the vectors that make it up. So when you find a lattice point close to the target, you must still find all the other lattice points near it to make sure yours is indeed the closest. Let's take a circle of radius r in 2 dimensions. The number of lattice points inside the circle is proportional to r squared. Add a 3rd dimension, and the number of points in a sphere is proportional to r cubed. So just watch how the number of lattice points grows as we increase the number of dimensions. Solving the closest vector problem is a piece of cake for your computer in 3 dimensions. Even 100 dimensions should be manageable. But in proposed future encryption schemes, we'll use around 1,000 dimensions. Take one step in the right direction on one of those dimensions, and you could potentially be taking a wrong step in the other 999 dimensions. You win some, you lose everything else. With that many dimensions, it becomes extremely hard to find the closest point, even for the most powerful computers. That is, unless you know a good set of vectors. So how do we use that to encrypt data? Well, let's go back to our 2-dimensional example. Each person has a good set of vectors that describes a lattice, but they keep these vectors secret, and they only share their lattice publicly using a set of vectors that is hard to work with. Now, if I want to send someone a message, I pick a point on their lattice. For example, say this point corresponds to the number 7. So if I want to send the number 7, I can take that point, but then add some random noise to it. So the message I send is not precisely at that point, but close to it. Now, to decode the message, my recipient must figure out which lattice point is closest to the message point. In 1,000 dimensions, this will be extremely hard to do unless you have the nice set of vectors, which my recipient does. So it's easy for the recipient, who has the good vectors, but hard for everyone else. And as far as we know, this problem is extremely difficult to solve for both normal and quantum computers. Behind the scenes, there's an army of researchers, mathematicians, and cryptographers working to make sure your secret data stays secret. These are some of the unsung heroes that will keep us safe moving forward, avoiding mass surveillance by governments, keeping critical infrastructure protected, and allowing you to live as if quantum computers were never invented in the first place. Something that...
That's interesting.
Brief power struggle, Nikita Khrushchev became leader. His reign from 1953 to 1964 saw a series of reforms. One of those reforms was the normalization and adoption of cybernetics. At the 20th Congress of the Communist Party in 1956, the one where Khrushchev famously gave his secret speech criticizing Stalin's cult of personality, he also gave a far less controversial speech praising cybernetics. Calling it one of the major tools of the creation of a communist society, Khrushchev encouraged the development of computer science and the automation of industry. Originated by Norbert Wiener in the United States, cybernetics had been banned during Stalin's reign due to assertions that information was a substance of its own, as well as for drawing analogies between the neuron in the brain and the electric signals inside a computer. Such an analogy encroached on established Russian theories of psychology. Khrushchev's reversal, however, allowed cybernetics to thrive, and from there it grew to encompass a variety of sciences. Soviet cybernetics became a project to introduce mathematical methods to the life and social sciences. This gave it an aura of truth and objectivity, and the Soviets got caught up in that aura. In my video about East German semiconductors, I talked about the wishful thinking in the minds of GDR leadership about the economic role of semiconductors. The Soviets eventually fell under a similar technological spell. They saw computers as unlocking a universal method of problem solving. Can such powers be applied to the nation's then ailing economy? In 1958, news arrived in the Soviet Union of a major undertaking by the Americans. The Semi-Automatic Ground Environment, or SAGE, was a groundbreaking air defense system. It coordinated raw radar data from many different radar sites to create a single unified image of America's airspace. After the Soviets exploded their first atomic bomb, the United States started developing SAGE to detect potential Soviet atomic bombers flying over the North Pole. Powered by what was then the largest computer ever built, SAGE cost $8 billion, more than the Manhattan Project, and served as the backbone of the American air defense system.
2222 Me thoughts watching this video.
This was Jason.
It's too far forward. God.
You work hard?
And in a certain way.
How many days a week do you work? No.
Wandering around aimlessly all day. Working.
Jason.
Shut up, Jason.
Okay, well thanks for the donation, Booty Kim.
SAGE's development and its then classified capabilities greatly alarmed Soviet military planners. In response, the Soviets decided to have 3 institutes independently build 3 centralized computer networks focusing on air defense, missile defense, and space surveillance. The air defense network was called System A. Khrushchev famously boasted in 1962 that its prototype network can, quote-unquote, hit a fly in outer space. It connected 2 Soviet supercomputers, an M40 and M50 built in 1958 and 1959. This military effort opened people's eyes to the potential that network computers might have for the Soviet civilian population. In 1958, one of the Soviet Union's early pioneers in cybernetics, Anatoly Kitov, proposed the first effort to network the nation. A war hero who suffered serious injury on the front lines, he studied math and physics in between firing anti-aircraft shells into the sky. After the war, Kitov became a rocket scientist. He then came across Norbert Weiner's book. Reading it, he concluded that cybernetics was not a bourgeois pseudoscience, but rather a tool with high potential for the Soviet Union. He thus authored the Soviet Union's first significant positive article about cybernetics, approved for wide publication, The Main Features of Cybernetics. Later, he founded and headed one of the country's first computing centers. In 1956, he wrote a book which talks about how computers can help model and regulate the Soviet economy. This basic proposal, basically pointing out that computers can replace the tabulating machines that the Soviets already had for counting up economic data, gained acceptance. In January 1959, Kitov wrote to the Communist Party's Central Committee about this concept. This first letter called on Khrushchev to speed the Soviet economy's adoption of the computer, especially for economic planning. He attached a copy of his 1956 book. This first letter probably also proposed uniting several of these economic planning computer centers into one big network, called the Unified State Network of Computing Centers. Khrushchev probably did not see this letter, but it reached the right voices within the government, and they supported all of his proposals except for the computer center network. They adopted a resolution called The Speeding and Widening of the Production of Calculation Machines and Their Application to the National Economy. Buoyed by these successes, Kitov decided to push his aspirations a little further. In the autumn of 1959, he sent another letter, in which he proposed the idea of installing large computers at local factories.
Are you going to watch the SpaceX launch happening right now? I don't know. They're just going to blow up another rocket.
And government agencies. Then you can link these computers together. These automated systems of management, or ASUs in Russian, are reminiscent of local area networks and computer-aided manufacture. Kitov's dreams went beyond the local level. Ultimately, he proposed a future, quote-unquote, unified automated management system that would serve the entire nation, both military and civilian. He called it an Economic Automatic Management System, or EASU. This system would be run using computer centers filled with powerful military computers buried deep underground for protection. The center would be accessible through terminals. Civilians can use those terminals to send data and use processing power. Kitov saw this as a way to maximize the command economy's advantages of centralization. It would also result in immense financial...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
The idea that there may be different versions of you comes from the concept of multiverses. Hollywood movies have adapted this concept to form interesting sci-fi narratives, and although Hollywood tends to take their stories to ludicrous, unscientific extremes, make no mistake, the idea of multiverses is firmly rooted in real science. But you thought multiverses were considered silly by scientists. Not true. There are many types of multiverse concepts in physics, and while some do seem preposterous, I'll show you at least 2 multiverse concepts based on generally accepted and or observationally confirmed scientific theories. These 2 theories would make the idea of multiverses a near inevitable reality. Could this mean that there are copies of you somewhere in a multiverse where you may be living a different life because slightly different decisions or circumstances has resulted in a completely different you? And all the many yous who are watching this video right now are thinking they are the real you. But of course, you know for sure you are the real you, right? You don't want to miss this fascinating episode coming up in your multiverse right now. It's talked about. First, there's the brain multiverse based on string theory. One of the ideas that arises from the math of string theory is that our 4-dimensional universe exists on a membrane, or brain, floating in a higher dimensional space called the bulk. Numerous other membranes can exist in the bulk with their own universes. This would be multiverses existing in parallel to each other. There's also the cyclic multiverse. This idea proposes that our universe goes through cycles of expansion and contraction. The contraction eventually leads to a Big Bang, which leads again to an expansion and contraction cycle. And this cycle repeats forever. So there could be an infinite number of universes that came before ours and an infinite number that will come after ours. So while these do not exist in parallel, given an infinite number of cycles, duplicate or near duplicate universes as ours are bound to exist. I won't be talking about these two multiverse ideas in detail because their underlying theories do not appear to be supported by observational evidence. String theory requires 10 spatial dimensions to work, which is in disagreement with not only our senses, but have not been found in any of our testing. Regarding the cyclic idea, current cosmological evidence contradicts the idea of an eventual contraction. All observational evidence points to an ever-expanding universe with no signs that it will ever stop or reverse. But neither idea can be completely ruled out because there are hypotheses that could prove our current understanding to be incomplete. What I do want to talk about, though, are two other multiverse concepts based on generally accepted theories. The first one is the quantum multiverse, which is based on what is considered a mainstream interpretation of quantum mechanics called the many worlds interpretation. To explain what this multiverse idea is, I need to briefly explain how quantum mechanics works. According to our mathematical models, at the smallest scales, all particles, including electrons, photons, atoms, and even isolated molecules, prior to any measurements we might make, and prior to any interactions they may have with other particles, exist in a state of a so-called superposition. This means, for example, in the case of an electron, its properties such as spin, energy state, and even location is indeterminate. We can only calculate the probability of what the state of the electron might be when we measure it. In other words, every time two particles interact with each other, there isn't a definitive outcome that absolutely must occur, but an array of possible outcomes that could occur. We can calculate the probability of the spectrum of those outcomes, but we can't predict the result prior to the interaction actually happening. This is not due to any limitation on our ability to measure things. It's a limitation of nature. So unlike classical mechanics, where, for example, we can precisely calculate where a basketball will go if we know its starting conditions, in quantum mechanics, we can only describe where an electron might be probabilistically. We will not know where it is until we measure it. I'll explain exactly what that means in a minute, but first, this video is sponsored by BetterHelp. I'm proud that they're to swim back. I saw the whole thing happen from shore, but couldn't do anything to help push for my, which helped try out better there, and you will feel like it's the therapist at BetterHelp.com. Quantum mechanics works. Particles are like waves, where they don't take on a definitive value before they've interacted. But when we make a measurement, which is a way to force an interaction, we then instantly determine the value. And only one such possible value is realized when we make that measurement, or force an interaction. The most widely accepted interpretation of this behavior, known as the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, is that quantum particles behave like waves prior to measurement. But as soon as we make a measurement, this wave collapses, such that the particle is found in only one place. How and why the wave collapses is shrouded in a bit of mystery because we don't really understand it. This is called the measurement problem in physics. But the idea of the quantum multiverse stems from a different interpretation of what happens at this measurement step. The particle being found at just one location aligns with the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, but another interpretation, which is preferred by 20 to 30% of physicists according to a poll called the many worlds interpretation, posits that while we might measure only one outcome from the myriad of different possible outcomes, the other outcomes may also well occur, but in other universes different from ours. In other words, according to the many worlds interpretation, the wave collapse never occurs. The wave just appears to collapse in our universe, which is just one branch of a myriad of parallel universes where the wave continues unabated. This interpretation avoids the measurement problem altogether, but introduces the idea that every particle interaction splits the world into a new branch of an ever-expanding multiverse tree. While on the surface this may sound preposterous, it is mathematically sound and is a mainstream interpretation of quantum mechanics preferred by a significant percentage of physicists. In fact, many physicists like Sean Carroll, whom I interviewed a couple of years ago, believe this is the most straightforward and simplest interpretation. You can watch that interview right here. If true, it would mean that there would indeed be many, many different versions of you in these branching universes with slightly different results from quantum interactions. And over the long haul, the different interaction could result in completely different circumstances for your life. For example, you could be a famous actor in one of the branches, or football star, or even the leader of a country. In one branch, you might not have had that fight with your significant other that caused a breakup, or you might have taken a different path in college that resulted in a completely different career. Just about all possibilities could occur as long as they don't violate any conservation laws. The mathematics seems to sanction the idea that these parallel universes might exist. But it also tells us that we can never be in contact with them. So unfortunately, even if true, you can't call up the version of yourself where you're the president of the United States to bail you out of that speeding ticket you received in this universe. This quantum multiverse is one of at least two multiverse ideas that are based on generally accepted scientific theories. The second one comes from the theory of cosmic inflation, which is an addition to the lambda CDM model of the universe, or more informally, the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is one of the most successful theories of the 20th century, and is the leading explanation for how the universe began. It says that the universe was much smaller and hotter than it is now. Then it expanded and stretched over a time span of about 13.8 billion years to what we see today, and it's still expanding. Much after it was developed, even though there was overwhelming evidence for the Big Bang Theory, there were a few observations that left scientists puzzled. Cosmic inflation solved many of these puzzles. It's the idea that in the very early period of the Big Bang, for a fraction of a second, in fact, only the first 10 to the negative 32 seconds, the universe expanded extremely rapidly at an exponential rate. Even though it lasted for a fraction of a second, the universe expanded by a factor of more than 10 to the 30 times, which is roughly the equivalent of a proton growing to the size of the solar system. After this inflationary period, the universe continued to expand, but at a much slower rate. Space itself expanded or inflated rapidly. That's where the name comes from. This explains why the universe is isotropic, meaning it looks nearly the same in all directions, and why the cosmic microwave background, which is the leftover radiation from the Big Bang, is distributed so evenly in our universe. The idea is that the rapid inflation would have diluted large differences to make the universe much more homogeneous. But perhaps most importantly, inflation explains the origin of the large-scale structure of the universe. That is, quantum fluctuations in the microscopic regions where inflation was taking place, magnified to cosmic size, became the seeds for the large-scale structures of galaxies and clusters of galaxies we see today. These properties of the universe are observable, but other non-observable predictions also arise as a consequence of inflation. One is that during the early universe's rapid inflation period, different regions of space could have inflated at different rates. This is where the idea of an inflationary multiverse comes from. How, you ask? Quantum mechanics ensures that there will always be some randomness. Inflation could last a little bit longer or shorter in different parts of the universe. Scientists realize that cosmic inflation, although it stopped in our part of the universe, could have continued without end in other unobservable parts of the universe. So here's the astonishing part. Let's say space expanded exponentially by at least a factor of 10 to the 30 times or more, and stopped in one part of the universe. This becomes like a bubble universe. This could be our universe or any arbitrary universe. But space could continue to keep expanding exponentially in another part of the universe, and after another 10 to the negative 32 seconds, it stops there. Let's say in the other half of the just expanded universe, forming another bubble universe. So now we have two universes, but the space between these two universes keeps expanding exponentially. And as parts of this newly created space stop inflating, more bubbles form. And again, the space between these bubbles keeps expanding exponentially. This could happen over and over again indefinitely, creating many bubble universes, or a multiverse. If this theory of eternal inflation is correct, we are inside one of these bubbles. It's highly unlikely that we are the first or the last bubble. The question is whether this multiverse is large enough to hold all possible outcomes. In other words, could it hold different versions of us in there? If this expanse of the multiverse is finite, then the answer is no. But some models suggest that the inflationary multiverse could be infinite, either in spatial extent or in duration. If so, there must be copies of our entire universe somewhere within it, including copies of us that are identical to us, as well as ones where we might be in slightly different circumstances, similar to the quantum multiverse idea. But also like the quantum multiverse, these multiverse versions of us would not be accessible to us because they would be so far away that no light could ever reach us. In other words, they are informationally isolated from us. Now, I want to clarify that not all models of inflation result in eternal inflation with a never-ending multiverse. But physicist Alan Guth, who is the founding father of inflation theory, and in fact coined the term cosmic inflation, said this: "It's hard to build models of inflation that don't lead to a multiverse. It's not impossible, so I think there's still certainly research that needs to be done, but most models of inflation do lead to a multiverse, and evidence for inflation will be pushing us in the direction of taking the idea of a multiverse seriously." Now, even so, many scientists have dismissed the multiverse as a fundamentally unscientific idea because we can't verify, validate, or falsify it. After all, we can't access information beyond our limited observable universe. But the ideas are rooted in science. The quantum multiverse is based on a generally accepted interpretation of quantum mechanics, which has made some of the most accurate predictions we've ever had in science. The inflationary multiverse is based on the theory of cosmic inflation, which is also supported by confirmed observation. If both theories are correct, and evidence seems to suggest they are, then a multiverse seems to be all but inevitable. And different versions of you may be watching a different version of this Arvin Ash video, wondering what your version thinks about them right now. So what do you think? Leave your opinion in the comment section. I'll see you in the next.
My mind is blown. Thanks for the donation again, Dodo.
Financial savings for the country, replacing the Soviet bureaucracy's previous tasks of carrying out production. In addition to this bureaucracy-threatening idea, Kitov's letter also criticized several leaders within the Ministry of Defense for their slow speed in computer adoption. As you might guess, this red letter, as it is so called, never made it to Khrushchev. Instead, it reached the military, which did not appreciate Kitov's criticisms, as well as his suggestion of sharing its technology with mere civilians. As Kitov recalls in a later interview, the army will never occupy itself with fulfilling any tasks concerned with the national economy. A show trial was held in which Kitov lost his job, Communist Party membership, and his military honors. I suppose you might even say that he got cancelled. Kitov was not executed, I mean, this wasn't the Stalin days, so he spent the rest of his days advocating for a networked Soviet future. Kitov's fall temporarily stemmed networking's tide in the Soviet Union, but people kept tinkering with the concept. Over in the West, Kitov's idea of having computing power available to everyone caught on. Companies like GE had a computer time-sharing service. and American Airlines and IBM worked together to build Sabre, a private network for travel reservations. In 1962, Soviet cyberneticist Alexander Karkevich proposed a national unified communications network that he described as like a railway network for storing and sending messages. Another prominent such individual was Viktor Mikhailovich Glushkov, then the head of the Kiev Institute of Cybernetics. He sought to create the aforementioned ASUs that Kitov detailed in his first 1959 letter. Glushkov hired Kitov as a consultant for this new project, and their kids even married one another. In late 1962, Glushkov sent a letter to Khrushchev, discussing the growing technology gap with the West and calling for the acceleration of Soviet computerization. Concerned as always with this gap, in 1963 the Soviet leadership approved research into the idea of economic reform through the use of these automated computer networks, or ASUs. Like I mentioned, the ASUs allowed mainframe computers to receive information about the industrial processes going on inside a factory. Like I said, this sounds a lot like local network factory automation. Throughout the early 1960s, Glushkov and his team studied how a system might automatically measure, receive, and process information in a factory. In 1963, they visited many real factories throughout the Soviet Union. There were some interesting successes. For instance, they managed to have a computer system in Kiev control a steel smelting factory in one Ukrainian city nearly 300 miles away, as well as a carbonization process in another city 400 miles away. But Glushkov wasn't just interested in factory automation and data management. He wanted to do more here, and thus emerged OGAS. OGAS is a shortened abbreviation.
What, there was an internet back in the 60s long before the USA had one? That's amazing.
Yes. Amazing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of all-state automated system for the management of the economy in Russian. This, in turn, stands for All-State Automated System for the Gathering and Processing of Information for the Accounting, Planning, and Governance of the National Economy, USSR. As originally conceived in the early 1960s, OGAS was ambitious. It was structured as a hierarchy with 3 tiers. The first tier would be some 20,000 computer terminals and ASUs. The second tier has 100 to 200 mid-level regional planning decision systems. And finally, the third tier rolls up to a central planner in Moscow. Glushkov even envisioned the computerization of currencies and money flows. His initial proposals for OGAS included a moneyless system of receipts over the network. This idea was probably included in order to appeal to Khrushchev himself, who might have appreciated the Marxist ideal of a money-free society, but party leaders advised him to drop it, which he did. In the early 1960s, Glushkov's Institute of Soviet Cybernetics were young and idealistic. Like their peers over in the West, they envisioned
Dodo to Naturelars, after this Asianometry video, it's time for some motherfucking video games. Bud. Can't make that guarantee, but we will play games tonight, okay? Don't worry. Dieting is hard. Fuck.
a utopia enabled by technology. The vision driving their OGAS project.
We're all finding out how Elon turned out like a crazy cat lady.
He just is way ahead in the space race.
Yeah, I mean, it's wonderful to see someone who embraces so much hope and dynamism and excitement about the future. And I think, you know, reading some of your book, which is so interesting, it's clear that you instilled that. You have your own strong sense of adventure. What does he say about what it's like, you know, this whole...
A squirrel made a house in my wall. What should I do? Well, you should give him some better accommodations. Maybe give him a roof, maybe a ladder, maybe give him some nuts.
Road of getting involved in U.S. politics. He's in deep.
Yes, well, he hasn't got a choice because, of course, Kamala wants to close down X, formerly Twitter, and she also... And then the democratic process, they delay everything. They delay rocket launches. They are negative and hateful and have investigations and lawsuits against, you know, SpaceX and Tesla and even Neuralink.
This guy, like, gets his mommy to go on Fox News for him? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Was to have a single computer network rationally and automatically plan, optimize, and produce the country's national economy as dictated by the party center. Each Soviet bureaucrat would have his workdays and weeks planned out. The computer would produce detailed lists of their duties, the timetable, the chain of responsibility, and even the order in how their documents should be arranged. To me, it brings to mind of a nervous system. Think of the Soviet Union's factories and workers as like the human body, unable to move well together because of poor two-way information transmission with the brain, Soviet leadership. OGAS sought to serve as the nervous system connecting the two. With it, the brain can move the body in unison and with ease, coordinating output without concern about bureaucratic inefficiencies. Such a system would have been the Soviet counterpoint to the Western capitalist view of a self-regulating market economy. Computers would gather historical information and use that to rationally inform forecasts and production. The single biggest reason why this version of OGAS, first presented in 1964, never developed as planned was cost. This original vision, with its 3 tiers and thousands of computer centers, would have taken 30 years to pull off and cost a stupefying total of 160 billion rubles, or about 1.4 trillion USD in 2016 dollars. Proponents argue that the cost savings would have paid off this investment. Regardless, that is more than both the Soviet space and atomic bomb programs combined. Second, the technology was not quite there. The computers in the Soviet military had world-leading capabilities, for instance computer networks with nationwide coverage and messaging switching. But civilian computer technology in the Soviet Union lagged far behind the military, and as previously demonstrated, the military was very unwilling to transfer any of that over to civilians. Even if they did, those computers were too specialized and custom to be useful. Third, and finally, various players also objected to the idea that they might be replaced by or have their work dictated to via a computer. This included both Communist Party bureaucrats and Gosplan and industrial managers. People in the Central Statistical Administration in particular recognized that the computer's quote-unquote objective collection of data would restrain their own power to control the flow of information within the country. Worse yet,
$8 grown-ass man is being his own mother, the news. That's really pathetic. I don't think that was a proper sentence. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Glushkov's plans were all or nothing. If it was not delivered in whole, then none of its benefits can be realized. It would have required a complete reformation of the country's management system, a revolution. 1964, the year of Glushkov's first proposal, also saw new change in the country. Khrushchev lost power and was replaced by Leonid Brezhnev. Brezhnev eventually reversed many of his predecessors' economic reforms. But the directive for an economic restructuring via computer remained on the agendas thanks to high-level backing from power brokers like Premier Alexei Kosygin. Gosplan and the Central Statistical Administration thoroughly rejected the project's utopian vision. They went back and forth on what the project would eventually be, eager to control its resources to further their own power. In the end, if OGAS was to be implemented by the Soviet government, it had to eventually conform to the Soviet way of doing things. The OGAS of imagination can never happen, but what about something closer to reality? Then in 1969 came widespread news of ARPANET, the network we most closely associate as being the predecessor of today's internet. ARPANET going online caught the Soviet leadership by surprise. That competitive factor helped move the OGAS project forward. With the ARPANET news in mind, Glushkov changed what OGAS was to do. This new iteration had OGAS as a universal information bank, accumulating and moving information between various national agencies. So rather than running and controlling the entire economy like a human nervous system, this new OGAS would only organize and control the flows of data, like a system of canals controlling the flow of water running between a country's reservoirs. He argued that such a management system would make the Soviet Union more efficient. At a momentous meeting on October 1st, 1970, Glushkov presented his new OGAS to the Politburo in a dramatic meeting. For a brief moment, it seemed like a Soviet internet could have happened. Several higher-ups in the Politburo spoke positively about the project. Hardliners like Mikhail Suslov did not say anything against the project, which was another good sign. Soviet leaders Kosygin and Brezhnev were not present, off on other business, but the former managed to convey his support through deputies. But the Ministry of Finance, Vasily Garbazov, interceded. Recognizing that this new OGAS could command immense political gravity and potentially erode his ministry's power, he dismissed OGAS as a silly project good enough only to make hens lay more eggs. He then proposed a far more conservative counterproposal, dialing back the ambitious OGAS plan, which won over the Politburo. In the end, the full OGAS proposal was neither fully accepted nor rejected, the worst type of existence. Throughout the 1970s, several ASUs would be built in individual factories. How many?
Can LDL cholesterol be lowered by eating more carbs and fiber? Carbohydrates themselves don't lower cholesterol, so it's not like you can just eat tubs of sugar and lower your cholesterol, but fiber, yes. You can lower your cholesterol by eating more fiber. Bootycom donated $2. Can we watch this episode of Batter by the Day? Let me see.
Shipping and everything $50. Signed by the Lord, it's sick himself.
All right, we'll watch that in just a second. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Is hard to tell. One source says that about 100 were built between 1971 and 1985. Other sources contend that the Soviet Union built thousands of ASUs. However many there were, networking them would be impossible. They were built haphazardly and without thought to any standards. The nationwide united network of ASUs in the way Glushkov envisioned never happened. The proximate cause for why the Soviet internet failed was bureaucratic infighting. Various leaders and power centers throughout the country objected to its capabilities and hijacked it for their own needs.
Donated $2. Let me see.
Go ahead and. Wow, election gate. He said election gate because it's going to be a scandal. Oh no. Well, I don't know. A pandemic 4 years ago definitely made everyone do a lot of little weird things. But what do you think's going to happen? Are you excited? What are you doing?
I meant barter. I see barter. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
On November 5th, are you going to vote? Or are you going to sit at home and cry? What are you going to do on November 6th when the jackboots come and take away your immigrant family and friends? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when they come and knock on your neighbor's door and take them away? What will you do? What will you do, Bartleby, when they knock on your neighbor's door and they take them away because they're immigrants? What will you do? From that little house in Amsterdam, no one did anything. I've seen the death card. I've been to...
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
All right, I've got the ice cube challenge. Now what you need to do is hold it in your hand till it starts dripping, and then you put it in your mouth for as long as you can. All right, I've got the ice cube challenge. I'm gonna go nigga knock on this door. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. That's my favorite house. So I can't even get a volunteer job. They bait and switch, and you ain't gonna fucking eat my food, feed me some, and cut me off and say, ha, I gotcha. This ain't a game. 'Tis the season to be vegan. I'm all the way up, and nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Sometimes there's not an answer. That's the answer. How's it taste to your own medicine? Sometimes there's not an answer, and that's the answer. Got niggas competing when niggas ain't competing.
You know, I am so thankful that I have remained sane.
It's a story unlike anything you've ever seen before. But pay close attention to the tape because there may be a quiz at the end of it. And when you're finished watching the video, like me, of course I watch mine 3 or 4 times. Anyway, when you're finished, bring the tape back into Meyer and we'll give you a store unlike any.
I drink 2 glasses of soy milk every day and I eat a block of tofu.
We who believe in reproductive freedom will stop.
Yeah, you know, the abortion issue does seem to be something that would push a lot of people to vote for Harris. Women in particular, obviously. That was a really stupid thing for Donald Trump and the Republican Party to push for pre-election.
Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women.
Excited for her way more than I think anyone was really against Dr. Oz. And then he won by 5 points. Shapiro, who I think Harris will pick as her VP, or at least I hope that's who she'll pick. And he is probably at the top of the list of contenders, so I think she ultimately probably will.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, huh? Dodo donated $2. Black voters love Bill Clinton.
Are you still playing the sax? Yeah. I voted for the first time today. You were the first president I voted for.
Thank you.
Bill Clinton was a good president, but he's a terrible person. I have family members voting for this man tomorrow. It's unreal, but I did my part by voting for Kamala Harris.
Together, I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women. Together, I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women.
And he's in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycam $20. I like when Brad would go hard on Jason. Me too, and knowing now, he definitely deserved it. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
The only one that's going to be signing that. Stingy little Jew. What is that? M. Titus, the bodybuilder from the 80s. Oh, this is your new shtick? Yeah. Oh, my fucking God. Get everybody's permission that's on that picture to sell it? Who cares? If you were to choose. Burn one and wipe my ass with one? Yeah, if you wanted to wipe one with ass. I don't, Jason. Star Wars? Yeah, it's fine. It's sick, it's this. It's very shit. It's shit. Train smart, lots of reps. Why did you bring that up? I was really hoping you weren't going to show up today. The herpes of the fitness world. The mummy returns. What the fuck are you doing? What? Did you do 5 reps? You got some more jism in your hair this morning? I gotta put some more jizz. What is going on right here? I have a disease, baby. What is that, Jason? A blotch. What? There's like little fucking specks on there. Like cookie crumbs? Yes, cookies. I ate cookies this morning. What in the fuck? What the fuck is the matter with you? You don't tell people what money you have or what you make. Who cares? Again, what is this, dude? What are you...
I'm afraid your path.
I don't know how the fuck anybody can train with Jason. He's so fucking distracting.
Ends here.
Supreme victory! And Mom won't let me touch it because she's scared. Anywhere in between 350 and 700. Well, she won't let me see it. Jason, you'll blow it all on hookers and dumb shit. You're gonna have a dildo collection? You probably already do. You're fucking disgusting. You sit here and brag about all this money you got. Well, the problem is my mom won't let me spend it. Meanwhile, you fucking get us to sign shit for you to sell it. Now it's convenient to blame it on your mother. Yes, blame it on MJ. She's a cheap dickhead. Yeah. That's a really nice way to talk about your mother, Jason. You're a living abortion. What's going on here? You're like hyperextending your knees, asshole. Okay. I want to see those knees break backwards like Joe Theismann. Look at you, fucking tub of shit. What episode of Fatter by the Day is this? Episode 4. This is so fucking stupid. Now you're gonna compete again, now you're not. You make up your fucking mind. And who the fuck do you think you are? Talking shit about people that work a 9-to-5 job. Stop saying that. What's your reason behind that? Be honest with you. You think that's funny? It's kind of cool, actually. Say that again, I'm smacking you. I promise you. Hurry up, Jason. You fuck up another one of my workouts. Good thing I got all my squatting done before you got here. Look at that muffin. Jesus, your belly's disgusting. You can't go past 5 reps? Lift up your arm. You're fucking... Jason. Do you wear deodorant? Yeah. No, you don't, because you smell really fucking bad. Yo. No, you don't. Go get some paper towel and that sanitizer. Hurry the fuck up. Oh, wait, here. Take this shit, throw it the fuck away. What? Garbage. Poster boy. Who's paying for that? What dope actually fucking paid $25 for this? You didn't brush this morning. No, but I'll brush him this morning. Fucking God, man. Moody as usual? Yeah. Jeez, I wonder why. She's having her period. She's having a sharp period. Her mood swings, estrogen buildup. She's having her estrogen period buildup. Maybe she's just tired of you. You probably text her 1,000 times a day. I text her twice. Bullshit. I heard about the video. I didn't watch it yet. You and her, what, did you take her out on her birthday or something? Yeah. You told her you loved her and she just said, oh, thank you. What did I just say to you? Yeah, I know. Stop doing that. I know. You say that whenever you don't want to answer a fucking question. Why are you telling me? She's been moody lately. Jason, you're fucking friend zone. Don't you realize that? I don't care. Okay, good. I don't give a fuck. So don't call her your girlfriend then. It's marketing. It's a marketing beta click. Beta clicking that fucking. Beta clicking? Yeah. Beta clicking means getting a girl on video and clickbaiting. So you use her for clickbait? Yeah, basically. Okay. Truth comes out. I don't give a fuck. Hey. So the videos with her in it, you get more views? Nice. Keep using her. Are you paying her or is she...
Dodo donate $2. Also, I think it's about time for some motherfucking video games, please.
Thank you all. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many thank yous. About 20. That must be 35.
Dream to be the scientist.
She's so.
Yo, Rich. I have a business idea I want to work with you on. It's an app called Fapstagram, where you can scroll through porn, and if you find something where you're like, I could totally jack off to that later, you can bookmark it for later. You in?
That sounds brilliant. Yes, I'm definitely in. We could probably make thousands, or maybe even hundreds. Thanks for the donation, JC Cloudy. Retard donated $2, let me see. Well, we're basically already watching this. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. Say these out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, folks? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Me. Get that out right away. She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
Tim Walz let Minnesota burn. Kamala Harris bailed out the
I
ones who
love
lit
it.
the matches.
Put it in there. Put it right in with the stuff, huh?
He's salty as fuck, dude. It's basically the same clip,
There
right?
must be 35 Democrats that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She says we all.
Well, thanks, Dodo. We'll play games soon, alright? Don't worry. Also, here's my kitty. He has the biggest kitty paws I have ever fucking seen, dude. He is so fucking huge, bro. Like, you really have to see it in person. His paws are so fucking big. Even his tail is like so big and thick and long. It's weird. He literally doesn't even look like a house cat. It's like a miniature panther.
Paying you.
You're paying me.
What?
Yeah, it's great.
Fucking scamming motherfucker, man. I gotta hand it to you, though. Anybody that gives you money is fucking dumber than you. Fucking unbelievable. So in the last podcast, Rob Zilla came on. You jerk off to her video.
I've also noticed there is almost no porn content out there in the femdom, tit fucking genre. There's gotta be a market for that. Could be an interesting niche to fill. I just need to find dominatrixes with big tits.
Yeah, there's definitely a lack of that. Thanks for the donation, Jay Cloudy.
Videos.
Yeah.
You call her your girlfriend, but you have to jerk off to her.
My opinion now, because she did that, it's bad for my business and my clothing line.
Because she did what? Because she did porn? Does it embarrass you that she did that?
It's kind of embarrassing, yeah.
Really? Wow, man. You're a fucking asshole, you know that? You shut your mouth. She's smart, she'll fucking block and delete your ass. She's probably cleaner than most of these chicks you pick up at a fucking bar, though, to be honest. That's something you're worried about? About what?
What she's got down there.
What would you think she has?
Maybe AIDS or something?
Oh my fucking God. Are you serious, Jason?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? What is wrong with you?
This is my opinion.
Why would you say something like that?
Just an opinion.
I bet your blood's more fucked up than hers. I'm telling you right now, you will get smacked if you keep saying that. What was that?
Look at this. He's dreaming. Oh my God. Look at his toes wiggle. Oh my God, what's he doing in his dreams? That's amazing. Oh my God.
That? I'm gonna kill you.
No.
I fucking dare you. Come here. It's a secret. Come here. Come here. I gotta tell you something.
She doesn't look as young as she used to. She looks worn out.
What the fuck?
Oh my God. She looks.
Jesus Christ. You think it's from the porno?
Mostly.
Didn't you say she's got like 8 jobs? Don't you think it might be because of that? You are such a fucking asshole.
The truth will set you by being a monkey prick.
Holy fuck, man. You are such an ungrateful asshole. And you just told me that when you guys go out, she buys shit, she gives you money.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna say all this shit? You're a fucking dick, dude. Good luck ever getting any ass.
Yeah.
Who cares? You got a green dildo, right?
I'm getting one of those girl dolls, the realistic ones, the robots.
What the fuck?
For $1,100, I'm gonna get it.
$1,100, that's it?
Yeah, about $1,100. It's on sale, blowout special.
Who's giving you that?
I'm buying it.
Sure you are.
And I'm gonna fuck myself.
You're gonna fuck yourself in the ass with it? Did you
No,
just say that? You creepy fuck. J-Lo robot doll will be your cum dumpster. You'll never clean the fucking thing. Ugh, it's just fucking incredible how stupid people are. So what's your plan now? Are you competing in?
Bend over, donate $2. Is this you whenever you want to see your new cat?
Morning, dum-dum.
Me no dum-dum, you dum-dum. You bring me gum-gum?
Yes, I did, fathead. Lots and lots of gum-gum.
Yes, bring me my gum-gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
In the Ruby, you're not competing in the Ruby, what are you doing? I have a great idea. Since we're doing legs today, why don't we put 600 on the bar over there? I want to see your knees blow out just like Jay's.
You're an idiot.
Maybe you'll be laid up for a while and leave us the fuck alone.
You're a pansy.
I'm a pansy. You're the one that shoves dildos up your ass and I'm a fucking pansy? You like to take stuff up the ass, and you're calling me a fucking pansy.
Just to get a erotic feeling. Jason Blaha, you think you know how to live? Jay Masters is a powerlifter. He knows what the fuck he's doing. Why are you being a attention whore, beta clicker, and also Nick Power and Strain? You're all a bunch of
one to know one.
A bunch of clickbaiting assholes.
You're calling them clickbaiting assholes. Meanwhile, you were just saying you used Cynthia for clickbaiting. I don't think Blaha realizes that Jay won 3 state powerlifting titles in late teens.
Jason's a fucking schmo.
You're worse than anybody. You are fucking worse than anybody. I'm done. I can't anymore. I can't.
Blow
I can't
yourself.
Yeah.
Put a bullet to your head.
Yeah, Jason's very annoying.
Bartiromo's program, once again, the idea of deploying the military against supporters of Kamala Harris was brought up by Donald Trump. This is no joke, my friends. This is a very, very dangerous guy.
Are you expecting chaos on Election Day?
No, I don't think so. Not from the side that votes for Trump.
Right. Not from the only side that's ever generated chaos, Maria.
But I'm just wondering if these outside agitators will start up on Election Day. Let's say you win. I mean, let's remember, you've got 50,000 Chinese nationals in this country in the last couple of years. Yeah. You've got people on the terrorist watch list, 350 in the last couple of years. You've got like you said, 13,000 murderers and 15,000 rapists. Right. What are you expecting?
Like you falsely said.
Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
Oh, boy.
Not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical.
Here come the Hitler comments.
Left lunatics. And I think they're the big, and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
The problem is the enemy within, AKA fellow Americans who just don't agree with me. And if we need the military, we're going to use it. Terrifying. And meanwhile, J.D. Vance was asked about Trump regularly saying this. And J.D. just tried to play it off like, oh, what's the quote? I've never heard him say that. Well, Jake Tapper explains it.
Says, and you'd much rather talk about what Donald Trump allegedly said than what Donald Trump did in office. What he did in office, Jake,
what he said publicly.
1.5% inflation.
The military
to go after the enemy within, which is the American people.
He did not say that, Jake.
The enemy
he
within?
said that he was going to send the military after the American people.
Now, you all just heard it. You all just heard it. We just played, and it's not just once that Trump said it. He says it all the time. And JD plays this game.
Me the quote where
he said he was going to. He said the enemy within.
He said far left lunatics. He's talking
Like
about
the
people
Pelosi's
rioting
and Schiff.
He's talking about people rioting after the election. I think
The Pelosi's were rioting after the election?
He said
Adam Schiff was rioting after the election?
You're using two separate phrases. He said about using the military that far left lunatics, people who riot in the wake of an election, people who burn down American cities in the summer of 2020. Yes, we should have a federal law enforcement
This is what
response.
he said to Joe Rogan on Friday. The enemy within that he wants the military to go after.
This is
the enemy within.
Look at JD try to prevent Jake Tapper from reading it.
A bigger problem than Kim Jong-un.
The second part.
We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. That's who the enemy within.
And that's not violent. That's just, they want the country to be unsuccessful as per Trump's interpretation of their political views. And therefore the military or the National Guard should be deployed against them. This is what's on the ballot. It's what's on the ballot. And so if you're not worried about it, then there's maybe one way to vote. I'm worried about it. I don't know how else to express it. The world is horrified by this. And if Trump as president isn't a scare.
People who vote for Trump are just the most ignorant fucking retards on the fucking planet, dude.
Scary enough motivation to you to go and vote. Think about J.D. Vance as being a heartbeat away from the presidency and how scary that is.
We've endorsed JP, right? JD Mandel.
I'll be voting. That's for sure. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with your feedback right after.
In its early life, the Soviet Union tried to create a society without money, and it was a disaster. Despite the country wrecked by years of war and revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to immediately create their ideal socialist utopia, namely a moneyless society. A moneyless society that strangely involved the printing of hundreds of billions of rubles. In this video, we look at the Soviet Union's devastating first flirtation with communism. The Soviet Union was one of the most fascinating economic and social experiments in world history. If you want to watch more Asianometry-style documentaries about the country, then I want to suggest CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream has thousands of documentaries covering all sorts of topics from nature witness to share a few Curiosity covers the fall efforts. I love dinosaurs and I've heard about opportunity who wants to learn, and you'll save 25% off. Classical economists saw money as a neutral link, helping only to facilitate the buying and selling of goods. Marx acknowledged this, but disagreed in how those economists downplayed money's role in the society. First, Marx believed that money contributed to the cyclical booms of over- and underproduction in the capitalist economy. In a capitalist economy, someone has money, M. They use M to purchase a commodity, C. Then they can resell the commodity again for money. We call that M prime. So the complete equation goes something like this, M to C to M prime. The capitalist's foremost goal is to generate profit, so they won't do this conversion unless they are sure that M prime will be greater than M. If not, then they will wait, leading to hoarding. Periodically, those hoarding capitalists will all go produce commodities at the same time, creating overproduction booms and crises. Marx saw this as a problem. Secondly, Marx saw money as the means by which the bourgeoisie class parasitically sucked out the blood of the working class. Workers work and are paid a wage, but those wages are not as valuable as the outputs of their work, which generates wealth for the capitalists to accumulate. Money is the seemingly neutral medium by which overproduction crises occur, and workers end up becoming alienated or distanced from their valuable outputs. Such a thing would not be needed in a socialist, centrally planned society. So the notion of eliminating money from the entire economy was widespread and ingrained. The Bolsheviks never questioned it as one of the major facets of the economy they wanted Russia to have. World War I led various governments across the European continent to go off the...
Remember when Psychopaths totally ripped off the Minority Report? I don't think it did at all in, like, any way.
Gold standard and print money. Russia was no different. The imperial government left the gold standard in June 1914, 4 days after entering the war. They ran a 39% deficit the first year of the war and 75% the 2 years after. The war led to large government budget overruns, foreign borrowing, physical destruction, collapses in economic output, and high rates of inflation. Good times all around. Between 1913 and 1917, the number of industrial workers available in Russia declined by 16.4%. Total industrial output had declined by even more than that, 22.7%. This led to inflation. At the start of 1917, the year the Bolsheviks took over, the amount of paper rubles in circulation increased to 9 billion, from the 1.6 billion it was in July 1914. About a 5.5 times increase, far higher than the 100 to 200% increase seen in France and Germany. The Russian government's deficit in 1917 was 82% of budget, and 73% of that deficit was funded using the printing press. So the Bolsheviks took over an economy already caught up in an inflationary crisis. Worse yet, the new revolutionary government would not have access to much of the empire's most productive land. A few months after taking power, the Bolshevik government signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918. The treaty lost Russia a third of its population, nearly a third of its agricultural land, and over half of its industry. The oil wells of Baku and the Caucasus, representing some 97% of Russia's total oil output, were inaccessible until late 1919. And then there was Ukraine. Ukraine alone had provided the Russian Empire with 78% of its coal, 74% of its iron ore, and 80% of its grain. Even after World War I ended, many territories were occupied by anti-Bolshevik forces as the country plunged into the Russian Civil War. The Bolsheviks would not reliably take control of Ukraine again until 1920. So when the Bolsheviks took over, the Russian economy was in a pretty sorry state. And even if you discounted the damage inflicted by the 3 years of war, Russian society was semi-industrialized and largely agricultural, not ideal for a transition.
Death of Rabbit donated $2. Thoughts on Avi voting for Trump? Well, we've already covered that. I don't think it's sensible. Even with his support for Israel and him being against abortion, I don't think that's sensible. Is he a freak? Well, he does like anal. He is a little freaky, in my opinion. Is one curl variation enough to build biceps maximally? No, probably not. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
To socialism. Yet, the newly installed Bolsheviks decided to move forward anyway. Lenin had laid out the steps of constructing this new Russian socialist economy in a pamphlet titled The Immediate Tasks of Soviet Rule. The party announced that it would establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and centralize all the country's economic activities into a single national plan. During this period of time, the government carried out a series of activities. Since money was so important in the capitalist society, controlling that money gave you power. And what controlled money? The banks. Marx long believed that banking was at the core of the capitalist system. The Communist Manifesto lists the establishment of a single central bank as the first step towards centralizing the means of production within the state. The Russian Empire was no different from the rest of Europe in having a very centralized financial system. About 12 banks held 80% of the country's total capital. This made the country's bank nationalization swift and easy. So one of the first things the Bolsheviks did was to declare a state monopoly on all banking activities. On November 20th, 1917, the People's Commissar of Finance seized the Russian state bank, Gosbank. The Bolsheviks ordered the other privately owned banks to immediately begin funding the country's worker-controlled factories. The financiers refused, and on December 1917, the Bolsheviks sent troops to occupy all the country's largest banks. Their capital was transferred over to Gosbank. Over the next few months, the banks were disassembled, their reserves and incomes redirected to the government, bank dividends were abolished, withdrawals of deposits before 1918 were restricted, and all foreign debts were cancelled. By the end of 1918, every bank in the country was liquidated and merged into Gosbank. Gosbank would no longer lend out money, but would simply keep accounts of the economy's transactions. Nationalizing the banks pinched off the flow of credit into the economy. In the first quarter of 1918, 405 enterprises employing 205,000 workers closed down due to a lack of credit. Theoretically, a centrally planned socialist economy would no longer need money and free markets. Yet because it would take time to transition to this new system, parts of the old system, like taxation and worker wages, would have to remain. This led to a weird, seemingly contradictory situation. The Bolsheviks, moving towards a moneyless society while simultaneously printing a whole lot of it to fund their budgets. In June 1918, the Council of the People's Commissar announced the nationalization of industry. This was another crucial part of this new transition plan towards socialism. As Lenin wrote, this would be pulling out and cutting the wires through which the capitalists controlled the economy. Throughout the second half of 1918 and the first quarter of 1919, the Soviet government nationalized the country's railways, shipping, mining, and so on. Lenin wanted the Bolshevik nationalization drive to first gain firm control of the economy's most critical levers, but the whole thing happened chaotically, targeting industries here and there. Less than 14% of the nationalizations were handled by the central government. The large majority were performed by local organizations and trade unions. This chaotic nationalization drive meant the ejection of many skilled workers and business owners. Their new owners had no idea how to run these machines, leaving them to seek the help of the bourgeoisie. And all the while, the Bolsheviks were fighting the Russian Civil War. From the summer of 1918 to the end of 1919, the Russian Civil War ebbed and flowed. The various white armies pushed the Red Army nearly to the brink. But the whites' inability to work together and win the support of the peasants put them at a disadvantage. In response, the Bolshevik government dedicated every possible effort towards supplying the Red Army. Industrial policy sought to utilize every available labor and resource towards the war, forced mobilization. Both fighting the war and the nationalization drive strained the treasury. This all needed to be done using traditional principles of capitalist finance, but the government had no way to fund it without the use of the money printing press. No one wanted to lend the new Bolshevik government any money, especially since 1918, when they repudiated all foreign debts and nationalized their assets. So the government has to raise taxes to pay their expenses. But who and what was there to tax? In 1918, income taxes provided just 7.3% of total budget spending, forcing the Bolsheviks to break promises made less than a year earlier about abolishing indirect taxes. In fact, they raised those indirect taxes even further and threw in an extraordinary income tax in October. Nothing can be done to fill the gaps in the government budget but to print more money. At the end of 1918, inflation measured at 598%, and there was over 60 billion rubles in circulation. Yet the value of those rubles when measured using 1913 values had actually fallen by a tenth from 1917, from 2.4 billion to just 222 million. The party's prevailing effort was to keep the country supplied with food. There were food problems early on. In January 1918, Lenin wrote in a telegram, "For God's sake, take the most energetic and revolutionary measures to send grain, grain, and grain. Otherwise, Petersburg will die. Special trains and detachments, harvest and collect, escort the trains, inform daily, for the love of God." The Tsarist government had introduced a grain monopoly during World War I. It prohibited grain trading in any way, shape, or form. Farmers had to deliver their grain surpluses to the state at a fixed price, with no hiding or concealment whatsoever. The provincial government had continued the monopoly when they ran the country, and the Bolsheviks reaffirmed it too. But the crashing ruble meant that wages no longer mattered to the peasants, who refused to sell their goods at the official state prices. The government, seeing the problem as being one of food distribution rather than production, the food had to be there, right? Responded by quote-unquote requisitioning the food, only further disincentivizing the peasants from producing surpluses. In May 1918, the Bolsheviks announced a food dictatorship, which reaffirmed the grain monopoly and permitted the People's Commissar of Food to use armed force to take food from the peasants who were supposedly hiding it. High inflation soon became hyperinflation. In May 1919, the People's Bank announced that it would print as much money as possible. The bank would receive orders for cash and furiously print however much it can. Inflation doubled from a mere 598% to 1,376% in 1919. The ruble's value was crashing so fast that the government published their budgets retroactively. Planning ahead of time was basically impossible. In the second half of 1919, money printing costs took up 45 to 60% of the mint's total budget. And even still, the ministries were not fulfilled on what they asked for. Even the war ministry got less than 40% of their request. Amazingly, the Bolsheviks argued that this hyperinflation was a sign that their socialist transformation was working. Their goal in printing unlimited paper money was to devalue it to nothing. Doing so would annihilate the power of the wealthy money hoarders, transitioning to a system of state distribution and finally giving us a moneyless world. The ABC of Communism wrote, "The gradual disappearance of money will likewise be promoted by the extensive issue of paper money by the state." But one can also argue that the unlimited printing of money indicated just how much the Bolsheviks still relied upon the old capitalist system, ruined as it was, to keep their industrial and war machines going. Starting around April 1920, the Red Army had essentially won the Civil War. Defense spending began to wind down, but the Bolshevik successes on the battlefield gave them the confidence that they would be able to win the quote-unquote economic war as well. All the policies implemented during the war, demonetizing the economy, nationalizing the economy, and requisitioning food from the peasants, they would only intensify them. The state sought to take over the entire supply and distribution system, passing legislation to make every public service from transportation to telegraph use free. In December 1920, Lenin signed a flurry of new decrees to make medicines, food, consumer goods, fuel, and postage free. The government intensified its attempts to demonetize the economy. Private trade and money would be banished for good. The government would control all the inputs and distribute all the outputs. Taxes and wages were to be...
Death of Rabbit donated Tiller's brothers. No cute women at my school. Yeah, you might as well drop out. Only cute girl I got at my school never accepted my follow request after I got her Instagram. Feel like school is terrible to find dating candidates these days. It's always been, dude. Need to find a girlfriend or I'll degenerate, bro. What grade are you in? High school sucks for dating. Girls in high school are fucking insane, delusional whack jobs who literally do not know how to human. Like, they can't talk. So I'd recommend finding girls outside of high school, dude. Go to places where girls around your age are and talk to them, because girls at your school are always fucking retards. 12th grade, yeah. Yeah, dating anybody at your high school is just fucktarded, man. I think women in that age group are especially crazy and fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Paid in kind, meaning using physical goods rather than cash. By 1921, 93% of all wages were paid in this way, thanks partially to the ruble's collapsing value. Money would be replaced by a new accounting unit, but what would that be? Some suggested using physical properties, others salt or cooperative funds. One interesting unit was to use the combined thermal and labor energy that went into the item. They eventually suggested the tread, a unit of labor defined as a day of simple labor at a normal intensity. All of these suggestions only confused people in determining the value of the goods they were trying to trade with, making them unreasonable accounting units. In the end, there was only the hyperinflating ruble. In 1921, the government issued 16.3 trillion new rubles. Despite this, the inflation ran so fast that the government still ran a deficit of 21.9 trillion rubles that year. 1 year later, in 1922, that issuance swelled to 1.97 quadrillion new rubles. By 1921, the Soviet government realized that war communism had gone too far. The Russian economy fell into ruins. The state was nowhere near ready to take centralized control of every item from soap to food. Nor were they correct in believing that once the state took over distribution of an item, economic market laws no longer applied. Illegal markets flourished, providing most of people's food. Meanwhile, production of items like steel, sugar, and bricks practically ceased. Overall industrial production had fallen to a third of the pre-war era in 1913. Without money, there was a total...
Sengoku Donate Chillers, would you say that women on social media who say, I'll never go 50-50 with a man on bills are spoiled, entitled, or just expressing preference? As soon as you see an adult talking about how they don't feel like they should pay a fair share, so like the assumption being somebody you're dating is making roughly the same amount of money as you, give or take, and they're saying, I'll never pay, you know, half the bills or something like that. I'll never cover half the rent. I'll never pay half the heating bill. I'll never pay for my own food at a restaurant. They are, they're cognitively children, and you should not waste your time with them. So either they have this idea that, no, like, if they're making equal money to somebody they're dating, that person should pay for most of the expenses. They're an entitled, crazy, like, fuckwit, or they're talking about only dating, like, rich people who make more money than them, who will take care of them. Again, don't bother with them. They're fucking delusional. They want to be some fucking Disney princess or something when there's nothing special about them. When people have that kind of attitude where I'm gonna only date a rich guy who will take care of me, not only do they have like a childlike mindset where they want to be some sort of Disney princess who just gets taken care of, they don't even have any like fucking ambition of ever being a self-sustaining adult. Like, these are people who are not going to go to school, not get a career, not try to get a job, not try to make a living for themselves. They literally permanently want to be a child where daddy takes care of them. And those are women that you never, ever, ever want to fucking deal with. So, yeah, they're entitled, spoiled fucking children, and you should avoid them like the plague. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Grade 12, bro. I was held back a few years. Honestly, I'm now thinking about even going for men. At least they listen. It's just, I don't like to suck a dick. Maybe take one in my ass, but not my mouth. What's your opinion? Well, if I've learned anything from Destiny, sucking dick isn't gay. But, I don't know, maybe just go for trans women or femboys. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Total lack of incentive for people to work. Work desertion rates in the railways hit 40%, and a worker in 1920 produced an average of just 45% of what they used to before the war started. Hyperinflation ruined the lives of the Russian people.
Sure, that wasn't you, Death of Rabbit.
Daily caloric intake in 1919 had fallen by 30% from the 8-year average in the 1910s, 3,820 calories to 2,680. Famine broke out in 1921, lasting into 1922, resulting in the deaths of 5 million people. Food requisitioning had left them with nothing to fall back upon. Despite the end of the Russian Civil War, peace did not return. The peasants started to revolt. One insurrection in particular, the Kronstadt Rebellion in 1921, shook Lenin's views on the current direction. Lenin realized that market activity had to return in some way. In March, they implemented the New Economic Policy, or the NEP, to reverse the decline, grow output, and stabilize the currency. A few years later, in 1923, a year in which 176.5 quintillion new rubles were issued, the Soviet government fully reversed course. They issued a gold-backed currency, made its central bank independent again, and rebalanced the budget. The rebellions calmed down, or were more like put down, and output began to recover.
Imagine living in a society where the government does like some sort of radical change like that, and then they completely reverse course once they realize it doesn't work. Like, I don't know why everyone wouldn't just fucking leave. Like, their leadership is just completely and utterly incompetent and delusional.
Reflecting on it, Lenin said, "We were caught up as we were in the wave of enthusiasm, and having kindled the people's enthusiasm, first general political and then military enthusiasm, we were counting on utilizing this enthusiasm directly to accomplish economic tasks that were equally important. Life has shown how wrong we were." He considered his new NEP policy as the real way forward, attributing the mistakes of the war communism years to the interruptions from the Civil War. But make no mistake, they wanted this. The state's intention during the war communism years was to tear the country away from capitalism, create a monopoly on trade, and eradicate money itself. But their plan In 1979, the Soviet Union was the world's leading producer of oil, pumping 11.5 million barrels each day. At the end of our last video on this, the Soviet Union finished the 1960s as the second biggest oil-producing nation in the world. Even so, the country's most plentiful bounties of oil and natural gas were still yet to come, hiding beneath Siberia's frozen swamps and lakes. In this video, we look at how the Soviet Union became an
Death of Rabbit donatillers, fuck you, fuck chat, maybe I am gay, and I'll fuck y'all in the ass. I will go full gorilla mode on UVG and VG, I won't pull out. I will impregnate you, bitch. Alright, well thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
An energy superpower, and how that contributed to the country's eventual dissolution. But first, a quick shout out to the Asianometry Patreon. Early access members get to watch new videos and selected references for them before they're released to the public. It helps support the videos and I appreciate every pledge. Thanks, and on with the show. Some 600 miles east of the Ural Mountains is the Soviet West Siberian Basin. It is broad, flat, and vast, 3.4 million square kilometers, or nearly 5 times the size of Texas. About a third of the area is potentially oil-bearing, nearly 1 million square kilometers, but this area alone is larger than Texas and Oklahoma combined. Even in a Russian context, the area is undeveloped, harsh, and remote. The summers are short, and the
Dodo donatillers, holy shit, I send you one Asianometry video and you're obsessed and watch 20 now. What the fuck? Play games, my nigga. No, we're gonna have to watch every single video on his channel before we do that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
The winters are long and severe, the air is humid, and with temperatures plunging to as low as negative 27 degrees Celsius, frost and fog are common. 60 to 70% of the area are swamps and lakes. There is no regular water supply. For 9 or 10 months of the year, those lakes freeze to their very bottoms. Needless to say, the area is sparsely populated.
Gummy is on par with Joey with the beautiful marking. Gummy is your Joey. 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Yes. Gummy is my Joey. He's only been living here for a few days, but I already love him. He's my gum-gum. He's a really sweet cuddle cat. He, hasn't been socialized super well, so when he plays with other animals, he's way too rough. But I'm sure he'll learn to play nice pretty soon. I love cuddling with him. He's so fucking huge. He's like this big, giant, fucking stuffed tiger. He's so soft, especially around his head. He has these big kitty paws. Even his tail is like super big and long. I've never seen a cat like him. He's so fucking beautiful. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Many landless Russian peasants came to Siberia during the building of the Trans-Siberian Railroad in the late 1890s, but most settled in the Siberian south, again due to the cold. But beneath these lands are some of the world's great oil and gas deposits, second only to those found in the Persian Gulf. Dating back to the Triassic and Jurassic periods, they include the massive Urengoy gas field and Russia's biggest oil field, Samodlor. The field partially lies above the Siberian Traps, the site of one of the largest known eruption events in world history, 250 million years ago. From 1960 to 1970, the Soviet Union's total oil production rose from under 3 million barrels per day to 7.1 million barrels, which very roughly translates to about 380 million metric tons per year. Much of this new oil came from the second Baku area of the Volga-Ural province, which are in the European regions of the Soviet Union.
Dude. Who in the fuck would want to live around here? That just looks like a horrible, cold, barren wasteland. Why in the hell does anybody live far past the equator? Like, why would you want to live in perpetual winter? It's just so stupid.
As far back as the 1930s, Soviet geologists had predicted that the West Siberian Basin potentially held significant...
Gummy is just under 8 months old. And we got Gummy from a woman who found him in her backyard. Somebody dumped him. He wandered into the backyard. She kept him for a few months, but she has other cats, and her other cats were bullying him. And she couldn't keep him because, you know, you'd constantly get picked on. So she just gave him to us. Jasmine said, if you ever need anybody to take him, I can take him. And then she just gave him to us. It's funny. She even gave us his nightlight. This lady thought that the nightlight that he had was comforting to him, so she gave us his nightlight too.
Deposits that could be even larger than what was in the Volga-Ural. Several potential oil gushers had already been found. However, the Soviet government refrained from...
You ever drive around the city for hours on end at night? No, I've never done that.
Exploring and developing those fields. Yes, there seems to be oil out there, but how much? And what would it take to get it out of the ground? One high-ranking Communist Party member was quoted as saying, "The huge oil and gas reserves that the people of West Siberia talk about so much are nothing more than the fruit of a sick provincial imagination. They must stop misleading everyone and go about their business." Circumstances eventually made the Soviets change their minds. Starting in the mid to late 1960s, the Volga-Ural oil fields started to decline, much faster than anyone anticipated. From 1971 to 1975, the Soviets planned for the European older oil fields to decline by 150 million tons a year. They actually declined by 261 million. This was bad news because the oil production business had very critical functions for the Soviets. First, the Soviet oil industry was by far the country's biggest source of foreign currency, over 50%, for purchasing wheat and other goods from abroad. And second, the Soviets had long-term oil export obligations to the countries of the Eastern Bloc. All of them, save Romania, depended on the Soviets for their energy. These oil and gas deliveries were made through extensive cross-country pipelines named Druzhba, or Friendship, or Bratstvo, or Brotherhood. In January 1968, Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin visited the Tyumen, sometimes also spelled with a Y, region of West Siberia. There, he talked about the area's potential for advancing the Soviet economy and the need to begin building infrastructure. 2 years later, in 1971, Brezhnev himself began urgently pushing the Soviet economy towards developing West Siberia. A new ministry was founded to build oil infrastructure there, led by the high-ranking Ukrainian Communist Party member Boris Sherbina. Sherbina would later gain lasting renown as the guy in charge of managing the Chernobyl crisis of 1986. He was played by Stellan Skarsgård in the 2019 HBO TV miniseries. Were it not for the whole Chernobyl meltdown thing, Sherbina would be more well-known as the founder of the West Siberian oil and gas industry. West Siberia presented a serious development challenge: people. Baku had already a growing urban area surrounding it. The Volga-Urals had seen a population surge because of the war. But hardly anyone lived in West Siberia, so developing the area meant that the Soviets needed to create entire towns out of essentially nothing. In order to fully tap its bounty of oil and gas, the Soviets would have to bring out hundreds of thousands of geologists, builders, and work crews. Worker settlements are difficult to build due to harsh conditions, and since agriculture is basically impossible, all food has to be transported via rail. For this reason, the cost of living there is 1.5 to 1.7 times greater than what it is in the European parts of the country. The days of Stalin just moving entire populations here or there are over. Workers in the Soviet Union now had freedom of choice in choosing where to live and work. People had to want to come out to this wasteland.
The fate of the world is at stake here. You can either choose for world peace, foreign wars ending, putting American workers first, secure borders, or fucking World War III, Great Depression and the establishment. Vote for Trump. Our lives depend on it.
Yeah, I don't think Trump is going to do any of those things, dude, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Salaries in West Siberia were higher, 2.2 to 2.5 times greater than what you can find elsewhere, and it was easier to get promoted. The party ran media campaign ads in the older oil and gas regions, looking for specialists. The vast majority of these workers were young, under 35, and signed up to work there for a short period of time to earn a lot of money. Before long, West Siberia started yielding its vast riches. In 1965, the area generated about 5.6 million tons of oil and 1.4 billion cubic meters of natural gas. In 1970, oil production in West Siberia reached 31 million tons. Just 5 years later, in 1975, oil production numbers reached 141 million tons. In 1977, an insane 211 million tons. By 1973, a total of 113 oil fields had been discovered. 5 billion-ton supergiant oil and gas fields were discovered from 1965 to 1973, including the aforementioned Samadlor. The Soviets built long gas pipelines to transport their products to their primary buyers in Europe. Throughout the second half of the 1970s, the Soviets laid down 1,400 kilometers of pipeline, moved 130 million cubic meters of soil, and tore up 27.2 million square meters of agricultural land. To speed up pipeline construction, ready-made pieces were trucked from the factory to the site. Gas pipeline construction rates were 3 to 5 times faster than that in the West, resulting in costs per kilometer a third of Western averages. Economically, it was a big success. Environmentally, however, it was a disaster. Another reason why the Soviets could build pipelines so fast was that they completely disregarded ecology. Wastewater pollution, torn up swaths of taiga, and hundreds of abandoned drilled wells. It was not that the Soviets didn't care, it was just that the economic plan had to be fulfilled, no matter what. The West Siberians were constantly pushed by the government to generate more and more oil, despite warnings about its sustainability. West Siberia's oil dominance found the right customers at the right time. International conflicts throughout the 1950s and 60s proved to Europe that they cannot solely rely on Arab oil. Soviet oil seemed like a compelling diversification option. The first Western European country to strike a deal with the Soviets for oil was Austria in 1968. Italy in 1969, West Germany in 1970, and France in 1972 soon followed. West Germany was a particularly notable get for the Soviets. The decision to take Soviet gas had been a domestically controversial one. On one hand, the country's coal mines had given out, and domestic gas demand was skyrocketing, estimated to rise from 8 billion cubic meters in 1969 to 26 billion in 1975. Yet, on the other hand, there were significant political issues. For instance, the ongoing issue of Berlin's division, as well as the larger question of German reunification. But the German Ministry of Economics believed that if Soviet shares stayed under 20%, then everything will be fine. The year after West Germany started accepting Soviet gas, the two sides signed the Four-Power Agreement of 1971. The Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic finally de facto recognized each other's sovereignty. These agreements soon led to others. Throughout the 1970s, as part of Detente, the Soviet Union reached out to various countries.
Kid Boo donate $2. Is this mega spitting or nah?
Opportunity, move out of your hometown. Taking that leap and moving outside of the city that you from or grew up in is one of the biggest life hacks that people don't talk about oftentimes. Once you move outside of your hometown, it's going to put you in so many positions that you're not used to. And the reason is because you don't have that comfort zone that you had back home. So it's going to test your networking abilities. It's going to test your hustle. It's going to test your hunger, test your ability to adapt. Those uncomfortable moments, that's where you're going to grow and become a better person and the best capable version of yourself. And it's also going to expand your mind. Like so many of us, we don't grow mentally because we don't expose ourselves to new things. We think what goes on in our city, what goes in our town, it goes on everywhere. This is how people think everywhere. And it's like, no, once you put yourself out there, you're going to come across so many different ways of life, so many ways of thinking that you never thought about. I grew up in Chicago, born and raised. I left when I was 18. I moved to Florida for a year. And when I got there, I immediately changed for a multitude of reasons. And the first one is I was isolated. And this isolation part, Nori, chill out. You good? What's wrong? Like this isolation part is one of the, yeah, what's up with you? The isolation part is one of the most biggest things for self-growth because when you're isolated, you have nothing but time to think. And I know the idle time is a dangerous place to be in, but when you're a productive person, you're interested in learning, finding out new things, that idle time is going to force you to grow. Also, a sad reality, a sad truth is your hometown is not going to give you the support that you want. Like familiarity, it really breeds content. Your hometown is not going to be as quick as to support you. It's because they know you. They came up with you. They went to school with you. They see you as one of them. So they're not going to be as quick to support your business or support your brand, support your restaurant. They're not really going to do that as fast as you would like. And that don't mean in all cases, but oftentimes you're going to get a lot more support when you venture out and go to these different cities, go to these different towns than when you would in your own town. It's the reason why in the Bible it says a prophet is honored everywhere except for his hometown. people that you need to be connected with, and that's that missing piece to what you got going on. They not in your hometown. They somewhere else.
It kind of depends on where you grew up, you know. If you're in bumfuck nowhere, Nebraska, then yeah, probably a good idea to move. If you're already in a major city like New York or something, might not benefit you. I don't think moving out of your hometown is necessarily that big of a deal. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Countries of the West to strike economic partnerships, even the United States. In 1972, the US and the Soviet Union agreed on a potential energy deal, North Star. Here, Soviet natural gas would be liquefied and shipped over the Barents Sea to the American West Coast from 1980 to 2000. The Soviets and various energy lobbyists wanted this deal pretty badly. Had it gone through, the Japanese would have joined in, and the two countries would have brought a vast amount of much-needed LNG revenues and Western technologies to the Soviets. Unfortunately, Congress eventually nixed it. The Soviets wanted most favored nation status and credit guarantees, but were denied these by various opponents in Congress. It was later entirely called off in 1974. The oil crises of the 1970s, including the Iranian Revolution, accelerated these economic exchanges between the Soviets and Western Europe. Despite the Soviets' reputation as an erratic trade partner, many of these energy relationships remain to this day. As I mentioned earlier, Soviet oil and energy exports were one of the nails holding the whole Eastern Bloc together. Shortly after World War II, the Soviet Union set up an economic trade organization for the states of the Eastern Bloc, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, or Comecon, or CMEA. I will use CMEA since Comecon sounds like Comic-Con. In the years after World War II, the Eastern Bloc largely traded only within the CMEA. The Soviets sent its satellites raw goods, and the satellites sent back manufactured goods, machinery, and agricultural produce. These oil deliveries were made on quote-unquote brotherly terms, far lower than the Western market price. If the cost of extraction were to ever go up, the Soviet Union could not pass on these extra costs. It had been known since the mid-1960s that these interbloc trade agreements were unfavorable to the Soviets. As the Soviets developed its lucrative West European energy export industry in the 1970s, the opportunity costs of these quote-unquote friendship oil trade agreements became ever more so clear. Yet these states had now come to
Greg donated $2, man. Remember those sweet times when Sfarage and his retarded followers would pour in and explode on a vegan YouTuber their master reacted to? Lol. Wonder what their reaction was when they found out their master was a wife abuser and psychopath LMAO retards. Yeah, I know a lot of people jumped ship after they found out about Sfarage. He still has a lot of fans that either don't know about it or know about it but think he was justified somehow because he can do no wrong and he's like this cult of personality. A lot of his fans are also psychopaths and pedophiles and shit too, so thanks for the donation though, Greg.
To depend on these brotherly oil imports. East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary most of all. Failing to meet these oil obligations had onerous political and socio-economic repercussions, especially as the satellites found themselves increasingly indebted to Western creditors. People and policymakers had expected the West Siberian energy giant to grow seemingly into infinity. What actually happened was that production stalled and gave out just as fast as it grew. Starting in 1975, West Siberia's oil production growth rates rapidly declined from 23.8% in 1976 to 7% in 1981. West Siberia's abrupt stagnation had massive ripple effects throughout the country. During the 1960s, Soviet oil production increased at a rate of about 9.1% a year. Between 1971 and 1978, that average rate had fallen to just 6.2%. The Soviet oil juggernaut was showing signs of sputtering. By 1981, the country's total oil growth rate had fallen to under 1%. Without access to more advanced oil drills and pumps from the West, Brezhnev and the Soviets felt that they had no choice but to simply drill more exploratory wells further out in search of another Samotlar-sized megagiant field. The country doubled the amount of drilling it did each year, from 13 million meters drilled in 1977 to over 26 million in 1984. 16 million of that new drilling came in West Siberia alone. This means exploratory teams have to travel further out, drill deeper, and work in more complicated formations. None of this is cheap. On a per-meter basis, drill costs doubled. Trouble brewed. Despite these all-out efforts, things continued to deteriorate. In 1984, Soviet oil output fell into negative growth. What all this means is that the Soviet energy industry, and eventually the Soviet economy as a whole, found itself investing more in order to produce less, a seemingly inescapable cycle of throwing good money after bad. Yet the Soviet Empire demanded more oil. In 1970, the Soviet Union required the energy equivalent of 0.71 tons of coal to generate $1,000 of economic income. By 1987, that ratio had gone up to 0.83. Over the years, the Soviet Union economy, like many other developed economies, had become more energy intensive. There were no easy answers for cutting consumption. In the West, a significant share of oil consumption comes from car drivers and households. When oil shocks happen, they grumble and get angry, but also have the flexibility to adjust their usage. In the Soviet Union, just 15% of the country's oil consumption came from households. Nearly half is from heavy industry. Unfortunately, those users are not so flexible, though a push to switch from oil to natural gas consumption did yield some savings. And then, again, there are the country's considerable oil export obligations. So the Soviets had little room to cut and adjust down their consumption. Thusly, the oil wells have to produce. By the late 1980s, the Soviet Union was still the world's largest producer of oil, and its third biggest producer of coal. Yet despite this, the country's economy had stagnated, consumed by its unproductive energy industry. Coherence within the Eastern Bloc faded, as the Soviets started prioritizing their own needs over those of their socialist brothers. The satellite states turned to the West. Then, in 1986, oil prices collapsed. Rising output from Alaska, the British North Sea, and OPEC all contributed to an oil glut. Saudi Arabia in particular drastically raised their oil quotas in September 1985. All in all, oil prices fell from $27 a barrel to below $10. Now, all the investment the Soviets put into oil suddenly started turning a loss. Foreign currency earnings from oil and gas sales evaporated, paving the way for the debt crisis that dissolved the Soviet Union a few years later. The Soviets perhaps would have been better off in the long run had it never exploited the oil and gas of West Siberia. High energy revenues papered over the needs for much-needed reforms in the Soviet economy. No need to improve domestic agriculture if oil money paid for meat and butter from the West. No need to make your own computer if you can just buy them from the West. Energy did and did not destroy the Soviet Union. It was the pillar that kept the Soviet house standing for far longer than it should have. It was also the crutch that weakened the country's ability to stand up on its own. The story of nuclear power in the United Kingdom is one of bad economics and missed opportunities. The British were a nuclear pioneer, and their government saw civilian nuclear power as a way to diversify the country's energy mix. But a series of bad technical decisions took the industry down the wrong path. Things got nasty. In this video, we're going to look at why nuclear power melted down, economically, in the United Kingdom. But first, the Asianometry Patreon. Early access members get to watch new videos and selected references for them before they are released to the public. The third country in the world to do it. The event was a monumental British achievement, having been done largely without American cooperation after the war ended. After the detonation's success, people started thinking about other ways they can harness their nuclear development knowledge for the benefit of mankind. It was a time of optimism. In contrast to the horrors of the atom bomb, scientists felt that civilian nuclear energy had the potential to revolutionize Britain's energy industry. In those days, the country's great oil and natural gas fields offshore in the North Sea had yet to be discovered, so Britain was almost entirely dependent on its indigenous coal mines for power and heating. The winters in early 1950s Britain were harsh, but working the coal mines is hard work, and it was getting increasingly difficult to find people to do it. In 1953, Churchill announced a new public agency to take control of and manage all of the country's nuclear development efforts. A year later, the UK Atomic Energy Authority, or UK AEA, was established. At its creation, the AEA held monopoly control of all nuclear R&D in the United Kingdom, and was also the de facto source for all nuclear information to the political classes. This is in contrast to the United States, in which private entities like General Electric and Westinghouse participated in nuclear R&D. In order to make a bomb, you need radioactive raw materials. Throughout the late 1940s and early 50s, the United Kingdom set up several plants to produce enriched uranium and plutonium at large scale. These reactors had been built with the military's needs in mind. The stated purpose was to produce military-grade plutonium and other radioactive materials. They can generate power, but with more unfavorable economics and costs. In 1954, the AEA drafted a plan to build a series of nuclear power stations generating about 1,700 megawatts by 1965. The designs would be based off a nuclear power station right then still being built at Calder Hall. Queen Elizabeth II eventually commissioned Calder Hall in October 1956, saying, "This new power, which has proved itself to be such a terrifying weapon of destruction, is harnessed for the first time for the common good of our community." At the time, the United Kingdom saw this development as a great British achievement. That same year, Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal. In late October 1956, the British, French, and Israelis attempted to seize the canal with an invasion, triggering the Suez Canal crisis. The whole thing was a diplomatic blunder and a national humiliation. Best of times, worst of times. The Suez Crisis also cast substantial uncertainty on global oil supplies and whether Britain can get enough of it. Spurred on by public opinion, the incoming Harold Macmillan administration emphasized the need for energy independence. It was the perfect political environment for the advancement of nuclear power in Britain. Thusly, the UK AEA expanded their nuclear power program up to 5,000 to 6,000 megawatts, or about 19 stations. Considering nuclear's overwhelming political support, the British electricity industry decided not to oppose the plan despite a few concerns about the economics. If all the stations arrived on time in 1965, then they can provide a quarter of the country's energy needs and replace some 18 million tons of burnt coal each year. The whole thing was estimated to cost about 750 million British pounds. These reactors would use a Magnox design, Magnox standing for magnesium non-oxidizing. Before we move on, I think we should talk a little about the Magnox design. Reactors are largely classified by the two factors in their construction. 1, the coolant used to carry heat out of the reactor core, and 2, the moderator used to control the energy level of the neutrons in the reactor core. At the time, there were 3 types of nuclear reactors out there closest to commercialization: light water reactors, heavy water reactors, and gas graphite reactors. The Magnox was based on Calder Hall's gas-cooled, graphite-moderated reactor design with a few additional modifications. Today, we consider it a first-generation reactor. The Manhattan Project used a light water reactor to generate plutonium, but due to corrosion-related safety concerns as well as issues in sourcing enough pure water, the British military opted to build air-cooled graphite reactors. This decision had far-reaching consequences down the line for the British civilian nuclear power industry. While gas-cooled and heavy water reactors can potentially be safer than light water reactors, the amount of power they output for the space they take up is lower. This is measured in something called thermal efficiency. The higher the thermal efficiency, the hotter the steam going into the turbine is, and thus, the more electricity generated for a given fuel cost. In 1957, the British electricity industry was reorganized, creating the Central Electricity Generating Board, or CEGB. The CEGB would control electricity generation and the national grid in both England and Wales for over 40 years. It was through the CEGB that the British electricity industry first began to push back against the AEA's nuclear rollout. In its early years, the AEA had special autonomy and strong political backing, so they had the heft to throw their weight around. But times had changed. The CEGB's senior members began pointing out nuclear's economic uncompetitiveness against other energy sources such as coal. As it turned out, the Suez Crisis effects on oil prices did not last. New oil fields were discovered, and larger container ships made it economically possible to sail around Africa. It became harder to advocate for spending so much money on nuclear when both coal and oil were getting cheaper. Even when using the CEGB's more optimistic estimates, nuclear costs up to 25% more than coal. In areas where coal was cheap, that cost differential went up even higher to 40%. Such pressures from the CEGB and the Treasury eventually forced the government to dial down the Magnox program a bit and push back its deadline a few years. In total, 26 stations were started up between 1962 and 1971, producing about 4,200 megawatts of power. The UK AEA's post-Suez expansion plan was a bold move, to say the least. Many of the critical early technical decisions behind the Magnox rollout had been made by a few core individuals without much thought to economic concerns. As a result, Magnox ended up overrunning its early estimates, being about 10 to 20% more expensive and taking 40% longer than planned. This is before taking into account several other significant costs like decommissioning costs, higher interest rates, and R&D costs. The United Kingdom had rushed the plan into action far too quickly. Calder Hall itself had just started operating less than 6 months earlier, and now they were massively scaling up production of the design. Builders had not fully understood the design before building the next stations. Furthermore, the UK put together 5 different consortiums to build the power plants. As a result, each power station was essentially a snowflake, lacking in standardization and thus missing out on any potential efficiencies of scale. In contrast, consider the semiconductor industry and the 300mm wafer fab transition. To smooth out construction, the industry got together and standardized virtually every part of the construction down to the wafer carriers, cutting time and expense in the build. This didn't happen here. The design of the Berkeley power station was probably the closest to Calder Hall, but changes were made to add on-load refueling, the ability to refuel while the power station is still operating. But Berkeley, Calder, and its cohorts had thermal efficiencies substantially lower than what was needed to generate enough power, so Sizewell and Bradwell added more boilers and raised the coolant pressure. Oldbury, for its part, added a concrete pressure vessel as an additional measure against catastrophic failure, but this in turn required substantial re-engineering to insulate the concrete from the high-temperature gas, and so on. You get the point. At the same time, interest rates started to rise. Nuclear power plant construction takes a long time and is very capital-intensive, which makes them extremely sensitive to interest rate movements. The higher rates are, the harder it is to make a required rate of return. In the late 1950s, they assumed a 6% interest rate, later raised to 10%. This was probably too low. Interest rate estimates over in the United States at the time were about 14%. Capital costs alone added 360 million British pounds to the construction costs of 7 nuclear stations between 1962 and 1966. The CEGB passed these higher capital and construction costs directly to the consumers. Electricity generation prices for the aforementioned Berkeley and Bradwell plants rose from the original £150 per kilowatt to £167, and that was before construction even started.
Hi, 3W, would you be made if I swatted you?
Yeah, I'd be mad. Thanks for the donation, Josu.
And lastly, the gas-cooled design originated from the British military. As I mentioned, such reactors were better for making plutonium than economically generating power. The UK AEA, for their part, argued that this was a feature, not a bug. At the time, the British military was building up its nuclear arsenal to deter the Soviets, about 50 to 200 atom bombs. These power plants can sell them that plutonium for extra cash. Back in 1955, this made sense. Plutonium back then cost hundreds of times its weight in gold. But new supplies from Canada and the United States crashed the market, and you cannot exactly sell this stuff abroad, so this tactic didn't work out. Considering all the stuff that didn't work out, a 10% cost and 40% time overrun isn't all that bad. Overruns happen all the time, including with fossil fuel stations. Most people recognized that the Magnox program had strategic and political goals rather than economic ones. It established the United Kingdom as a nuclear energy pioneer. Furthermore, the actual stations themselves, despite being a little underpowered, performed well and stayed out of trouble throughout.
Shit. I'm sorry then.
Okay, well thanks for the donation, Josu.
Their operating lifetimes. So all in all, probably worth it. As the Magnox program started to wind down, the UK government launched a second-generation nuclear program in April 1964 to replace it. In it, they proposed another 5,000 megawatts of nuclear plants to be constructed from 1970 to 1976. 3 consortiums submitted tenders for the first plant in this series, an expansion to a Magnox site, Dungeness B, like the crab, using various reactor designs. The CEGB was given the task of deciding between continuing with the gas-cooled Magnox-style reactor design or adopting an American light water design. The UK AEA advocated for their gas-cooled design. However, at the start, the CEGB seemed skeptical. Their experience with the Magnox gave them concerns that there were serious design limitations. The issue was that the UK government wanted to eventually export their British native reactor designs abroad, but the international community was increasingly coalescing around American-style water-cooled designs. Why should foreign countries adopt the AEA's designs if the country's own domestic power industry won't? And for additional background, the new Labour government was reeling from the British military.
Who should you vote for? You should vote for Kamala.
Recently cancelling the British TSR-2 advanced aircraft and instead adopting an American F-111. So while the CEGB was supposed to have autonomy in choosing which reactor to use, the UK government certainly had its own preference. Then at the end of 1964, the CEGB director, Sir Christopher Hinton, retired. He was known to be a nuclear power skeptic, and after his retirement, CEGB's attitude towards the gas-cooled reactors noticeably shifted. Like I mentioned, 3 consortiums eventually submitted tenders for Dungeness B. The first 2, English Electric and Nuclear Power Group, preferred American water-cooled designs. These 2 were backed by solid companies. But during the pricing evaluation stage of the tender selection process, the UK AEA engaged a third consortium for technical consulting, Atomic Power Constructions. Atomic Power was experiencing financial difficulties after losing a tender for the last Magnox station, basically near bankrupt. During this technical consultation job, Atomic Power briefly evaluated the possibility of doubling the rods from the original gas-cooled design. In an apparent Hail Mary, they threw in a last-minute tender based on this possibility. The CEGB decided to choose this third tender, which surprised some people. To back their decision, UK AEA and CEGB explained that under British conditions, the gas-cooled Dungeness plant would produce energy for 7% less than competing American water-cooled designs. And so in May 1965 came the official recommendation to move forward with the Advanced Gas-Cooled Reactor, or AGR. The other consortiums would have to build AGRs too. Minister for Power Fred Lee told the House of Commons, "I am quite sure we have won the jackpot. Here we have the greatest breakthrough of all time." As it turns out, the AGR was flatly the wrong choice. The models told rosy stories based on unrealistic assumptions. Atomic Power had stretched beyond what it was capable of doing in an effort to secure the tender. The consortium collapsed in 1969, leaving the aforementioned English Electric to pick up the pieces. The UK AEA and CEGB did not immediately release the work behind their 7% cheaper argument. As it turns out, the key term in what they said was British conditions, 2 essential financial model assumptions. The first faulty assumption was again the capital costs. They were once more way too low compared to contemporary American projects, despite using a less proven design. The second assumption was that the AGR would be able to run for more days than the American designs because they don't have to turn off for refueling, on-load refueling, which I mentioned earlier. This assumption was faulty because they had not actually tried to do on-load refueling on a fully sized AGR. It had worked on a little prototype with a capacity of 33 megawatts, but that was multiple smaller than the proposed build-out. When they first tried it on a fully sized AGR, the reactor started vibrating so much that 3 fuel elements broke into pieces. It would take over 20 years to fully achieve this. By 1967, less than 2 years after approval, people started to realize that the AGR design was not ready. The engineering challenges ahead were found to be immense. The reason why the AGR was supposed to perform better than its Magnox predecessor was that it operated at higher temperatures, which in turn means a higher thermal efficiency, at about 40%. However, engineers discovered that the higher temperatures corroded the previously used magnesium cladding around the fuel. Over 10 million pounds were spent testing for alternatives. First, beryllium, which was discarded because carbon dioxide corrodes it, and then stainless steel. Steel required further engineering work because of its nuclear properties, but that was deemed an unavoidable cost. Another serious issue had to do with the use of graphite to moderate the nuclear reactor. At high enough temperatures and radiation loads, the graphite cracks, which is a big problem. To keep the graphite relatively cool, a new coolant circulation system had to be devised. Engineering difficulties at Dungeness B continued. The first reactor finally started generating power in 1983, 18 years after work started. The power station did not reach full capacity until 2004, 38 years after start. The Dungeness
Snap a rubber band on the tip of your penis for $50. Make sure to stretch the rubber band far.
I'll do it for 500. Thanks for the donation, Jelker.
B debacle would stand as a lasting symbol of the UK's struggling nuclear industry. The other AGR stations, a total of 7 were built from 1979 to 1986, went up with far less troubles, but still suffered cost and time overruns. An estimate published in 1977 by economist P.D. Henderson found that the AGR debacle cost the country about £2.1 billion in 1975 currency. Today that would translate to about £20 billion, and remember, this was published in 1977. Dungeness B had another 6 years to go before generating electricity. The costs were to go even higher than that. At the heart of all these manufacturing issues, labor unrest, and construction delays was the fact that the AGR design at its outset was fundamentally flawed. This round of power station construction left the country with a bunch of economically uncompetitive stations. The discovery of massive oil and gas fields off the North Sea presented new economic challenges to nuclear, but the nuclear industry's most formidable challenger was coal. Coal and nuclear energy are close substitutes. The coal industry was already on its way out. It would shed 315,000 jobs throughout the 1960s, but they weren't going without a fight. Recognizing the threat to their livelihood, the British coal industry and its increasingly militant labor unions became nuclear's biggest critic. These criticisms were, of course, partisan, but were also based in economic realism and offered a dissenting voice in a time when almost everyone was taking the UK AEA's estimates at face value. Luckily enough, the oil crises of the 1970s, the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, and a series of minor strikes still reminded the British of the dangers of an energy mix without nuclear. The AGR build-out was a failure, but that did not mean nuclear energy itself was. The UK government again wanted new stations, but what reactor design to use? Again, another set of endless debates between the AGR and the American water-cooled reactor designs. They eventually chose the latter. By now, the British public endured years of delays and broken promises. It is not surprising that they started to lose their faith and optimism in their nuclear energy industry. Something had gone wrong somewhere. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher and her Conservative government came to power. Personally, she supported nuclear energy. She liked that it didn't emit greenhouse gases and that it provided a hedge against the coal industry. Also, as a scientist, she personally admired the technology behind it. So, it is a little ironic that her policies would have such lasting effects on the country's nuclear industry. As energy security concerns faded going into the 1980s, her government sought to reduce its involvement in energy policy. At the start, her administration believed that nuclear generated electricity more cheaply than any other method out there, something her officials have said more than a few times. So it would have no problem with this new market liberalization, right? In the early 1980s, the government announced new build plans for a series of pressurized water reactors, carrying on the technical decision made by the previous Labour government. The first of these stations, Sizewell B, was started, with 4 more ahead of it. Thatcher won office in 1979 promising only to privatize state enterprises like British Steel. But after 2 terms, the biggest thing left to privatize was the £37 billion electricity supply industry. Thusly, in 1987, Thatcher won her 3rd straight term, promising to privatize the electricity supply industry while also securing its nuclear future. The problem with that promise was that the UK's 11 completed nuclear plants, 9 Magnoxes and 2 AGRs, and 6 other ongoing construction projects were not economically competitive. The 1980s saw massive changes to the market environment. Oil prices had greatly fallen from their peaks in the 1970s, the government had broken the back of the coal workers, and the United Kingdom had started to use gas-fired power stations. Considering the market competition, the Sizewell B nuclear power plant would never have passed an investment review at British Gas or British Coal even before those 2 companies were privatized. Worse yet, the 9 first-generation Magnox reactors were nearing the end of their operating life. With that would come immense decommissioning and waste disposal costs, about £600 million for each Magnox. Analysts argued that the nuclear power stations had to remain under public control. As the government began breaking up the venerable CEGB, it realized the same thing. No private shareholder would take on these liabilities.
You may not suck my dick. You may not drink my cum. You may, however, suck the poop from my butt with a straw. But, you must spit it into my mouth. You cannot share it with Jasmine. Tell Jasmine my anus is waiting for her fist. I am black and I like poop.
Alright, well, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate the donation. Black people can't do math.
In late 1989, the entire nuclear portfolio was withdrawn from privatization. 2 new companies were created to hold and manage the stations. Nuclear Electric owned the English and Welsh nuclear power stations, with Scottish Nuclear Limited owning the Scotland stations. Work on Sizewell B continued. Halting it would have been a loss of face for Thatcher, but the 3 other water-cooled reactors on the plan were taken off. Thatcher wanted them, believing that nuclear was a critical tool in the fight against global warming, but the Treasury refused to go along. The withdrawal from privatization was a national humiliation for the British nuclear industry, an admission that decades of favorable cost estimates and statements by various energy officials was false. But the night is darkest just before the dawn. Over the next few years, the 2 companies improved their AGR reactors and successfully introduced new management practices. The 2 companies also shut down their oldest reactors, negotiating fixed prices with the government-owned company British Nuclear Fuels Limited for the cost of disposal. This removed a lot of uncertainty about the company's future liabilities. The industry's reputation and financial performance improved. By 1995, Scottish Nuclear turned a £182 million operating profit. Nuclear Energy had an operating loss of £33 million, but that was due to a one-off pension cost. Thusly, in 1995, the government finally privatized the 2 companies, combining 7 of their newer AGR nuclear power stations into a single company, British Energy. The Magnoxes would be hived off into another company for future decommissioning. However, it was not a complete victory. Scottish Nuclear and Nuclear Energy had hoped that it would be able to complete some of the other water-cooled plants to come after Sizewell B. But the UK government made it clear that it would not support and subsidize such a decision. This essentially marks the end of the indigenous nuclear power industry in the United Kingdom. In part due to bad financial management and rough market conditions.
We know North Korea as a dictatorship, but the truth is even more terrifying. Beyond the parades and propaganda lies a hidden world.
Oh, that's AI video. Yeah, I'm not watching that.
A whole group of weirdos on the internet and play on their computer all day that make videos about jacked, tattooed studs, and they think they're men. Oh my God, look at the videos of these people. Look at these people. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way this is real. We're in the twilight zone, you guys.
So since my last video on Wes Watson, this piece of shit, he's not happy. So he made a video responding to me, the trolls online, AJ, you remember the trainer at the gym that he told on for calling him names?
And because I used derogatory comments, and AKA Wes Watson is a snitch, and went to the management and cried about it.
Well, the trolls have been doing bad things. They've been reporting his Instagram like crazy, and it's been going up and down, and he's paying thousands of dollars to people to try to bring it back. So the trolls are really fucking with them. And what you guys don't know is there's this whole Reddit forum where they troll the shit out of this guy. They make memes about him. They say he's a tranny. They even call his mother, right? His poor mother sitting at home. She's getting phone calls from them, and they're saying that her son is a transsexual, and she ain't happy about it.
That's hilarious.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Just a matter of time, and then you're gonna be right with Hydra Squeeba. What do you do to you? Call you fat? What's wrong with you? You are ugly, bro. Very ugly. We're going to jail. You can fuck off with me. You're trans. Oh, we. What, you want a dick? You wanted a dick or a fat?
There's a whole group of weirdos on the internet that have 10-inch arms, tits, and play on their computer all day that make videos about jacked, tattooed studs that slay vagina and pull bad bitches that refer to us not as alphas, and they think they're men. Oh my God, look at the videos of these people. Look at these people. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way this is real. We're in the twilight zone, you guys.
And we know Wes, how sensitive he is to the comments, the bad ones that are on his page, because his wife, his ex-wife, the Sharmuta, she made a video saying how much he was crying to her all night about the bad comments.
I'll take the Amber Heard comments.
Right.
I am totally okay with that because I know that I have more balls being called those names than him reading his comments and losing his shit.
Dude, what a baby. Meme donated $3. Let me see.
Mike Tyson thought Hezbollah was a child.
Hezbollah. Is that what it said? Hezbollah?
The short guy. The short guy.
Is that a real video when you cradling him? Is it like,
Yeah, you know.
Did you know he was?
There was a baby. There was a baby. And I didn't know. I'm hungry, punching me. I don't know, man. I just thought that's how I am with children.
Yeah.
I'm hugging on this guy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew
He's
it.
like 26 years old.
Yeah. I didn't know if you was like playing it up for the camera or if you actually didn't know.
That's hilarious. Thanks for that donation, meme.
Maybe they don't move because they have families to support or because of state policy. You need to stop viewing life through your privileged perspective. Success has gone to your head.
No, I don't think they realize how good they could have it if they just fucking moved. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's tax fraud.
Right. In fact, his YouTube page, you can't even comment on there because he has it set to held for review, which means he has to see each comment that comes in and decides if it's good or bad before it posts on his page. He even does that to his Instagram. Remember, all his posts are limited. Nobody can comment because he's so sensitive about it all.
These aren't even men. These are beta broad bitches. I don't even like the term alpha.
Dude, the fact that he's even making a video talking about troll comments just shows how much it's getting to him. Imagine, like, I know he's not as rich as he fucking claims to be, like, nowhere fucking near, but, like, he's making good money scamming kids online. Imagine making good money, like, he's making 6 figures, obviously. I don't know if he's in the 7-figure range, probably not, but, he's clearly making good money. Like, why in the fuck would you care what fucking, like, 15, 20-year-old kids online say about you when you're making good money? Like, the dude's just such a loser.
For a beta. You're either jacked and you'll fuck shit up and you're a man's man who people are like, oh, that's a motherfucker. Like, that's a real dude right there. Or you're these weirdos. They see a jacked stud online and talk shit and act like the guy would have to pay for the interaction. Whoa!
Now notice, he's always talking about what real men do. But do real men do that with their comments? Limit them, hold them to review, and then cry like a little bitch to your sharmuta all night? Do real men tattletale to the manager in the gym when you're called names or bitch out of a fight because you sit there and you send me a message on Instagram and then when I go to respond then you block me? And what about when you're running around town with that Louis Vuitton woman's purse strapped to your chest like an asshole, and then you look at your phone, you have a case that matches the same color of your watch?
Can you guys share with our viewers what you do for a living?
What do you do for a living? I'm Wes Watson. Everybody knows who I am.
What's your name?
Wes Watson.
Wes Watson? Okay, awesome.
Sure.
And your clothing is all color coordinated,
That is
reminding me of a
fucking gay.
Barbie doll. So to me, if you look at all those things, that's what women do. That's not what men do when you're trying to tell us how to be men.
A man doesn't drink, he doesn't do drugs, he doesn't smoke, he never watches porn. These are the things about a rare man, okay? He never,
By the way, he does do drugs. He does steroids.
never, ever, ever sits there by name calling out other men, knowing he'll get his face smashed in. Nobody even wants this type of energy out there or connection. Listen. I've never made a video with someone else's name in it. Every time these pussies write me or talk shit, I just give them the address of where I'm at and I say, show up. You're not a man, bitch, if you talk shit online. I've responded and said, here's the address. Let's handle business. I mean, I only respond. I've never thought about another man and wrote him. Jealousy and envy is a trait of females. You fucking weirdos. You men out there right now are acting like a bunch of fucking women. But look at these.
Now this got me all thinking about something else you said. You said real men don't make videos talking about other men, mentioning their names. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm like, we've heard this before. Where have we heard this before, right? And it's Big Boy and Kali Muscle, the two biggest bitches. It's because they say that shit all the time.
Are we saying names? We never say anybody's names. That's the thing. Do I ever drop anybody's names? I don't say no one's names. I ain't worried about that. You know what I'm saying? The haters are worried about me.
You better believe it.
Haters worried about Cali. Yeah. We ain't going on making videos and other. That's a pathetic life, man. If your life is all about making videos about another man.
Wait, hold on a second. Making videos about another man. What is it that you assholes are sitting there doing making a video about me? You think because you don't mention my name that it's okay to do it and you can get away with saying that bullshit? And then I find out that all three of you assholes are all friends. It's all starting to make sense. Because all three of you, you've been in prison. You all lie about how long you were there. You exaggerate all the bullshit. Yeah. You do a lot of cons with conning people. You got a lot of things in common, all three of you. But considering Big Boy is such a close friend of yours, right? Don't you think it's wrong? Because when you make videos saying, men aren't real men if they have big tits.
That have 10-inch arms, tits.
Well, Big Boy, he's got the biggest titties out of them all. So big that Kali Muscle, he drinks the milk out of them.
Got a little bitter saltiness to it.
Yeah, that was gross.
So don't you think it's wrong to say that about the men's titties when Big Boy is so close to you? Now, Wes, I don't think you should come here and try to teach so many thousands of people how to be men when you're doing all these types of things. And finding out how close you are with Kali Muscle and Big Boy, like I was saying before, it's explained so much to me because we don't know, what happened to them in prison, but I'm sure it affects, how they live their daily life, and what they do together.
Need a bite.
I got you. Hey, don't take a bite. Oh.
Together.
Stop.
Wes Watson is such a fucking clown, dude.
Me, Mudahar, and you know what, ladies and gentlemen, travel channels and IRL streaming are just one of those things where it's like you're either really good or you're really evil. Now, judging by the title of the video, we're looking at our favorite hemorrhoid on the planet, Johnny Somali, a man that has basically made a mockery of himself in numerous countries and has become one of the most awful American tourists one can imagine. Now, when it comes to IRL streaming, you got people like Francois Harris, who basically upload videos where he talks about, him in South Korea, all right, having a good time, a travel vlogger, a pretty wholesome lad. And now he's got to be pretty much thrown up alongside the other American, Johnny Somali. Now, Johnny Somali, we talked about a long time ago, but recently he's been kind of like the actual target #1 in South Korea. He's basically being hunted down by actual Navy SEALs at this point and beaten within an inch of his life. Now, you might be like, whoa, Muda, that's not fair. Ladies and gentlemen, he's made a complete nuisance of himself. Nuisance streaming is one of these things, if you're in Asia, a lot of people will go there and make a fool out of themselves. And look, if you ever been to an Asian country like Japan or China or South Korea or really any Asian country in general, they're pretty nice people, okay? But there is a level of respect you gotta have for the area, something Johnny was not providing. So one of the clips floating around was Johnny just walking outside, and eventually he was followed by this actual, South Korean streamer. Now, I can't show you this entire clip, but at one point, the South Korean streamer decides to knock the ever-loving shit out of Johnny Somali. Point, ladies and gentlemen, law enforcement get involved, and it seems as though while the cops are confused, this guy was the one who brought the actual beatdown. Now, who is this streamer in particular? Well, I had to look him up, and apparently he was a pretty popular South Korean streamer by the name of, let me dig it up. Now, allegedly, that man is Yoo Dal-gyun, okay? I hope I pronounced that right. Obviously, it's not my first language. But this person is apparently an ex-UDT SEAL, an actual Navy SEAL equivalent, an actual Special Forces person. Remind you, this is a man that literally has gotten paid to... This is a guy that has shot people in the face with a gun. This is a dude that sticks the K-bar into your throat and goes, shh, 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 it's all over now, buddy. This is the guy hunting down Johnny Somali. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't just that, okay? To understand, Johnny Somali, ever since he came over here, has pretty much asked South Korea to beat the living shit out of him to no avail. Listen to this one.
So what do you want to talk about? Swing or not? Gonna come up to me, bro, why are you being racist to other people in other countries? For money. For
You know what? I will say it. At least he's honest. For money. That's why I'm being a nuisance. For money.
Out. I've said it many times. I don't give a I have no morals. I'm a sociopath. I don't give a Put this in your next YouTube documentary. I don't give a
Well, he said put it in the next YouTube video. So, Johnny, if you come at this video with a DMCA strike, I know that you have to make a fool out of yourself to be money. But to make money, I will actually take you to goddamn any court imaginable if you decide to take this video down with a false DMCA strike. I promise to God, I promise on everything imaginable I will. So anyways, Johnny brings his one dude over here and there's all right, bring it on, bring it up. So again, in South Korea, they weren't dicking around. There's been an entire compilation of them getting their asses beat. So watch this. So right over here, he's trying to make a mockery of himself and boom, they're coming up and doing jump kicks and chasing this man down the street. Now, the amount of times that Johnny has kept getting his ass handed to him, you would think that he
Why don't they just ban him on every fucking platform so he can't make money?
Yakuza is actually based on reality. There's a big game franchise I play called Yakuza, and in it, every 5-10 steps you take, somebody wants to start a fight with you. Johnny has pissed off a country so much that he is getting into more street fights per meter traveled than Kazuma Kiryu at this point, okay? It's wild. Now you might be like, well, what did he do to make them so mad? Now in the words of Thugnificent, ladies and gentlemen, Johnny has decided to make some kind of content that has absolutely enraged the user base. Now if you go to a country, there's a certain level of respect you have to have, right? You know, I don't go to Saudi Arabia and start knocking back some Jack Daniels, okay? Unless I'm expecting a beheading or I want that to happen, sure, then I'll start breaking some laws. But here's one clip of Johnny basically going up in front of the statue and giving it a lap dance to the point where he is literally like actually going onto it, like literally actually harming this goddamn, like this poor statue is doing nothing wrong. So he's doing this pretty much out in public, and there's people who are obviously watching this happen, right? And you might be wondering, okay, Muda, why is this so bad? You know, don't just like drunk people do this in general. No, to give you an idea, this is actually a comfort woman statue. Now, a comfort woman, for anybody that doesn't know, is basically referring to women and girls who have been forced into sexual slavery by the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces in occupied countries during and before the Second World War. This is actually something that I knew about, I researched. It's not something that's new to me during this video. During World War II, there's a lot of fucked up shit you should research. But Japan was apparently involved in actually, you know, taking advantage of these women. They were literally, you know, referred to as these comforting, consoling women. And they were all from Australia, Burma, China, the Netherlands, Philippines, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, East Timor, New Guinea. But again, a vast majority of these women were from Korea. So yeah, they were absolutely used for, again, you know, forced sexual labor. And of course, the more you go down into it, apparently historians range somewhere between 50,000 to 200,000 women were unfortunately involved in this disgusting, depraved practice. So that statue is put up as sort of a remembrance, right, to the women that have unfortunately, you know, been thrown into that part of sexual slavery. And this is such a huge deal still to this day for countries.
Yeah, somebody has got to beat Johnny Somali so he can't walk again.
Like South Korea and Japan when it comes to their international relationships, that for the last few years, for like literally decades at this point, South Korea has been demanding official acknowledgement, and not just acknowledgement that this happened, but a sincere apology and even compensation for those sexual slaves that were used by the Imperial Japanese military. And of course, the more you realize it, back in 2021, even the Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, actually did make, you know, administration, like they actually did like make statements where they apologized for Japan's aggression and even admitted the military, the Imperial Army, had that role in comfort women's. So I'm not going to jump too far into this. Obviously, if you want to learn more about this topic, you can. But Johnny is a complete abject dipshit. He has been doing this to not just one statue, but several statues. And this is actually clips that have been taken from like South Korean state media. So it's become such a huge deal that this dipshit is hated on a nationwide scale. Like you are making national television being a complete idiot. Like there are points where like really famous like political channels in Korea with like almost 300,000 subscribers are literally talking about the implications and shitting on this man. He has become the poster child for the worst fucking tourist imaginable. And at this point, I have no doubt that the nation of South Korea wants to make a legitimate example out of this guy to show the rest of the world that you can't be a complete dipshit. Now, it wasn't just those statues that he did. There's like entire compilations of him being a complete idiot. Like here's one where obviously it's a little bit blurred. It's coming from a channel with like 113 subscribers. They blurred it, which I assume is due to the actual chat that Johnny Somali has in his streams that shows up, because the chat can be really like wild. So obviously, you know, you want to get rid of it. You want to get rid of it per terms of service sake, okay? Not even monetization. You just want your video to be up on the platform. So he's in this like one restaurant, right? Like right over here with like this, you know, ramen, like this instant ramen. And he's just dumping the water all over the table. And from what I understand, he has like an alcoholic beverage that he was drinking in public. And he's just throwing food outside at like people or on the street. It's just insane. This guy is an actual fucking man-child. Now you might be like, Muda, isn't this what he wants? Just attention? May I remind you, not all attention is good attention. When you're being hunted by fucking Navy SEALs and like the general streamer population, it's not good. It doesn't matter if
How much did it hurt after you got a vasectomy? Not much. Like, it kind of felt like getting kicked in the balls kind of hard. Like, that was the pain afterwards. I didn't feel any pain during the procedure, but it felt like the soreness you get if you get kicked in the balls.
If you're famous, okay? This man has already actually legitimately ruined his life. There's been people talking about like, hey, maybe he's learning that this isn't the right behavior to have, and now that he's getting his ass handed to him, like no tomorrow, maybe he shouldn't have done it. Apparently there's been this rumor that there are Korean live streamers chipping in to give $700 rewards to anybody that finds him and records his movement, like stalk this guy out. Obviously, I don't endorse that behavior. I also can't confirm that behavior is real. But if it's true, this is like some deep web assassination market shit happening for this guy. Just like this, like counter, like Johnny, like fund effectively being shared around South Korean streamers.
I had increased sensitivity in my testicles for about a year after the vasectomy. So if like Jasmine sat on my lap, it would be uncomfortable, that type of thing.
To go back to the Korean streamer that's been hunting him down, obviously you might be understanding that this guy's hunting him down more for a clout situation, right? Like, this man has kind of turned his career and his like live streams into a hunt down, okay? This man has become, you know, the fucking anti-Somali task force, anti-Johnny Somali task force of South Korea right now, which is insane in of itself. And to be fair, one might be like, wow, I feel bad Johnny's getting his ass kicked. But the way that you're harassing Koreans and like making a mockery of their country, no one in actual history feels bad about this. In 35 to perform compulsory military service. Under investigation for obstruction of business and alleged drug use. You know, as a man that uses the term allegedly a lot, I don't even know if it's that valuable here. Like, goddamn. Come on now. The Seoul Mappa police station said he's under investigation for an incident at that convenience store. All right. So apparently Somali allegedly disrupted the store's operation by pouring instant noodles on a table after being stopped from drinking alcohol by an employee. When the employee intervened, he reportedly responded with abusive and vulgar language, because of course he did. And obviously this drew really public attention. So there's a pretty good post on Reddit that kind of talks about this from 2 days ago by a user known as Inevitable Air 1712. So again, not all of this is truly confirmed information, but I'm just going to read this because, you know, this is, again, I just want to preface it by saying, like, none of this is, like, completely verified by me. I don't have the exact arrest records or everything present. I don't think South Korea even necessarily provides that in the same manner that the United States or other countries do. But basically, he's currently allegedly being charged for obstruction of justice, which usually is a fine and restraint order. The reason why he's not allowed to leave is because he's currently investigated for drug charges, which is serious in any Asian country, right? Like, over here, like, if you get arrested with, like, marijuana, it's kind of whatever. But if you get busted with weed out in China, Japan, or South Korea, it is, whew, fucking terrible. One count of an assault charge and several sexual harassment.
Kid Boot Only Tellers used to think that fat loss is through working out, but it's pretty much all from diet. Is that right? Well, it's from being in a caloric deficit, and the only realistic way to maintain a caloric deficit is through dietary modification. So yeah, fundamentally, it is all diet. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Harassment charges. We don't know how much evidence or how many victims came forward because of this investigation. He is barred from leaving Korea in the meantime. And I doubt the United States is really going to stick their neck out and get Johnny fucking Somali, of all people, out of South Korea. This is not happening. There's a lot of Korean streamers looking for his whereabouts, whether to boost their platform or the anger towards his action to those comfort women statues. What people don't know is there are Korean mafia members who are also searching for him as well.
Yes, kill him. Let it be over. Oh, damn. If the mafia is good for one thing, it's getting rid of people, right?
What they plan to do is unknown. So again, you never want to piss off a whole country, because the moment you got like the Italian mob, you got the Indian mafia, you got like goddamn Yakuza, you got actual organized criminals allegedly on you. I'm scared, dude. And this guy is famous. He's all over television. Like, he's talked about in political media now. This guy is not going to be able to go anon, right? Like, come on now. You know, it's a thing when you're in a country like Asia, which is like very racially homogenous. Like once you're out there plastered, people will just know you. You don't just blend in, bro. It's like me going to Japan, all right? People look at me and say chocolate Godzilla because I'm 6'2" for crying out loud. This man is not getting away from anything. There's talks about against Korean government members who want to make an example out of him. Most are parliament members who are up for re-election and want to boost their approval rate. And what better than actually making a fool out of this fucking idiot? So why are Koreans angry? We quite frankly don't care about the incidents you did at a convenience store or you slapping that phone or what you did with the president's picture. Quite frankly, the president has enough critiques against the general public. What we do care about is when you show the Japanese rising sun flag and your actions towards the Comfort Women statue. What you did was poke at a painful past of our history for our amusement. Yeah, so again, it's not just the fact that he's out there with these Comfort Women, but allegedly also showing the Imperial Army's flag. Dog, you come on now. You can't be doing that shit. My suggestion would have been for you to apologize, but seeing your latest live stream, you doubled down on your power to do anything. They won't afford any good lawyers. Get out of here. So he's been slapped with a disturbance of peace charge. According to the law, if Korean prosecution were to go to the full extent, he could be seeing up to 10 years in prison. And there are former UDT special op members who are looking for him. So he's got the mob and he's got the special ops to deal with.
Oh, please let it come to an end. I want this guy just gone. Put him in prison. Just do whatever you need to do to get rid of this fucking asshole.
This man's ops are unrivaled in the field of ops. He claims he's in a U.S. Army base, which apparently he isn't, according to this user, because there's 3 bases in Korea. 2 of them are too far out of Seoul, and all of them are off limits for civilians, let alone a nuisance to enter. So he's still in Korea and confirmed to have claimed that Comfort Women were prostitutes. Oh, Jesus. Versus Korean streamers. Also, basic respect, bro. The entire world is laughing at you, and...
Yeah, fuck Johnny Somali. Alright. I think Dodo's wanted me to play video games for long enough, so... let's get on that. What is it? Still wakes the deep? Nose or butt? I don't know, it's... both are equally as important. Watch Sopranos as a new Donegal? Well, I already had that Donegal. They delisted Sopranos off of Netflix. So, somebody told me to go to 123 Movies. I might watch it there.
See where the fault is. It's blowing a fuse back in mud handling.
Mud handling? Is that know where a deer is?
Yes, it's coming back. You need to move. Get back to mud handling and fix that fuse.
Kid Boo $20. So this nigga just endorsed my nigga Trump. What you think combat sport athletes tend to lean right? I would imagine Usman. Oh my god, what a fucking loser. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of combat sport athletes are more right-wing. Sure, all that brain damage doesn't help. Thanks for that donation though, Kid Boo. Shit, ah, damn it. Can't fucking see anything. Did the game freeze? Yeah, I think the game froze. Yeah, it froze. Oh my god, here we go. That's great. Why in the fuck? That's kind of stupid. Well, if I use my flashlight, won't the monster see me? Yeah, classic fandom. If you keep trying to argue that plants have feelings, I'm banning you. One more comment where you try to argue plants have feelings, you're banned. Last warning.
That worked, guys. I can see where the fault is.
How would he not be able to see the light? Okay, cool, you're banned. Good riddance, retard. Fuck. That was not a good throw. Oh my god! It keeps hitting shit. It's so annoying.
Let's say.
I think he's gone now.
You're not climbing enough for this shite. Don't fuck with my engine. Why are they always fucking about with it? Merry Christmas, you cunts.
Oh my god. There we go.
Jesus. What you the fucking...
No, you're on an oil rig. There's no weapons.
This is mud handling. So the fuse box has to be somewhere.
Shit. Have to get over there. Do I? Wait. Reset the protective relay. Go back to the pump control, reach the protective relay. What? Pump control. That's a little confusing. Do I go down? Pump control now. Oh shit. Fuck, he's in here.
Think of the money. Just think of the money.
Would you rather have no dollar or every dollar? I think I'd rather have every dollar. Not understanding where I'm supposed to... How am I supposed to get across here?
With my engine. Why are they always fucking about with it? Merry Christmas, you guys.
I'm supposed to go down here.
Stop victim bad amazing. What you up to? Who's doing this? Black bastards. Come to kids. Don't forget to come to kids. What was that? Over there.
Fuck off, you cunt! That's a fucking relay. Fucking thing's locked. Finlay?
Cat? No, it's Brody. I thought it was Finlay with the lights coming back on.
It worked? Thank Christ. Finlay was here, but we get separated. You alright?
Aye. The rig isn't though. We're starting to sink.
You kidding me? How long till it goes under?
Soon if we do nothing. Look, I need you to come down to the pontoons. If we engage the tension winches in all 4 legs, we can buy some time.
What's the point? The pontoons, the electricity, they fucking things. It's a fucking nightmare.
What you on about? You survived this long, haven't you? More than can be said for most of the poor bastards on this rig. Christ, Kaz. Somebody up there must like you.
That's what Roy keeps telling me.
Aye. Well, he's a Barnsley fan, so he'll be used to praise.
Aye, you're no wrong there.
I'm no wrong about this either. You're the jammiest bastard on this rig, and we need that right now. So let's do this, aye?
What do I need to do?
You engage the winches in legs A and B, and I'll do the others. Easy. There's a direct route down from engineering.
Aye, all right. I'll find my way down.
Top man, Kaz. I'll give you a shout over the tannoy if we're in business.
Now it's magically open. Oh. I don't even... What? Oh my god. The drop button and the crouch button are the same button. Oh, I see. Bernie Sanders canceled his upcoming stream with Hassan. Yeah, I bet he did. Oh man. Is this the end? Is justice finally going to prevail?
Ah, Christ. Jesus. Ah!
East Asian nigga donators. Fun fact, did you know there's a part in East India where Indians look Chinese as fuck but sound Indian? Lol, it's wild.
पहले बार दिल्ली आया पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन में जब उतरा तो हमारे नागालैंड प्रदेश से भी ज्यादा आबादी वहीं देखा हम तो वहीं चौक गया और वो लोग कहते थे कि नागालैंड कहाँ है
Yeah, they're like clearly have Chinese heritage. It's literally right next to Bhutan in China.
जो है जगत गुरु ये जो है करके जो है उन लोग का टीम जो है कल आके ये हमारा स्टेट में आके कल प्रेस क्लब में उन लोग ने एक मीडिया
Yeah, it's not terribly surprising. Thanks for the donation, East Asian nigga.
His training. Brody must have done Lexi. Fuck. It's soaking. I need to sort it at the fuse box or it'll keep shorting out.
How do I get over there? Yeah, I can't climb down anymore. I'm confused. Yeah, how the fuck do I get over there? There's a ladder there. Looks like there's a walkway. Do I have to like make a leap of faith?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What? Oh, that worked out.
Running. Counterweights are fucking gold. Here it is.
Right.
Move safety lock, reactivate winch mechanism.
Okay, back to the winch controls.
That's it. The cable's engaged. Glad you're alright. It's, not exactly very nice down here.
There's a fucking understatement.
I've done the first cable. You need to do the same in leg B through the pontoon.
Right.
See you on the other side, Kaz.
Hope so. Fucking hope so. Fuck! How many more bodies are there? Jesus. Hello? Christ, creepy as fuck down here.
She's horrible. I'm gonna find stuck in this house. We should go away again. Campsite.
God.
Open, right? Try to reach out to modern day debate, see if Aaron Ra is willing to debate on veganism, Israel-Palestine. Yeah, I might do that.
Oh, Christ. Fuck.
Uh-oh. It's less than ideal. Huh. Looks like petroleum's leaking.
Right.
No, I do not want to go in there. Fuck. Right. Here we go. Right.
Oh my god. Dude, the fucking controls. Okay, now it's just not letting me move. It's stuck. Yeah, it glitched. That's great. Yeah. Alright, buddy, just die. That is highly stupid. Yeah, I'll play, well no, Alien Isolation sucks. They're coming out with a new Alien VR game that I want to play. God. Why does the thing have to be faster than you can float?
Ah, shite, that was close.
Hello Richard Carl Burgess. Who is this? Please explain. She's cute AF. Was she your GF? On stream. Also?
No, that was not my girlfriend. Just a friend of mine. Let me see. Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
More draining. It's done the other one. Can I get this one open? No chance. Christ. Fucking oil.
Nah, I didn't see the new Alien movie. Heard it was mid. Do I like to put cinnamon in my coffee? That's not bad. Done it a few times.
Hello? Mary! Connor? Is that you?
Go away!
Oh, Christ.
Mary!
What happened to you?
Can you go and fetch Mary?
You can hear me, can you? You understand me? Fuck, Jesus. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I'm sorry. gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm okay. Here it is. Get this fucking over with.
More oil. This thing has to have a weakness to fire, right? Burst through an oil pipe.
Fucking still in this cold. Jesus.
Is there a heater? Here we go.
Christ. I need to get out of this fucking place. I need to get him. Thank Christ. I better check on Roy.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
But here's the good news. All we were doing is putting ourselves in a position to win, which we can do tomorrow very easily if we show up. Just so you know, if we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. If you don't show up, I guess. But here's the one thing I will say. Show up anyway, but they have no enthusiasm. She had a rally today. She couldn't have had more than 100 people there. And I had all 4 stadiums were full, but she had a rally.
His stadiums were not full.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. And they wouldn't follow her. They wouldn't say it. Did you see that clip? I'd like to put it up. The problem is I don't put up too many clips. I have the most beautiful clips. The problem is the press won't follow them. I had a friend Yeah, I had a friend a
It's
couple
literally a
of weeks ago.
clip where his cameraman sold him out.
Gorgeous clips, and actually gorgeous in one way, but horrible in another, showing the death of children and all the damage that they've caused with the open border.
Alright, well, that was nice and retarded. I'm sure he'll throw a tantrum when he loses. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Roy, fuck's sake.
Oh, gosh, mate, thank the Lord. I've been worried sick.
Sorry, pal, I've been out of the shop since I last seen you.
What's going on, Kaz? What happened with the chopper?
That cunt tried to go without us, but, well, didn't work out well for him or the bird.
Bloody hell, Kaz. Is anyone alive?
Aye, I saw Finlay. We had to get the Jennies on. And Brody as well, helping with the tension legs. Do you know what? I'm a fucking rig expert now.
Told you to take no time. Yeah, I'm glad you've not been alone out there. Those two are all right.
I saw O'Connor. He's one of these things, but I thought... fuck, I don't know what I thought, but whatever it is folk are being turned into, there's something of them still in there. What's going on? Roy?
It's all right. It's just me being clumsy. Once I get my shot, I'll be right as rain.
Do you need me to come and get you?
No, I can do it. You saw this rig out? Find a way to get us home. See you girls. All right?
Aye.
You're a good lad, Kaz. That's why Suze loves you. She does, you know. She really loves you. Kaz?
Aye. Sorry, I have to go, Roy. Will you make it to the cabins all right?
Yeah, I'm on the way now. You, be on yours. I'm praying for you, mate. Remember, Jesus loves you, Kaz. Everyone else thinks you're a gun.
All right, pal. Afters.
Hello? Hello? Anyone there?
Here he is. Listen, I don't have long. I left away with my mum. I had to get to... She's hurting me. I'm going off my head stuck.
Suze? Is that you?
Oh, Jesus. This one's trying to give me a kicking and all.
Going to be a wee boxer, eh?
Aye, you wish.
I wish I could see you. You're beautiful like this.
Aye? Well, I feel like an elephant.
Christ, what is this? Suze! Suze?
Interesting.
Bigger.
Shite. That's oil dripping and everything. One sparking. Fuck. Suze.
Is he infected by the thing?
What's happening to me? Ah.
Brody? Brody. Fucking hell, how you doing?
Better than you by the looks of it. Did you see any others?
You mean anyone alive? Well, I spoke to Roy. He's not doing great without his insulin. And I've no idea where Finlay is now.
I spoke to her a few minutes ago. She's stuck until she gets past Rennick. Or what used to be Rennick.
Feels like everybody's deed or worse. And I don't know about your side of the pontoons, but where I was, the oil tanks are burst, and I think there's a gas leak. I mean, I'm looking for a fucking bright side here.
Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it, right? Right now, we have to deal with the stack.
That noise! Aye, okay. Alright, the stack. I'm kind of thinking the flare shouldn't be looking like that.
No. Main feed's ruptured. It's burning out. It could get worse. And if it does, it could spread to the derrick and cause an explosion.
Right, so we're fucked. Again?
Not if we switch the flare onto the auxiliary gas pipe. If you go over to the processing quad, I can...
What? Have you seen it out there? Oh, aye, it's quite nice in here, you know. Maybe we should swap.
You can't work the controls, Kaz. Otherwise, of course, I'd go myself.
Christ. All right. What am I doing?
You need to get there and find the diverter valve, main to the auxiliary. It's on the middle floor, flare side. I'll ignite the stack from here.
Right.
If I can't do it, then you'll need this.
Jesus.
I'll be on the tannoy if you need any help. Good luck, Kaz.
Great.
Time Machine donated $2. VG, do you remember these intros and endings as a kid? No, that wasn't the Canadian ending. Yeah, it was weird. They made localizations for the US and Canada. That wasn't the Canadian localization.
You can't beat this guy with your hands tied behind your back. Now Frieza knows it's going to take everything he's got to win. Stay tuned for scenes from the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
God, dude, those next times on DBZ were golden. Did you have cable? Yeah, like, do you think I lived in a fucking mud hut in Afghanistan? No shit I did. Thanks for the donation, Time Machine.
Somebody
Oh, Christ.
what am I supposed to do? The fuck? There's like nowhere to go.
There you are.
Okay.
Jesus, just leave me alone.
Cash! What's happening? Are you alright?
Enough of this shite.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
This looks like it.
This thing has to be weak to fire,
See the
right?
feed switch in here. Glad you're alright. I've started the igniter. Give it a sec. I can't see anything.
Of course you can't, because I'm not that fucking lucky.
No, it's not working. The gas is poured back toward the rig. I'm sorry, Kaz. I need you to do it manually. It's too dangerous to leave it. You'll have to head out onto the stack and use the relighter I gave you.
Fuck.
Did you hear me, Kaz? Wave or something so I know you receive it.
Prick.
Understood. Godspeed.
Jesus, you're fucking joking me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Fuck's sake! I'm trying to save us, you stupid fucking bastard! I see him squeeze through there. Jesus. This fucking flare fired. Shit. I'm doing this!
Yeah.
Shit.
It's gotta be weak to fire. You bitch.
about to collapse! Kaz, it's buckling! You need to move! Can you hear me, Kaz? Please, man, hurry!
Yes, this is Super Mario.
Gears piece, Suze.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I'm not being difficult. I'm just trying to pick up the pieces of your mess.
He wouldn't let it go, okay? He's carried a fucking torch for you since school. He's always hated me for being the bigger man and for having you and those beautiful fucking wains.
Oh, no. Bigger man! You are shitting me, McCready. You're the bigger man. Your 8-year-old daughter's got more brains and bigger balls than you have. What about the kids? The flat's in your name. You go to Berlin and they just take it away.
Listen, Suze, come on!
No, you just shut it, McCready. You sit your arse down and you just listen to me.
How can we not just talk about this?
Because I am smarter than you, that's why. And I will not let you drag those girls down. You sort this. Whatever you have to do, I don't care. You sort this or I will leave you, you understand?
Suze, look, I'm really sorry.
Just enough, okay? Just get out of my sight. Try not to put anyone else in hospital today, yeah? That might make a nice change for you.
I didn't mean that. Why'd you have to... Suze. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Jeez. Suze. What have I done? Jesus Christ. You bastard. Fucking Christ. Yes. My God. To me. What were they up to?
I mean, if they ignite the oil, it would kill the monster.
Fuck's sake!
Finlay, Jesus Christ.
Cleary, how the fuck are you no dead?
I thought I was.
You fit to help?
Christ, can anything help?
Aye, if we cut ourselves loose and quick like, it'll buy us time, maybe enough.
Do we even know if anyone's coming?
We've been off radio for hours, so aye, I should hope so.
Finlay, good, let's... Guys.
Aye, he's a walking greeting miracle. Are we doing this or no?
Aye. We float the rig. I'll dive down and release the tension cables. Hopefully we balance out, maybe end up higher in the water. I'll need you both in marine control.
It's Roy.
Hello, can anyone hear me? Look, I'm stuck up in some fucking hot on the accommodation roof. I don't know how long I can last without insulate.
He's up on the roof. I have to get him.
No!
Is anybody out there?
You have to get to marine control with Finlay.
Please!
It's a two-man job and we don't have much time.
You think Roy does? Can't I just leave him? I promised I'd get him home.
Ah, let him go.
Fine. If you want to go, go. But this place is filling up with gas and oil from the drill to the derrick. God knows where else it's leaking to. I can't recommend it.
I know, Brody. But I'm going. I have to.
Engineering's your only path up there, and it's flooded, so you'll have to swim. It's a long way. Plan each step. And if you're underwater, stay calm.
Oh, aye, that's exactly how that'll go.
Enough! You both know what you're doing, so let's go.
Right, yeah, Brody. Rod your nerve, alright, McCleary?
I'm coming, Roy. I'll find you.
Okay. It is late, and I must get sleep and go to bed. But, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I guess it'll be an election stream or some shit. And, hopefully we'll find out the results of the election tomorrow night. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow.